Very good morning to you and welcome live to the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium here in Hyderabad. We're just a couple of minutes away now from the start of the fourth day's play and what is turning out to be a classic test match to open up this five-match series. England fighting back in glorious fashion yesterday with an innings for the ages from Ollie Pope. Joe Root was effusive in his praise at the end of the day's play. We were hoping to speak to Ollie Pope, but he was whisked away and plonked into an ice bath and wrapped in cotton wool, because the more runs that England can eke out of him this morning, the greater their chances will be. One of the great come-from-behind victories in the history of Test cricket. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Alongside me is Steve Harmison. We listened to Joe Root yesterday together, and who were both struck by the generosity of praise from Joe Root for Ollie Pope, and it was a brilliant innings. But Steve Harmison, as so often in these situations, the way it will be remembered will be dependent on the result. And I mean, if it turns out that to be a match-winning innings, then it really will be one of the great Test innings. It is already an innings that we won't forget. I mean, an innings for the ages from Ollie Pope, 148 not out. Quite extraordinary, but as I say, the way it'll be remembered will be dependent on the result.
Absolutely, yeah. Good morning, Manners. Good morning, everybody at home. It will be remembered by the result, but it was a great innings it showed character, resilience from a young man who's been out of the team for a long time. He's 6 months out of the game, a horrendous injury. So to come back to fight and not have the sort of game time preparation in him just shows, and coming back from what was an innings in the first innings, which was a one where he was looking frantic. He looked as though he was very, very sort of fidgety at the crease, to somebody who, again, when he started the innings, you could say there was the similarities to the first innings, but then as he got going, once he went past sort of 15 and 20, his ability to rotate the strike was, I think, the difference in all of the innings yesterday from England, but especially from Ollie Pope. And then he found the boundary with ease whenever he needed to. He came down the wicket, tried to hit the ball through mid-wicket or over the top, straight down the ground, and the whole day of reverse sweeps, not just from Ollie Pope but from Ben Duckett, from Zach Crawley, was, I think, what put India on the back foot and really flummoxed them, to be fair, because I've never seen an India attack who looked as though they were a little bit sort of caught rabbit in the headlights, and that was largely down to the way England played, and especially the reverse sweep. But Ollie Pope will go down as one of the great Indians of overseas touring, but what will make it even more special is if he comes out today, adds to it, puts England in a match-winning position, and England gets over the line.
Let's remind ourselves a little bit of what Joe Root had to say looking forward to today's play. This was him talking yesterday evening.
The lead is 1-2-6, and all of a sudden we start wondering what is possible. I mean, it's a different wicket today than what it was yesterday. It's certainly not going to be any easier tomorrow. What are you guys thinking in terms of, well, look, you want every run you can get, don't you?
Yeah, we're thinking win. That's what we think. That's our mentality as a team. We feel like we can win from most positions. We know we're going to have to play some good stuff, but we're more than capable of doing that. And as you say, there's a lot of things that can potentially go right for us. We just got to keep playing in the manner that we always do, which is on the front foot, being very aggressive, looking to take wickets when we get the chance to bowl, looking to drive this lead forward as much as we can when we're batting. So it's been a phenomenal day's cricket, I think, for the neutral, for both sets of fans, and in particular an England fan.
I've got to ask you about the bowling. 4 for, you love this part of the world. 5 for 8 in Ahmedabad 4 years ago, 4 for today.
Yeah, I didn't see that on the cards at the start of the series, but if you get the opportunity to contribute, you've got to take it. And it's nice to pick up wickets, but it was nice to just get the job done today. I thought we were really good from ball one, to keep them as quiet as we were, to be as consistent we were, to be as challenging as we were. I think it's a really good marker for how to approach the second innings. So again, other good things to take forward into the rest of the game and in the rest of the series as well. It's a long old fight, this, and I think we've laid a good couple of markers down for whatever happens now moving forward.
Joe Root looking forward to today's play. And I think that it's our job in the commentary box to look ahead, and his job just to look at the next ball. Ravi Jadeja, first delivery of the morning to Rian Ahmed, and it's outside the off stump, very much a loosener from Jadeja. I'm not, by the look of that, I'm not sure how many balls he's bowled in the nets or on the outfield. He looked very stiff. That wasn't a particularly threatening delivery. Here he is once again. It's another loosener, gently pushed out into the offside for a single by Rian Ahmed, who I have to say looked very calm, cool and collected yesterday evening. He does enjoy a big shot and hits a long ball, but that's not his job. Well, I don't think it's his job this morning.
I don't think he's going to die wondering. I think his natural game is to play in an aggressive manner. That's why this management team have picked him.
Jadeja to Ollie Pope. His first delivery keeps horrendously low outside the off stump. I'm just chuckling because there's a little wry grin on Ollie Pope's face as well as that one. I mean, it was wide of the off stump and he tried to play it, but it almost rolled. Here's Jadeja again, bowls to Pope and opens the face of the bat, runs it down to short third man. Direct hit from Jaiswal, but Rian Ahmed was well home. He responded immediately. In fact, I actually think he called.
Yeah, I think that was, for me, that was the difference between the first innings and second innings of the England batting unit yesterday and from day one, is their rotation of strike. It was either block or 4-6 in the first innings, where over the course of yesterday, England's ability to rotate the strike as well as utilise the boundary was what made India get the runaround.
Jadeja in once again to Rian Ahmed, who, well, that was interesting. His back foot went towards the leg side, and then he leaned over towards the offside and had a little push at that one. He wasn't in a classic defensive or attacking position, must be said. Last ball of the first over, Jadeja in again, short and wide, once more outside the off stump. Rian Ahmed tries to punch it through the offside, doesn't make contact, taken by keeper Bharat, and the first over comes to an end with England taking a couple of singles from it.
Yeah, Bharat took the stumps off, took the bails off, so they're going to have a look. It did look as though Rian Ahmed lifted his foot a little bit, but I think he was well in his crease and well behind his crease. But I say, for me, India are looking towards the second new ball, 78 overs. And Goffey, what did you make of Jasprit Bumrah's spell yesterday? Because I thought when Jasprit Bumrah came on to bowl yesterday, I thought that hour of cricket with Jasprit Bumrah was unbelievable.
Well, Bumrah's right up there, best in the world. You look at Rabada, you look at him, you look at obviously Anderson still and Broad last season. They're the pick, and obviously you've got 3 Australians in there as well. So there's quite a few good bowlers about at the moment. It's safe there, Rian Ahmed, but no real worries there. 380 for 6. Bumrah, we're going to have a look at him. He's a fantastic performer, gets wickets in all conditions. He's got everything, hasn't he? He's got pace, got surprise, got Yorker, got a good bouncer, and he goes cutters as well, so he's in the game. 33 test matches, 144 wickets at 21. You reckon he can keep that up? Pretty good.
It's not bad, is it?
Not bad, especially in India. I thought that hour of cricket yesterday when Bumrah was bowling, he got Duckett out, and then he got Root out, and I thought the way he bowled, not single-handedly, because I think the spinners were getting carted all over at the other end, but it was compelling. It was brilliant to watch, especially on a pitch which was turning. Everybody's talking about spin.
Bumrah, first delivery for him in the morning, and he beats the edge as Ollie Pope has a little push at that one. There's a slip and a gully in, and that one just did that nip, or was that little bit of shape in the air? It certainly left Ollie Pope, and he had a push at it.
Bounced, if anything. I think it just bounced a little bit more bounce than normal for Ollie Pope, and trying to feel the ball, it just shows you 78 overs of a ball which is being banged all around the stadium in Hyderabad, and Jasprit Bumrah can still make a batter play and miss.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah from the pavilion end up to the crease now, bowls to Ollie Pope, and he plays a similar shot and does make contact this time, pushing it to deep backward square. And that's his 150. Ollie Pope, a very gentle, almost tentative, sheepish acknowledgement of the applause, because he's only been out there 5 minutes.
Yeah, he has, but he's earned that applause. It was a brilliant innings yesterday in sort of timing and boundary hitting. Rotation of strike, everything about the way he went about constructing that innings yesterday was brilliant. And this is from somebody who hadn't batted comparatively for 6 months. 9 innings previous in India, his high score was 34. It was a brilliant innings by Ollie Pope, and one that hopefully can get England into a position where they might feel as though they can win the game.
A second slip has been added now for Rian Ahmed on strike. 2 slips in the gully. Here's Jasprit Bumrah, bowls and goes for the in-ducker to Rian Ahmed. Quick fired in at the stumps, but he's up to the job defensively and pushes it out on the offside. There's no run. 319 for 6. The lead's 129.
Do you reckon Ollie Pope were more nervous yesterday when he came into bat, or more nervous today?
I think yesterday, Goffey, I think the way he played in the first innings, pressure of batting at that number 3, knowing what the runs he scored before in India, I think the pressure was on him yesterday.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah once again. Bowls, hits Rian Ahmed on the pads. He looks once again to attack the stumps, and that one was heading down the leg side. I was saying, Goffey, that it's our job in the commentary box to work out all the permutations and how many runs, and can Ollie Pope squeeze another 20 out of 20, 30. I mean, England will never have enough. Whatever we think is a good target, they'll want 10 more or 20 more. But those are the kind of permutations that Rian Ahmed and Ollie Pope must not allow themselves to be distracted by. They just need to focus on the next ball, right?
Absolutely. I'd love to have been in the dressing room this morning. That's when you do miss cricket, right? And the situation in a game where you've got to sniff it.
Bumrah in again, bowls, and that's driven through the offside. There's nobody sweeping on the cover boundary. It's a leg race for Jasprit Bumrah, and he just manages to flick the ball back. It couldn't have been Jasprit Bumrah chasing it, was it? No. Mohammad Siraj. Well, I knew he was one of the quick men, but that was excellent work. He's dived towards the rope and flicked the ball back, and he has saved a couple there.
Yeah, it was Siraj and Shubman Gill, I think, who both chased it, and it was a good bit of work by the fast bowler. Flicks it back, Gill picks it up, and it was a good shot by Rian Ahmed. And I think there's a number, and I think bygone days you'd see a time on this surface, because I still think if you get in, it's still not a bad surface to bat on.
Here is Bumrah once again, bowls, and that one is flicked away by Ollie Pope. Delightful shot behind square on the leg side, but it will be cut off by Akshar Patel. 2 more though. Ollie Pope moves to 152. Rian Ahmed has 20. Goffey, what is it about? What would it have been about the change room this morning then? Is it with the nervous tension, the situation, the banter? There wouldn't have been much chat, would there?
I think there would have been. I think there would have been characters stand up. The ones you want in this situation would have been there. There would have been the voice, and you hope the players follow. So you always have the followers. You'll always have the leaders, the ones who are outspoken, and that atmosphere this morning must have been awesome in there. And I'd love to have seen the characters standing up and trying to lift their teammates and believe they can win from this situation. And there's plenty of them in this moment in time.
Excitement. We're going to win a game in India. That's the mentality. England come out this morning leading by Ben Stokes, saying we're going to win a game in India. We've got to believe we're going to win a game in India. And I think that's what would have been said in that dressing room. Totally agree with Goffey.
Jadeja he's looked very rusty this morning, and that's another short wide one outside the off stump, and it's chopped away by Rian Ahmed, and that brings up the 50 partnership for the 7th wicket. That is outstanding cricket from Rian Ahmed. He's 22, chopping that one away through the offside. 22 from 39 balls, and just when Ben Foakes was out after a partnership of 112 for the 6th wicket, you did wonder how the 8, 9, 10 how much they'd be able to contribute, but a 50 partnership to back up that 100 partnership's outstanding. Here's Jadeja once again, and Rian Ahmed goes back, defends it out towards cover. He's looked very good.
He's looked very good, very controlled. He's got a method, he's got a plan. He's looking at anything short, he's looking to hit through the sort of leg side and be very aggressive. He wants to play more off the back foot.
Jadeja in again to Rian Ahmed. That's a little better, a little bit more pace on that one, but he pushes it defensively back to the bowler.
Looks very stiff, does
Yes,
Ravindra Jadeja, doesn't
yeah.
Looks very stiff and mechanical and robotic this morning.
In once again, and Rian Ahmed pushes that one out towards cover, no run. I said during his first over that he looked like a man who'd barely had a stretch, never mind a bowl, before the start of play. Here he is, up to the crease once again, and that's short and wide again, and it's chopped away by Rehan Ahmed to the man sweeping on the cover boundary.
Goffey said before he missed the dressing room for mornings like this, and in there with the atmosphere. I bet you one thing, Goffey, you don't miss being as stiff as a board and running up to bowl the first thing in the morning thinking, I might need a few to get going here.
Well, I was just, you know what I was thinking is, if Goffey was still playing, he'd either be at the crease or next in. Jadeja in, hits Ollie Pope on the pads. It was a very polite appeal, and there's not out, says umpire Paul Rifle, and there's going to be no review. 327 for 6. If you were next in a situation like this, Goffey, with all the weight of history and the expectation and the hope and the tension, would you be nervous, or would you be looking forward to it?
Nervous, but looking forward to it, because I always wanted to be there at winning situations. Managed it a couple of times. Centurion against South Africa, the famous Test match, Manners. You'd have been working on that one. And West Indies at Lords, remember that one? Me and Corky at the end, put on 30 odd.
We were the winning line in Guyana, wasn't it? First ODI in 2004. Yeah. We were together at the end of that one.
We did.
He slugged 12, didn't he, to get us over the line? Yeah. You'd be like a cat in a hot tin roof in that dressing room now. You'd be running around it. You'd be running around it, pads on, be playing all the pull shots, all of the big shots.
Jasprit Bumrah is steadying himself for his second over. Up to the crease now, bowls, and Rehan Ahmed stands very still, watches the ball onto the bat and steers it into the gully. It's fielded by Jaiswal.
We're just laughing about, being stiff as a board. The second new ball is available, but it's not been taken yet. And I just wonder if, because this would be my thoughts at this minute in time. The first over, I'd be thinking, at not one point during these next 6 balls will I feel loose. No one point do I think I'm sort of free of stiffness. So Jasprit Bumrah might need a couple more with the old ball just to get himself in a position where he feels, right, I'm ready to take the new ball, give it to me now. At this minute in time, he doesn't feel that way.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah once again, bowls to Rehan Ahmed, drops it down into the offside, sets off for a quick single, nicely taken. Shubman Gill fields, can't stop them. You see, the other thing is, Harmy, is that we don't actually know how old this ball is. Do you remember it was replaced after 61 overs? So it may well be that India just feel like actually we're just about got this ball where we want it to be in terms of reverse swing or whatever. So they might just delay taking the new ball.
There was a couple of balls in the last over from Jasprit Bumrah which suggested that it's reverse swinging and that the old ball is still doing something, but I think I'd be tempted. I really would be tempted to take the new ball more or less straight away.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah bowls, and that's nicely played by Ollie Pope. Steers it away down to third man for 4. Well, India have a deep backward point rather than a third man. Ollie Pope entirely aware of that, and even though there was Yashasvi Jaiswal is fielding it maybe a 4th slip rather than a gully, and that's just beautifully steered.
Yeah, he's played that to perfection, to be fair, Ollie Pope, but a newer ball bounces that little bit more, comes off the wicket that little bit harder. Does it catch the edge where, from a Pope point of view, he's just completely in control there, full face of the bat, angled bat, but waited for it and just rolled his wrists and knocked it down to third. So again, I still don't understand why they're not taking the second new ball.
This one hits Pope on the pads as he tries to work it through the onside. They take a leg by, and takes the total up to 333 for 6. Sometimes 15 runs in itself doesn't sound like much, but the lead moving from 128 to 143 sounds like more than 15 runs.
Manners, the pitch is pretty good in the middle. I mean, just by looking at it, you watch the way things have happened throughout the game, the pitch looks pretty good still, the middle of it. And the odd one, obviously, we've seen turn huge, but you're never going to nick that anyway. You're never going to nick him. I mean, Jadeja's still beating the bat, Bumrah's still beating the bat, but the middle of the pitch looks pretty solid.
That's driven right. Yorker attempted Bumrah, and it's nicely dug out by Rian Ahmed. I just want to rewind one ball ago, because there was a little clash of shoulders between Ollie Pope and Jasprit Bumrah, and it was two men on maintaining their line. Bumrah finished in his follow-through. He could see the batsman heading for him. They knew there was going to be a collision. Neither one wanted to give away, and so there was just a little touch of shoulders. Rohit Sharma came in quickly to make sure there was no simmering or overboiling, but there was clear contact between batsman and bowler. Here is Bumrah once again, and that one is steered away defensively by Rian Ahmed. So you could see very clearly, Jasprit Bumrah could see Ollie Pope heading for him, and he stood. And he even braced himself for the collision.
But Pope had he dug out a ball which was a full ball, lost his sort of bearings a little bit, was told to run quickly by Rian Ahmed because there was a little bit of a hesitation, and I think Ollie Pope, by the time he looked up, he's run in close to Jasprit Bumrah's his space coming forward. So I don't think there was too much in it. I think Rohit Sharma, you're right, came in, diffused it. Bumrah didn't make much of it. There was a little hand wave at each other as he walked back after the next ball. So yeah, all's fine in love and war.
Here is Jadeja once again, and that's pushed out towards cover straight to the fielder, and there's no run. So it's one of those situations where Bumrah, as I said, could see Pope heading for him, and often the fast bowler or the bowler would move out of the way. Jadeja in again, and that's steered once more to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Very nicely played.
Is it not for the? It's the batter that should move out the way.
Well, is it?
Yeah, I think it's the batters. I think it's on the batter to move out the way, not the bowler.
Why?
I don't know, to be
Is it
honest.
etiquette?
I really don't know.
Unwritten law?
An unwritten law, but I think the bowler going down the pitch, the batter can get off.
Jadeja in again, driven in the air, down towards long off, and that's going to go for 4. What a super piece of cricket that is from Rian Ahmed. He's gone very straight, long off is quite wide, and he's deliberately gone straight, and he's just beaten long off, who's on the boundary.
It's a good shot, really, really good shot, but I'm trying to work out where the fielder is, and why the fielder's...
Why is he so wide?
Why is he so wide, and why is he back?
That one turns and bounces, but harmlessly outside the off stump. It's left alone. Rian Ahmed now is on 28. What such valuable runs, not necessarily match winning, but just India are now on tenterhooks. I think they're beginning to get tetchy and nervous. Jadeja in again, more turn and bounce. Rian Ahmed backs away, looks to play it through the offside, and is beaten by the bounce as much as the turn.
It's you say it's not match winning, but it is match winning if Hartley comes in and gets 15, if Leach comes in and gets 15, and Wood comes in and gets 15.
Turn, beat the edge, and there's a polite appeal. It's taken by Bharat behind the stumps. Has he whipped the bails off?
He's whipped the bails off, and I think you can see in that little passage there how much India are on edge and panicking a little bit. Bharat asking for the stumping, Slips asking for the stumping when they can clearly see it's not out.
They are skittish, aren't they, India?
Very much so, yeah. The body language is not great.
Goffey, how's it look to you?
Yeah, of course. The nerves are setting in. It's a test match, right? You're playing at home. Your favourites to win. You've been in a great position the whole match. India come back on day 3 and put themselves now with the leader 148 in a great position. They've got the might and brains thinking, how come we're going to get a wicket? Jadeja keeps beating the bat, but there's no edge coming. There's no mistakes from the England batters. It's frustrating. So there's something in the pitch, but it plays well out the middle, so you can score on this pitch, and we've seen that throughout the game. The run rate's been remarkable, really, for a pitch that has shown so much turn. The run rate throughout the match, I think, has been fantastic. It's been great viewing.
Well, I think the turn is getting slower and slower, which is making it a little bit more comfortable to bat on. I just wonder, again, this is the negative approach of India, where Stokes might have took the positive approach and took the new ball. I wonder if India are worried that if we take the new ball and it doesn't go, it could go quickly to the boundary and an extra 20 runs we can't afford.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah, and that's flicked away by Ollie Pope. It's actually hit him on the pad down the leg side. They will take a leg by, confirmed by umpire Chris Gaffney. One more to the total. Do you know what? I think India gave 25 runs away in that final session yesterday. Just sloppy fielding, a couple of overthrows. I think they were really off the money.
Yeah, and I think that was largely down to the fact England had run them ragged in the sort of changing rotation of strike point of view and running quickly ones into twos, as well as the reverse sweep. I think the reverse sweep had a massive effect on the Indian bowlers, the Indian fielders. They were expecting something to happen, and it did. It went to the boundary.
Here is Bumrah again. Edge just falls short of KL Rahul at first slip. That's an edge, genuine edge from Rehan Ahmed, but KL Rahul was never in the game there. All he could do was try and stop it from going for runs.
Well, new ball, then it carries.
Absolutely. Just exactly. We're in sync, Darren, because I was going to say exactly the same. That's a new ball. KL Rahul takes that waist high. Old ball, it's dropped a foot short of him. I think it comes down to the negativity of India not wanting to take the new ball and worrying that if we don't get it right with a new ball, it could go to all parts, because we all know that the new ball flies off the bat, and they might be worried that an extra 20 runs we can't afford.
Here is Jasprit Bumrah once again, bowls and a drive and an edge, and he's gone. That's the end of Rehan Ahmed. Jasprit Bumrah finds the edge, taken by Shikhar Bharat, the keeper. Rehan Ahmed's very, very reluctant to go, but only because he's disappointed, not because there's any sense that didn't carry to the keeper or that he didn't edge it. He just doesn't want to leave. He's very, very disappointed, but India finally have the breakthrough. Rehan Ahmed's gone for a very fine 28 and a 50 partnership with Ollie Pope. Partnership of 64, actually. England lead by 149. They've now got 3 wickets left, more from Darren Gough and Steve Harmison than it'll be Chetan Narula.
Yeah, there was good bowling from Jasprit Bumrah. He's deserved that. He's worked so hard. I mentioned just before play, the hour was breathtaking yesterday, watching a fast bowler bowl on a pitch which has got nothing in it. And there again, he's just dangled the carrot out wide, back of a length, slight tail away, and Rehan Ahmed, no feet, has just wafted at it and nicked it to Bharat. And we said the edge before dropped short, but this one, there's a little bit more on the edge, and the comfortable catch for the keeper at waist high. And Goffey, now, would you take the new ball with numbers 9 and 10 and 11 to come in?
Well, he obviously doesn't need it, does he, Bumrah? We talk about how good he is in all conditions, new ball, old ball. But the new ball would be, that's what everybody wants. That's what you want it in your hand in all conditions. It can be dangerous. You get extra bounce. You might get a bit of movement, uneven bounce with the new ball because it's harder. But he's just at the wicket at Ahmed. It's a big breakthrough for India, and they were just looking settled, weren't they, with that partnership, Ahmed and Pope. But it brings Tom Hartley. There's got to be some nerves here from the young man on debut.
But the new ball will bring spin. It's going to make more bounce for the spinner as well. You would expect, and you'd think that Jadeja might, who is accustomed to bowling with a new ball. So this next 5 minutes is going to be interesting. Can Tom Hartley get in over the course of the next 5-10 minutes to give some support to Ollie Pope and keep this lead that England have got, 149? Can they keep it going? Can they get it into 150? Can they get it to 155, 160? I'm sure that's the chat in the middle at this moment in time.
Jasprit Bumrah then to continue from the N. Shivlal Yadav pavilion. 3 deliveries to go in this over. It's Tom Hartley with 2 slips in position, or in fact a wide-ish third slip, not exactly in a gully position, and a wide-ish first slip, as this one shaping away from the left-handed batter, and he's left it alone. A very good morning to all our listeners wherever you are listening to us from, and a good morning to Steve Harmison and Darren Gough as well. Well, the old balls worked. India delaying it for the reverse swing that Jasprit Bumrah can produce.
Yeah, and I think there would have been challenging. There would have been conversations the ball before, because there was a genuine nick which dropped to about a foot short of slip.
Bumrah once again to Hartley, this time straying down the leg side. Attempted to flick it, but missed it completely. The idea perhaps was to give the old ball to Bumrah and Jadeja, get the reverse swing going perhaps, and then Jadeja darting it in. And then with the new ball, they could use a different combination, Akshar and Ashwin, or Ashwin and Siraj. That's where the second pacer comes in handy.
Yeah, that's where it does, and Mohammad Siraj hasn't really bowled as well. And we're just seeing on our screen there when Rian Ahmed, Jasper Bumrah and Ollie Pope go and embrace each other, and as cricketers do now.
Short mid-wicket in position as well. This one swinging away from Hartley, and he lets this one go. That's the end of the over. 83 gone, 339 for 7. Rehan Ahmed adding 16 runs to his overnight score. And England's lead has now stretched to 149 runs. Ollie Pope with a brilliant 157 runs. Darren.
Well, there's still a little bit of movement, isn't there? Definitely a reverse, and I think there's probably, it says 83 overs, doesn't it? The ball is, but it realistically, with that ball change, it's probably around the 65 mark. So there's still a little bit of hardness probably left in the ball, a little bit of reverse swing, and that's why they want to have a look at Bumrah. It would have been my choice to take the new ball if I was one of the seamers, especially with the lower order batters in. But it'll be interesting how long they go with it now, because there was a little bit of movement that last over from Bumrah.
And Goffey, the ball was changed around the 60th over mark. You're absolutely right. Also the fact that a couple of the batters, I'll come back to that as Jadeja continues from the VVS Laxman Pavilion end to Ollie Pope, who drives it towards deep backward point for a single. A couple of batters over the days have also said once the ball goes soft, it's tougher to score off. And yesterday, after that ball change after 60 overs, England found a new win and they started scoring boundaries when Foakes and Ollie Pope were at the crease. So India want to avoid that again, allowing England to score quicker runs with the new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it, but I mean, as a fast bowler, I'd have wanted the new ball.
Absolutely. Jasprit Bumrah, one of the best in the world, he would have liked the new ball. But sometimes you just have to play to the rules or the plans the team sets. For example, Mark Wood bowling that short barrage in the first innings. Not sure he would have liked to bowl that, as Steve Harmison pointed out to us. Jadeja to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Tom Hartley. This one turning into him. Short of length. Try to flick it again. Jadeja's bowling with a backward and forward short leg in place. No slip. Yet to get off the mark. Hartley. This time he's swung it. Short of length delivery on the off stump. And he's managed to get it past the fielder at mid-wicket for a single. Opens his account.
Yeah, it was a little bit agricultural there from Hartley. He's blocked a couple. Now he went for the slog sweep, and he got rushed a little bit like what he was in the first innings. He was quite good in defence, and then didn't look as fluid in attack, but it worked.
And the reverse sweep comes out. There's a bit of a mix-up there, but they are true. The reverse sweep had gone to backward point. Akshar Patel, the fielder there, he had dropped Ollie Pope there yesterday on 110. He's moved on now to 159. Slight mix of opinion there, but they got there.
Yeah, slight hesitation between batters, but Akshar was asleep a little bit. I think he's quite happy for Ollie Pope to have one. I think they're quite happy for them to have one, to make sure that they keep Hartley on strike for as many balls as possible. If Hartley's going to come in and swing the bat, India will feel that's how best to keep taking wickets at the other end, as opposed to letting Ollie Pope just pick up ones and twos and then access the boundary at will.
Jadeja to Hartley, who's come down the track and he's tried to smack it down the ground. Didn't get a lot of bat onto it, so it's taken a couple of bounces and gone to Bumrah at long off. All of that for just one run.
A big shot from Tom Hartley. Didn't get quite to the pitch of the ball, didn't time it as well as he would like, and it's a good job, because I think he would have gone straight down Jasprit Bumrah's throat. It probably wouldn't have gotten out the 30-metre circle, and that's how much he didn't time it.
Jadeja to Ollie Pope, and this time gets a thickish outside edge past the slip. Big chase for Akshar Patel, who stops it just as it was almost across the boundary, allowing the batters to come back for 3 runs. So saves 1 run, does Akshar Patel, but that thickish outside edge means England now 346 for 7. In fact, that was Shreyas Iyer and not Akshar Patel. There's been a change in field there. And a good sliding effort. Stopped the ball. Seems to be clean. 3 runs to end the over. 162 to Pope now. And England's lead is past 150.
I'll tell you what surprised me, by the way, guys, is how quick the outfield is. It is an old ball. He didn't really catch that too cleanly. And it flew away, didn't it? Outside edge flew away to the boundary. Great bit of fielding, you're right, from Shreyas, but it's unbelievable how fast the outfield is. So I probably get you. Probably is a small reason why they didn't want to take that new ball, because it's so quick the outfield, but the ball being harder would fly to the boundary quicker.
Yeah, and there was a lovely outside edge which got Ollie Pope 3 and back on strike.
Bumrah to bowl from the far end with just the one wide slip to Ollie Pope, who comes forward and defends it. 2 pieces of information for our listeners. First of all, Shoaib Bashir has arrived in Hyderabad this morning and he's joined up with the English team. And the other is the last successful 150 plus 4th innings chase in India was 155 by India against Australia in Delhi back in March 2013. And it was a sharp turning wicket. India won by 6 wickets. So we have to go all the way back 11 years for a successful 4th innings chase in excess of 150. Fuller delivery coming in to Ollie Pope, who drives it towards extra cover. The fielder is a bit deep and they get a single easily. England's lead 157.
Yeah, and that's it. All these numbers, I think, in recent times, the way that the cricket, the way the sort of Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum have come, and a lot of teams have changed their game plan and outlook towards how they go about, whether it's first innings, second innings, or even chasing now. So I still think England need a few more. I don't think this pitch is a sharp turning pitch. I think, like Goffey said before, the middle of the pitch is still quite good and is decent. And I think as much as runs are great for England, I think time on the surface, if England can still be batting at lunchtime, no matter how many runs they get, will just add to the fact that more wear and tear on the surface will benefit England in the long run, trying to chase the victory.
Bumrah bowling to Hartley. 2 wideish slips now. Fuller delivery and Hartley tries to drive. Takes a bump on its way to the keeper. And since we're talking numbers, let's bring in our numbers guy, Jared Kimber. Good morning to you.
Morning, Chetan. How are you?
All well. Probably the last day of biryani for us. So it's just sad about that. But if England managed to get anywhere close to 200 or exceed that, maybe there's another day of biryani in Hyderabad.
It's a very different kind of pitch than we've seen in the last 13 years, though, isn't it? It's certainly more for batting. I know we've seen a couple that have been like this, but it's not like the Indian wickets we've been seeing over the last 5 or 6 years, surely.
Fuller delivery, swinging in to Hartley, who digs it out to the fielder at short mid-wicket. No run there. Very interesting field, Steve, that one. And Jad obviously is right, that very different pitches, a point that you also alluded to.
Yeah, it has been. I think it's been a good pitch. I think it's been a good cricket pitch. The way we look at test matches now, you want the test matches allotted 5 days to get a result, and I think this is one of these pitches where I think it could go into 5 days and be a very, very good cricket surface. It hasn't shot. There's no massive sharp spin. There's a little bit of uneven bounce.
Bumrah once again to Hartley, back of length, outside the off, and he's stood tall and played it away towards the cover region. No run there.
It's gone down rather than sort of both. When you start worrying about a pitch when they're both going, when it's going up and down. The cracks, I spoke to the groundsman this morning, and I said, is it going to sharp spin? Is it going to turn a bit more? And he said, the more the sun comes at it, if the cracks stay closed, the pitch will steer well. If it opens up, then obviously we'll see a little bit more. And he said that he feels as though the cracks will steer as they are because it's a decent surface in the middle of it. So I think it's been an excellent cricket pitch.
Bumrah once again to Hartley, who drives this one straight to the fielder at mid-off. Bumrah trying to get the reverse swing going, trying to bowl into the body for Hartley, as that's the end of the over. 347 for 7.
Harmy, the technique of Tom Hartley is the kind of technique that you would only see someone who grew up in English cricket. It looks like it's almost a little bit of Ricky Clark, young Ricky Clark, to the back lift there. He's got slightly bent front knee. It's like a baseballer if you only showed him cricket.
Yeah, I didn't want to be too disrespectful to Tom Hartley, but seeing him bat for this Test match, I think he's one of the best non-timers of a cricket ball I've seen for a long, long time. But it's effective.
Yeah.
It is effective. It's very, very effective. I think defensively he's looked quite solid. Did in the first innings, and in the second, in his attack when he got to his boundaries, it wasn't as though they were going 20 rows back. They were dribbling over the line, and the ones that he was trying to hit really too hard, they were landing sort of 20 yards short of the man in the deep. So he has a method, he has a way, and he finds a way of scoring runs. But I hope I'm trying to be in all respect to Tom Hartley. I think he's one of the best non-timers of a cricket ball I've seen for a while, for somebody who's classed as a sort of lower order all-rounder.
And now there is a bowling change with Ashwin replacing Jadeja from the VVS Laxman Pavilion end, as Hartley takes a walk outside his crease, and Ashwin takes a look at what he was doing.
He had the opportunity to man-cut him there.
Absolutely.
And looked over as if to say, come on, mate.
And he didn't do it. Well, Ashwin bowls to Ollie Pope. This one straying down the leg side. Tried to play it, flick it, and missed that one. Ashwin didn't take that opportunity. I think that's a headline there.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, Hartley was just in a daze. It shows batters just don't pay any attention.
And Ashwin hopping and skipping and hopping and skipping and delaying his run up, mixing it up, but bowls a flatter delivery, short of limb on off stump, which Ollie Pope says, okay mate, you're making me wait, but I'm just going to dab it down. Once again, hopping and skipping and hopping and skipping. Again, this one turning it a bit more, and he's played it towards square leg for a single. They're trying to come back for 2 and going to chance their arms against KL Rahul, and they make it. So Pope moves on to 165. It's 349 for 7. Hartley staying in his crease now.
I think there was always a chance of 2 there. It was Hartley who didn't realise, and so it made it a little bit dodgy. But Pope, from the moment he hit it, thought there's 2, and Hartley was very quick.
And this time turned towards the leg side for a single towards the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, Hartley's a very good athlete, so he certainly caught up very quickly.
Well, Ollie Pope, will he stay within his crease as well? There's a change of feel and catching positions for Hartley. There's a silly point coming in. There's, first of all, they wanted to put KL Rahul at the second slip, but now KL Rahul's moving towards short mid-wicket position. And we have Shreyas Iyer, who's going towards a very squarish third man. So silly point and a slip in position for Hartley as Ashwin bowls to the left-hander. Fuller delivery, a bit of loop there. He comes forward and defends it. He's not getting down too much, obviously. Very, very tall batter. England's 350 is up as this one slower turn, and Hartley is forward to defend it. End of the over then, 350 for 7. England's lead is now 160 runs, Jared.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. There haven't been many successful chases of high scores in India for a very, very long time. That said, a lot of it might have something to do with the fact that India have made a lot of runs when they've batted, especially in that first 2013 to 2018 period. And then 2018 onwards, there just haven't been many high scores to chase, Chetan, because no one's made any runs at all. So you've always got to factor everything like that in. Pitch looks good to bat on. We're going to learn a little bit more, I think, when the new ball is taken. They don't seem in any rush to get there at the moment, but just watching Hartley play Ashwin, I think they're going to have to take it very quickly now.
Well, from the other end, that is the Shivlal Yadav Pavilion end, it's going to be Ravindra Jadeja. So that's a change of ends for Jadeja, bowling with a slip to Ollie Pope. This one is outside the off stump. Did he get an edge there? Rohit Sharma did not latch onto it. Quick single there. It turned away from the right-hander, and it's been given by, so no edge there, but he certainly went for it, Jared.
Yeah, it was in the footmarks outside off stump. He swung at it. There's a big puff of dust as that ball landed. But yeah, I don't think he hit it. Obviously, we'll see replays in a moment, but it looked like he missed it. But Rohit just maybe not quite sharp enough there.
No, and the Indian fielding has just been
terrible.
A couple of notches down today morning. I'm just talking about today morning.
Well,
overall, it's been terrible.
Yeah, yesterday they were pretty ordinary at times as well. They certainly haven't been
True.
at their best in this match.
Jadeja around the wicket to Hartley, who's swept it, almost ramp sweep down towards fine leg. Shubman Gill is stationed there for a single. It's all too easy at the moment for England. Just the one wicket of Rehan Ahmed.
Yeah, that's why I just think that new ball will fizz and bounce a little bit more and just put. It may help Pope score runs as well, but they've got to get wickets here. They don't want this lead getting over 200.
Especially now that Ashwin is into the attack. This time to Pope, and he's beaten Pope outside the off stump. Shrikar Bharat very, very quick, taking the bails off. Lot of turn there. Like the previous delivery he bowled to Pope. This time he was forward, completely missed. Bit of an appeal there, and he's referred to the third umpire. We'll have to wait and see if his back foot has come out of the crease.
Yeah, just a question of balance. To be honest, KS Bharat's putting the bails back on and standing back in his place. I don't think he thinks it's out.
Yeah, I mean, they're all in their positions already. Jadeja is up to his mark. Bharat is back at his position as well. So they're not very confident. And no, he is grounded. His back foot is grounded. So Ollie Pope very, very sharp with his back foot as Jadeja has beaten him. Jadeja to Pope. This time the reverse sweep comes out, but doesn't get too much bat on it, so not too far away the ball.
I'm not surprised reverse sweep came out the ball after, because again he got trapped in his crease and he's using the reverse sweep to just put off the length of the bowlers as much as anything at the moment, and instead of using his feet and coming down.
Well, he tried getting forward and he was beaten, so he's really wary of that turn that Jadeja can get on this pitch. And to be fair, Jadeja's been the spinner out of three who's been getting the most turn.
He's probably the spinner out of the three who puts the most just side revolutions on the ball normally as well, so it makes sense.
This one strayed onto the leg stump and he's tried to flick it, but missed it as well. So let's talk some more numbers. Gary has sent us this stat where there have been 9 fourth innings totals of 200 plus chased down, and 1 in India. And the last one after this delivery, this time on the off stump, tried to drive it, but getting a thickish outside edge towards backward point, and the fielder was up, so just a single there to end the over. It's 353 for 7. So the last one being in 2012, 262 for 5, India scored against New Zealand at Bangalore. So we're going back almost decades for these kind of records. That obviously tells us one thing, that in the last decade, India obviously have been unbeatable at home. But also the fact that you just have to go back to those 2010, 10-ish era wickets where batting in fourth innings was still possible, I guess.
Yeah, as I said, I think India warped some of those stats by the amount of games where they only need to bat once. So you don't actually have any fourth innings in that game.
Yeah. Virat Kohli, as test skipper, was a firm believer of putting up 400 runs and choking the opposition. As Ashwin continues round the wicket to Ollie Pope, who goes back into his crease and plays it towards square leg for a run. It's 353 for 7. He's moved on to 168 now, Ollie Pope.
Well, it's a perfect example of India probably should have made 600 or at least 550 in this game, and this game would have been over. So you can see why India go with that. They've given themselves a tricky chase now, when realistically it was because they threw their wickets away when they were massively in front.
And when I said they've given away their wickets shoddily, Neil Manthorpe was just staring at me. They've got 400 runs on the board. They should have got 500, 550. With the way they threw their wickets away, as Ashwin now bowls to Hartley with a silly point and slip in position. On the leg stump, he's flicked it down towards fine leg. Akshar Patel is the fielder. Just a single there, score moving along, 355 for 7. Pope this session has scored 20 of 26 balls And this is the fact, I think, that India are wary about, Jared. If they take the new ball, Pope is going to score quicker runs. Ashwin to Ollie Pope, this time on the off stump. Very watchful. He's flicked it down towards third man for a single. But the fact is, the runs are coming nevertheless.
That's what I was about to say. Like, I get that as a point, but if he's scoring 20 off 26 with the old ball, it's very hard to time. Last over, he tried to play a cover drive. I don't know if it came off his thumb or his handle in the end and dribbled out on the offside. But there's so many gaps because of the way he's played that there's still easy runs. And Tom Hartley also has managed to get off strike a couple of times. So I think they need to make a change.
Change of the ball. Ashwin. They need to make a change off the ball is what I meant. As he comes down the track, hoiks it, and the fielder at long on will have no chance to beat that. Hartley gets his first boundary in there, moves on to 7, 360 for 7 now, England.
Well, Harmy talked about him struggling with timing. He didn't struggle with timing on that one. That was probably the best shot we've seen from Tom Hartley so far in his short test career. Just came down, got to the pitch of it, went very, very straight. Good long levers, obviously, on his arms, and a really good connection on that. He hit that off the main part of the pitch, though. Some of the others have not been off the middle part. So it's showing the middle bit of the wicket still working fairly well.
Well, I get why they wanted to delay the new ball as Ashwin comes over the wicket now with a backward short leg and a slip in position for Hartley, who's brought out the reverse sweep now. The fancy shots are all coming. He's played it down towards third man, a squarer third man, and taken a single. It's 361 for 7. Jared, I get why they delayed the new ball. You know, allow Bumrah the reverse swing, allow Jadeja to bowl it. As Darren Gough said, that the ball was still hard because it was changed after 60 overs. As this one turns in sharply into Ollie Pope, he goes back and plays it defensively. End of the over, 88 gone, 361 for 7. I get it why they did it, but now I think it's time to change the ball. A word from Jared Kimber and Andrew McKenna to take the call forward.
It's an interesting one because England always had this like little bonus session of throwdowns with the old ball. They could have used their seamers from both ends if they thought it was reverse swinging and given Bumrah one and Siraj one over. Allowed themselves to get the most out of the reverse swing for a moment and then maybe even 2 overs each, so 4 overs with the ball reverse swinging, and then before the batters were fully set, throw it to the brand new ball to the spinners. But they didn't go with that, and now they've kind of Pope's set and Hartley's been there for a while, so even when the new ball comes on, it's not going to have quite the same impact.
And it's coming on now, Jared.
Here it is. Yes. I was wondering if that's what was happening because I couldn't see it in the umpire's hand. I could see him picking up the old ball, but here we go.
Yep. Fourthers has just brought it out, the new conker.
10 overs in. So, do you know what I mean? They're just set now. Even Hartley, he's been in there for 16 balls, but new challenges for him. And I like the idea of giving the new ball to the spinners, probably from both ends straight away also.
So here we go then. Jadeja around the wicket with the new ball, and he bowls to Hartley straight away. It's driven towards mid-off, and the single is taken. England's lead, 172 runs, 362 for 7. They're in the 89th over of their innings. Ollie Pope's gone on to 169, and he will be on strike. Slip in place. Other than that, the fielders are starting to spread, even with the new ball being taken. Jadeja from the far end bowls to Pope, pushed out on the offside, no run. It's TalkSport. It's TalkSport 2, and of course it's the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Hyderabad, the Rajiv Gandhi International Stadium continues to fill up. Jadeja is in. Ollie Pope driving towards short extra cover. KL Rahul will do the fielding, and there is no run. Loads of school kids still on their way in. Bright colour uniforms all over the place away to the right-hand side. That's where they seem to be congregating. Jadeja around the wicket to Pope. Pope pushes to extra cover, and again, no run. As I mentioned, the field's starting to spread. There's a long off in place. Long on is 2/3 of the way back. Jadeja is in. Ollie Pope has played the reverse ramp over his own head through very fine third for 4. That's one of those that if you get it wrong, you need your eyebrows reattaching. He's got it absolutely perfectly. He goes to 173, 366 for 7. The lead 176.
We've seen him play this twice. This is different than the sort of reverse dill scoop we saw from him yesterday because he'd always planned to hit that one back over his head. This one, he was going to play the reverse sweep, and then he realised he wasn't quite in the position he wanted to be. Just and got it off the middle. I don't know how you hit that off the middle, Macca, when you're looking at the grounds, but
You've got to be very good, I think, is the answer to that. Next ball is around the wicket and clipped to short mid-wicket, no run.
But clearly this is something he's been practicing, and he's now in such good form. He's like, what other shots can I bring out there that I've never used before? But, you know, that little bit faster spinners, especially of India, it's a good idea to use their pace against them, which is something we probably haven't seen enough teams in the last, year or last 3 or 4 years against them do. Everyone else sits in the spot. And the one thing I've really liked about Pope's innings so far is his ability to just put pressure back onto them without taking huge risk. It's almost more risky in that situation to play a normal sweep than it is that particular shot, as silly as that sounds.
It is going to be double spin with the new ball because it's going to be Ashwin from the Lakshman stand end, the commentary box end. He will bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley. Hartley comes forward, pushing into the offside, and will be fielded at mid-off by Shubman Gill. There's a short leg in place and a slip. There's a mid-wicket on the drive, and Shubman Gill's at sort of a straightish extra cover, and those are the only 4 around the bat. Hartley's going to come down the pitch, therefore, drive this to Jasprit, who's at deep, well, virtually long off. He's 15 in off the boundary. Single taken, and England just keep chugging this along. They keep moving it up. As Chetan's just told you, we're already into the realms of history-making chases. We still don't know yet about Jack Leach batting. We'll have to wait and see on that one, as Pope plays at this one outside of the off stump, misses. It's through to the keeper, no run. Jack Leach, when he arrived this morning, had a huge, great medical support on that left leg, that left knee. He was bowling with it yesterday, so he may well be able to bat, and that could be significant. In goes Ashwin around the wicket. It's turned by Pope to mid-wicket, and a single will be taken. 3, 6, 8 for 7. And I thought, Jared, immediately go back to Nathan Lyon. How important was that? Just time spent rather than runs scored.
Yeah, I mean, I think he will bat just because we saw him bowl. I just watched him going up the stairs. He looks more discomforted than in massive pain, doesn't he? But he might need to stay near the boundary to get out there quick enough.
Yes. In goes Ashwin, the left-handed Hartley drives into the offside, beats Shreyas at short mid-off. Shubman Gill will field, and there's no run. The indication is that he is hoping and wanting to bat, so hopefully he will be able to. Let's hope he's not needed for a while from an English point of view. Ashwin around the wicket. Hartley turns gently onto the onside. KL Rahul's at short mid-wicket. He turns it through square leg. Single taken. Nice and easy single to take one more to the total. 179 now, the England lead. 369 for 7 at the end of the 90th over here on TalkSport, TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Jared Kimber.
There's good signs and bad signs for England at the moment. The good sign is 179, and Pope is still there. And, at this stage, you're looking at probably another 30 to 35 runs without too much trouble. The bad sign, Macca, is that the variable bounce that we did see last night, we haven't really seen any of it, even with this new ball so far. It's very new. We're now, 12 overs into the day. The pitch looks like it is settling down over and over again. This doesn't look like an Indian wicket that's about to change. Having said that, in India, sometimes the pitches, in the afternoon when the sun really bakes down, things change. All those things are possible, but right at the moment...
Yeah, absolutely. Hartley gets the first ball from Jadeja, pushes it back to the bowler, no run.
I always look at this with chases. It's how easy does it look, and it looks incredibly easy for Hartley at the moment.
Well, Hartley's just coming down the pitch to Jadeja and has plonked him back over his head. And the umpire's checking whether it's 4 or 6 down at the far end, and he signals 4. But Hartley sounded the bugle, and the charge came, and off he skipped down the pitch. And it was a beautifully controlled shot right off the middle of the bat, and he goes to 15 with that boundary. Next delivery is pushed to short third, opening the blade. One more to the total. Hartley goes to 16, 374 for 7. Well, that's a man who can clearly play and does that shot an awful lot in white ball cricket, because there was a lot of confidence in that strike.
Yeah, it's almost the next ball where he just opens the face is even more impressive and just finds a single, gets off strike.
Jadeja in. Ollie Pope gets an outside edge on this one. It lands short
of Rohit at slip. He manages to block it away to make sure that there's no more runs scored. These two have put on 35 from 49 balls. Rayan Ahmed, the only man dismissed today, caught behind off the bowling of Bumrah for 28 when the score was 339 for 7. That was in the 83rd over. We're now in the 91st. England's tail has most definitely wagged.
Is Akshar Patel number 20, Macro?
He is indeed. He is watching as Jadeja comes in, pushes out on the offside, and the man wearing number 1, KL Rahul, will do the fielding.
I think Akshar's just warming up, if I read that correctly, and I think that makes sense, because if Hartley wants to use his feet, Akshar's even harder to use his feet to than Jadeja.
Jadeja around the wicket. Pope stays leg side of the ball, hits too long off, and will take a comfortable single to start the new over. Of course, the other factor, Jared, is that with that undercutter that he bowls, with that lovely shiny leather surface, it could very easily skip off of that, and that could make life very interesting. 91 overs gone, 375 for 7 England. If you're waking up, it's very early Sunday morning, so if you are just waking up, thank you very much for doing so at 5 to 5 this Sunday morning. But England are still batting, and they are still extending their lead. It is 185 runs here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, it's not that Jadeja in this innings, I know he's gone for 120, 130 probably by now, but it's not that he's bowled particularly bad. I would say that he probably just hasn't found a rhythm where he feels comfortable, and at his absolute best, you know, they used to talk about him as an automaton for MS Dhoni, wind him up.
Ashwin to start a new over around the wicket to Pope. Pope clips to Jaiswal at mid-on, and there is no run. Yeah, he's bowled 1 for 130 from 33 overs so far in this game. Ashwin around the wicket to Pope. Pope clips through square leg all along the floor. Single taken, no problem. 376 for 7.
Yeah, so, that's when I think he's at his absolute best, Jadeja, when he doesn't really have to think much more than this is the most dangerous place to bowl the ball. England have made him think a lot. Akshar's a slightly different kind of bowler, so it's different challenges as well for England, with, as you said, the ability to skid it on.
Ashwin is in. That's a lovely looking cover drive from Hartley. He's beaten the man at short cover. How's the ball got enough pace on it to touch the rope? Brilliant save. Brilliant save from Siraj. He's gone full Superman, sliding along the turf, got his hand in the way of that, and it's just a 3. Well, he's not had the greatest of games so far, if we're being brutally honest, the local man, but the fans enjoyed that. That's a brilliant save. He's only saved 1 because they've run 3, but it's just the bits and pieces and everything else that brings to it. 379 for 7.
Yeah, they're just going to have a check of it, but I think he got that fine. But Hartley's he's cover-driven that like he's Jaiswal.
Absolutely. It's around the wicket from the bowler Ashwin, and it's turned by Pope through square leg once again. 177 Ollie Pope from 249 balls. Ollie Pope continues to bat for England. That highest Test match score, 205, made against Ireland last summer. It's in sight. He's already made his highest Test match score outside of England. His highest score against India. He's racking them up. Hartley again is using his feet as Ashwin is around the wicket, clipping very gently down to Jadeja, who's now stationed at long on, which is interesting in itself. Jadeja probably the best fielder. Actually, I'll take the probably out of that. The best fielder in the side. And they've stationed him at long on, which maybe tells us something about what they're expecting. Ashwin around the wicket. Ollie Pope! Now, did he get a feather on that? It's bounced enormously. Barrett wasn't able to take it. It's been given as byes. Paul Rifle's given that as byes. I thought I heard something on the stump microphone. However, I mean, it doesn't matter from an England point of view. It is absolutely ripped. It's 4 more to the total. England now lead by 195 at the end of the 92nd over. It's 385 for 7. And Ashwin has got that to absolutely go. And do you know what? Maybe he didn't get anything on it. It was too good.
Yeah, just a bounce that we just haven't seen. And it just took off. And KS Barrett, who's a very good wicketkeeper, went over his right shoulder. That's the ball that we were waiting for. Also, that's what we haven't seen from Pope as much, just getting caught on the crease there a little bit. And up until that point, that was a pretty cruisy over for England. Are we seeing another seam bowler coming on? Is Siraj coming on?
Siraj is indeed coming on, which is an interesting one. Steve Harmison has taken the seat to my right. That's an interesting development, and shows that England have made Rohit think about things here.
Yeah, no, they've nullified the spinners so far this morning, and that was great signs for England. That Ashwin ball to Ollie Pope, that's a fantastic sign for England. England 195 runs in the bank. I talked in my commentary stint earlier about the pitch still being relatively good, and if we've seen any inconsistent bounce, it's gone down. The minute it starts going up, that's when batters start to think and get caught on the crease and stuff like that. So that's a good sign for England.
Well, here we go then. Laxman to Hartley. Well, that's played very easily out to point, and Hartley will amble up to the other end, taking a single. That first ball, 132 kilometres an hour. From Mohammad Siraj, England's lead 196. Anything starting with a 2, I don't care which team you are in the fourth innings of a test match, that is something to think about. These two have now put on 47 for this 8th wicket. Ollie Pope 177 not out, and he will be on strike to Siraj.
It's been an excellent partnership from Pope and Hartley. Hartley's come in where Rian Ahmed left off. He's tried to be aggressive. He's not sort of found the boundary as fluently, but he's hit the ball into areas where they can get back for 2. I think the fitness levels of Ollie Pope in this innings has shown unbelievable how much hard work that young man's done to get himself back fit and ready for this trip.
Siraj makes his way in. Ollie Pope uses his feet, comes down to meet this one, pushes it out square. They've taken one, they're pushing hard, and just as Steve Harmison has called it, Ollie Pope's fitness again proven there. They've taken 2. They've taken on the arm of the fielder, I think is Jasprit Bumrah, out on the point boundary, and they come back for 2. England have now taken the lead to 198.
Good running from Ollie Pope. He's just drawn Jasprit Bumrah in because he ambled the first part of it, so Bumrah seemed to stop, and then he went from sort of second gear to fifth gear very quickly. Did Ollie Pope turned and went, realised with a new ball, new bowler, seam option on, taking responsibility to be there.
In comes Siraj from the far end, bat and pad together from Ollie Pope, inside edge onto his pad, and there's no run. So Siraj is bowling with a relatively new ball. India have got a slip and a gully, but KL Rahul is the slip, but he's at about second at 2.5, maybe even third slip, and it's Jaiswal at gully, who's at about a third gully. So there's huge space, even if you were to call it a cordon between the two of them.
They're trying to cover the rundown that Ollie Pope has got. If Mohammad Siraj bowls anything in and around the top of off stump, the likelihood is Ollie Pope will not leave it. He'll not try and defend it down the ground because he's got 179 runs. He'll try and run it down to third.
Siraj is in, and that's exactly the shot that Ollie Pope is trying to play. He doesn't time it, and it just goes straight down into the turf and bounces up into the hands of Jaiswal, and there is no run. So slip and gully have turned into a run-saving position in this game.
They have, yeah. Plus as well, with KL Rahul at second slip, he's forward, so it's not carrying to first slip. We've seen that. I know it was the older ball, but it didn't carry to Rohit Sharma when Jasprit Bumrah was bowling a little bit earlier. So second slip tends to stand, if not in line, in front of the wicketkeeper from a line point of view without distracting the wicketkeeper. So I think that is another reason why KL Rahul is there, because it's not carrying.
In goes Siraj, straight drive from Ollie Pope, straight back to the bowler. No run. Goffey's rejoined us. Goffey, you must be enjoying this innings from Ollie Pope.
Well, I'm enjoying it all, if I'm honest. Rian Ahmed's innings was fantastic. Tom Hartley's come to the crease, 21 from 27. And he just carried on that mentality, coming in, playing your shots, being confident, and back yourself. I mean, it's great. 388 for 7. Nobody would have believed this. You could have wrote a book. Nobody would have believed it. Absolutely no chance.
Absolutely. Interesting to check in with the odds from William Hill in a bit. Wow. England were out with the washing before the start of the game, and I bet they went even further at one stage. Siraj is in. So off the glove of Ollie Pope, judging by the sound of that. He's got his back to us. as he plays that one down into the gully. It sounded more pad than anything else. It's the end of the over, the 93rd here on TalkSport 2, and that is the first hour done and dusted. England are still batting 388 for 7. They resumed 316 for 6. So they've only lost the 1 wicket and have put 72 runs on the board in 16 overs. That's just a remarkable effort from this England side. Ollie Pope still there, 179 after 255. Tom Hartley, 21 from 27 balls. Darren Gough.
I think anybody watching it would, and listening over the past few days, would say the pitch is a minefield, right? With the ball turning, it's been bouncing, the odd one's gone low. We've seen a couple of dismissals that way. We've also seen some poor shots, by the way. We've seen a lot of poor shots where they've been caught in the outfield. And India, when they look back, they'll be saying, well, we had a lead of 190, but realistically, that lead could have been 250. And after that lead of 190, you thought that game's over, isn't it? England, that's it. There's no way they're going to get enough to make India bat again. Well, if they have to bat again, it'll be chasing 40 or 50. But the way they've played here, England, amassing 388 in just 93 overs, and the bowlers beat the bat with seam, with spin, but we seem to just keep scoring runs, hitting boundaries, scoring 1s and 2s, and it's looking comfortable, looking really comfortable. Look at the partnerships down there in the lower order. They just keep coming.
Yeah, and I think to go on from that, Goffey, it's the mentality of this group that, the Stokes, McCullum, they take the scoreboard out the equation. So I don't think for 1 minute at halfway that any chat about being 190 behind. I don't think for 1 minute that Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum, senior players, Joe Root in there, Johnny Bairstow in there, the message would be, because you mentioned it earlier, there's leaders in groups and there's like a flock of sheep that take off the mentality of the leaders in the group and the characters in the group. And I don't think for 1 minute that anybody in that dressing room was thinking we're 190 behind. We've got a third innings of a cricket match. We go out, we get as many runs as we possibly can, and we'll see where we are at the end of our innings. And I think that's the beauty about this team. That's the mentality of this team. That for me is the refreshing bit about, if you want to call Bazball, it's not about the aggressive manner, the way they play. It's the aggressive manner, the way they think. And that for me is, we are not 190 behind. We've got the third innings of a cricket match in front of us. And we'll see where we get to when the fourth innings comes around. And as it stands at this minute in time, when the fourth innings comes around, we're now 190 in front, never mind 190 behind. So I think that's the beauty about the message that McCullum and Stokes have given this England cricket team. And I think India, so far in this third innings, have gone a little bit like what a lot of other cricket teams have gone against McCullum and Stokes, which is, you can't do it against us. You won't do it against us. Not possible to do it in India. And that's been thrown at this team so many times. And
5. This is the 5th time they've proved it.
Yeah, and because of that, and I think what will happen is, as the series goes on, you will see from the first morning, the field that Rohit Sharma set compared to the 4th test match and the 5th test match, there'll be 2 different types of field, 2 different types of mentality from Indian bowlers and Indian captain to where England are. And sometimes the horse has already bolted and England are far too far ahead and they can't be caught. And I think that is where we're at in this third innings, that you've seen Axar Patel bowling and Rohit Sharma saying, no, don't put a man there. I'm quite happy for them to hit it like that. Then all of a sudden, within 40 minutes, you look at India's body language and they were lost, they were gone as a team.
Rohit Sharma just politely ignored the reverse sweep. It's like when somebody breaks wind in a crowded elevator. He just pretended it didn't happen.
Is that speaking from experience this morning, Manners?
Do you know what I mean? Like Rohit was just like, no, just they'll get out. The pitch will do it for us.
Goffey, you've broke wind in a few elevators, haven't you, in your time?
Haven't we all?
And you also politely ignored it.
Proud of him.
Tom Hartley's batted beautifully, 21 off 27 balls, and let's just remember as well that Rian Ahmed has contributed a tremendous 28 in a partnership of 64. There's some problems with the sight screen at the moment. That's the reason for the hold-up in play, and in fact Chris Gaffney has adopted the approach. In fact, Paul Rifle has adopted the approach, if you want a job do it yourself. And he's had to walk all the way down. So I don't know what the problem was exactly, but he could see what it was. The ground staff weren't fixing it, and so he's stromped off down to fix it himself. Coffee.
No, I'm just saying, would it have been the light just flashing off it, a bit bright, glaring, the white, so they put it with a black background instead. But yeah, Pistol, he was a good bowler actually. I think I played against him.
You would have done.
I did.
Yeah.
I think I played against him only once or twice. But
Ashwin into Tom Hartley, the left-hander, and that first delivery is spinning away from the left-hander, and he manages to get sufficient bat on it to steer it. In fact, he didn't, did he? Hit him on the thigh pad.
Turned him round square. Yeah, that was big turn. It bounced a little bit as well.
Here is Ashwin again, and with his width there, and Tom Hartley's eyes lit up, and he's square driven it beautifully. Well, more of a force off the back foot, really. It wasn't a full-blooded square cut, but he's hit the sweeper on the boundary. Mohammad Siraj, and they're through for another single. Hartley moves to 22. Pope 179, 50 partnership for the 8th wicket to follow on from a 7th wicket partnership of 64. And it seems like a very, very long time ago that England were 163 for 5, still trailing by 27. Lead now is 199. This has been an extraordinary turnaround. However it finishes, Ashwin in once again. Forward comes Pope. There's so much acreage on the offside there. He can have a single wherever he wants it. Again, Rohit Sharma inactive rather than proactive, and England lead now by 200.
Yeah, who would have thought you saying that England lead by 200 at any point of this test match? Did you think that you were going to say England lead by 200? It's great.
Ashwin into Tom Hartley, pushes it out on the onside, and I think it's important for me to point out that even if England lose, this has been one of the great comebacks.
Absolutely. They test the character that this team always shown. The resilience has always been brilliant.
Down the wicket comes Hartley to Ashwin. Well, he pushed it defensively in the end outside into the covers, but it shows his intent, his positive intent, his refusal to be bowled to. He wants to impose himself, at least from time to time, on the off spinner. And this one hits the outside half of the bat, I think. Last time I said that, it hit him on the thigh pad, but this time it did come off the outside half of the bat. Runs down to short third man, no run. Ollie Pope 180. England 390 for 7.
well, like I said, what we were saying on day 2, if we can just sneak 120, you never know, we might just have a chance, an outside chance. Now we've got a number with a 2 in it that Mac has been wanting, so it's 200. How many more can we get? How many more can England get? This has been quite remarkable. Ollie Pope,
however many it is, another 10 would be good.
I know, Ollie Pope with a maximum there, 180, and Hartley, who's coming both innings actually, nice and breezy innings, and this one's a hugely important partnership he's putting together with Ollie Pope.
Just looking back at the last dozen test matches I've covered, 3 of them finished in 2 days. Here is Mohammad Siraj into the attack, and it's driven by Pope out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. That's very good running. Coming back for the second as Jasprit Bumrah's a little bit stiff and rusty, as you would expect, out on the sweeper boundary on the offside. 2 more. Pope goes to 182.
Again, it's good placement from Ollie Pope. He's on the front foot, coming forward. He's hit the ball in the air towards backward point, but I think he's intentionally hit the ball in the air. He's covered it. He's just opened to face that little bit, knowing there's a massive gap there for him to go in the air. It's obviously Rohit Sharma's got deep point.
Siraj in again. Pope uses his feet and drives for 4 through mid-off. He's on the... Not on the charge, it was more of a gentle sort of hop and a skip down the pitch, and he's driven beautifully. 4 more.
What a shot. What a shot by Ollie Pope. Yes, he's 186, no doubt, but I tell you what, this is a lovely, lovely shot. He's just walked down the crease, not looking as though he's anywhere near going to hit it aggressively, and he's just caressed it past Rohit Sharma. Beautiful shot, using the pace of the ball.
Mohammad Siraj in again. Edged and caught. Dropped! He's dropped it. KL Rahul got his hands underneath it at slip, and it's popped out like a wet bar of soap. He had it. That was the end of Ollie Pope. But he lives again.
That's what KL Rahul's there for. He's there for that one that runs down. Ollie Pope talked about a little bit earlier in the last over. He's at second slip. Jaiswal's up between sort of fourth and fifth slip for that run down from Ollie Pope, where he plays off a good length ball and he's guided it towards slip. And has it carried? Yes, it's carried, and it's comfortably carried. It's not as though it's one way he's got to quite get his fingers under it. KL Rahul will be disappointed. Been in the field for a long time. 94.3 overs, trying to concentrate, waiting for the ball to come to him, and Ollie Pope has guided it, slip catch in practice towards the former, well, I would say former wicketkeeper. You know, he is a wicketkeeper as KL Rahul, and unfortunately he's not got the gloves on, and he spilled it out of his hands. Big blow for India.
That hurts. Siraj in again. Short. He's gone for the pull shot as Ollie Pope, and he's just a wee bit early on it, I think. He was through that. It's hit him on the body somewhere, maybe glove onto chest, maybe directly onto chest, but he's just through that a little bit too early, and the crowd are giving him the bird.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Local boy Mohammad Siraj, he's ticking now. His beans are going. He's upset. He's had the drop catch. Oh, straight in, straight out for KL Rahul. It was a comfortable slip catch, ankle high, just above the ankle, shin high. You not want to see that again when he gets. Oh, Siraj is devastated. He is absolutely livid. He's not had much to shout about, Mohammad Siraj. He's not bowled the greatest. He had a chance to get a wicket.
Siraj in again, bowls. Pope pushes out to square of the wicket on the offside. And they go through for a single. That's brilliant batting from Ollie Pope. That's his second life, by the way. Dropped on 110 and now on 186.
I wonder what his whoop's telling him on his wrist, that watch. His heart rate would have gone through the roof there. As that went down, he's waited 90 odd overs, 94.5 overs, Rahul, for that, and he's put it down. Ollie Pope, I said, played magnificent innings. He's had a couple of lives, but quite remarkable.
Snatched at it, didn't he? KL Rahul, he's thinking, I've got to dive forward, and he's come forward too quickly, and it's hit the hands hard. It's hit him hard. It's spilled out onto the ground. Like I said, he's at sort of second slip because of the thinking the ball was not going to carry.
Here is Siraj again, bowls to Hartley, bangs it in short. He's suddenly found he's found an extra half yard of pace as Mohammad Siraj in the last 3 balls. That one was a quick one, and he's had a little word with Tom Hartley as well. He's absolutely frothing, is Mohammad Siraj, and you can understand it. 397 for 7, lead of 207.
I'm not sure, he's having a word. That's about Mohammad Siraj, but I think even if as a lower order batter, I'd be walking down the wicket politely, saying to Mohammad Siraj, we're 207 in front, and your captain only bowled. You're an afterthought, mate. Go on, go back in bowl. You're an afterthought. You've only bowled 5 overs. You've been out there for 95 overs. You've only bowled 5. What's your problem? I think I don't think Tom Hartley's going to say that, but I think if I'd been an experienced bowler, I think that's what I'd be saying to Mohammad Siraj.
Ashwin to continue to Ollie Pope, and he goes for the sweep shot from well outside the off stump. He's fetched that from as much as a foot outside off stump, and he's got a little bottom edge tickle down towards fine leg, and they've gone through for a single. Ollie Pope moves to 188. I mentioned a couple of minutes ago that Test match cricket, the number of days have been very thin on my calendar in recent times. Sweep shot from Hartley, the left-hander, hit it hard to deep backward square leg, and they go through for another single. But Goffey, this is a reminder to anybody that needed reminding of what Test match cricket offers. I mean, the hair's standing up on my arms here. I mean, we've
It's just electric.
You're right, Manners, and Test cricket, and there's been a lot of talk about it the last few weeks and the last few months. It's a magnificent product. It really, really is. And when you get matches like this,
Ashwin in again. Powerful sweep shot from Pope in front of square to deep mid wicket. 400 up for England. 400 up for England for 7.
yeah, and when you get matches like this, Manners, this is what we all love. If you're a cricket fan, it's entertaining. Yeah, it's white ball cricket. It's awesome. I love watching it, but
Blocked away by Hartley, no run.
But Test cricket in these conditions, the ball turning, beating the bat, there's boundaries scored, drop catches, great fielding, great bowling, great batting. This is what it's all about.
It's just compulsive and compelling viewing at the same time. You can't take your eyes off it at the moment. Every single ball is an event. Here is Ashwin, and driven by Hartley, or at least he tries. Missed it, spun past the outside edge into the gloves of keeper Bharat.
What a ball. That was a beauty from Ashwin. Seam position, absolutely perfect. Lands it in the middle of the seam, turns sharp, bounce. Hartley got nowhere near it. Good take again by Bharat. Talk about the pitch not being as sharp and it's bounced as much, but Bharat's been excellent behind the stumps for India.
Here is Ashwin again, bowls, and just a tiny bit too short. Short enough for Hartley to go back onto his stumps and play it off the pitch, punching it to sweeper, and they go through for another single. You know, there are times in Test matches where you go an hour, a whole session, where really not very much happens. I happen to love those quiet periods as well. I think they're an intrinsic part of the game. But here we are, what an absolute privilege. We're into the first session on the 4th morning, and we've barely had a quiet 10 minutes. Never mind a session.
Quiet 10 minutes in, and also with a realisation that I don't think 3 results are possible, because I think the draw is still out of the equation, but I think both teams are, you're talking 50-50. I still think the surface is a good surface in the middle, in the hole. I think obviously if India were this far in front against England, you'd be slightly concerned, but I'll tell you what, the more and more it ticks over, the more Hartley keeps rotating the strike with Ollie Pope. If this gets to 220, 240, 250, and all of a sudden you're thinking, right, India are against it here, and India aren't the favourites to win the game, and it's not even 50-50.
The last time a visiting team scored 400 plus in the second innings in India was England, scoring 406 in Ahmedabad. It was drawn, but that series England won, and this has been smacked. Siraj continuing from the Shivlal Yadav pavilion end. Short delivery, straying down the leg side. Hartley swirling and getting a boundary towards square leg. Brilliant shot, that one, to start the over.
I mean, how long is it now before England become favourites in this match? Because again there, Siraj annoyed from the previous over, drop catch, and lets him have it. Hartley just said, get off, you're not quick enough on this pitch to trouble me. Off you go for 4, but it comes down to now, how long before England become favourites to win this match?
I'm not sure how long. I think they still might need a few more runs yet, but again, to the level of panic of Rohit Sharma and Mohammad Siraj, they've now gone 3 men back, so they've gone to England's tactics with a short ball. They're trying to bowl, they've pitched it up enough, they can't get the wicket. Tom Hartley's on strike, tried to get him on strike as much as they can to get him out. Now the bowling bounces to hope that he's going to top edge one.
Siraj to Hartley, this time straying down the leg side. Fuller delivery, he tried to flick it, but missed it. I think it nicked the pad there. I think it's an easy question now for me. England leading by 215 runs. I'll ask both of you, what do you think is a target where England think they can challenge India? Not favourites perhaps, but challenge India. Steve?
I think they've got the total to challenge India. I think they had the I think 180 to 200 was right. When you talk about par scores, below par scores and above par scores, I think a below par score was 180 to 200. They're now getting to 220, 240.
Siraj once again, short delivery, and Hartley gets out of the way. Slower one, this one.
Yeah, just looped it. Mark Wood bowls now. He's got 10 mile an hour on Mohammad Siraj, and Mark Wood give up after 10 balls bowling short balls because he knew it wasn't the right thing to do. You know, Mohammad Siraj now is going to try the short ball route, and well, it might work. It didn't work for Mark Wood, so it'll be interesting to see how Mohammad Siraj goes over the course of the next sort of 10 minutes running in. We know he's got a lot of energy, but I think once you get to 240 into the 250 mark, I think that's when England are in a position where you're going, right, it is 60-40 now in England's favour, and anything above that is going to be a real challenge for India.
Siraj coming round the wicket to Hartley, straight a delivery on the middle stump. He stood tall at the crease and played it onside.
I don't think the wicket, I don't know what Goffey thinks, but we're here on the ground and we see the wicket. I don't think the wicket is spinning sharply.
Yeah.
I don't think it's massively inconsistent. I think if you hit the good surface of the pitch, which is from like a 4 metre length to a 6 metre length, I think there's no demons in it just yet. So I think it's not so much the number. I think if England can bat into the next session, the time on the surface is going to be more important.
As this one, bit of glove in there, was there? Short delivery down the leg side. Again, a pull from Hartley, but not enough on it. So, Darren, Steve says 215 already enough to challenge. Maybe 260 is to worry India a lot. What do you think?
I think England have got a great chance of winning. I really do. You just have to look at the stats, the history. Wherever you are in the world, when you're chasing in the last innings of a test match, there's not many big scores about. Yes, records have been broken over the last 5 or 6 years where the run rates have gone up, but there's enough in this pitch to trouble India. Absolutely.
Siraj once again round the wicket as he bowls a straighter back of length delivery to Hartley, who stands tall and drives it back to the bowler, and that's the end of the over. 97 overs in England's second innings. It's 405 for 7, and you know what? This is the first time England have passed 400 in a second innings since September 2018, and that was at the Oval against India. And this is the first time England have passed 400 in a second innings overseas since March 2013. That was against New Zealand at Dunedin. 421 for 6. So a lot of records being broken here, Darren.
Yeah, absolutely, and this team will continue to keep breaking records when they play with this mentality. And I think if you want me to put a figure on it, I mean, Army said there, I think they need 240, 250 gives them a real good chance. But I think once you start getting over that 250, I think England become favourites. I really do.
Ashwin to continue from the VVS Laxman end, and he's bowling to Ollie Pope, who's played absolute blinder of an innings as he comes down the track and plays it down towards long on for a single. 190 now. His highest is 205 against Ireland, and he's looking at the horizon of that score now, Steve.
Not to put a sort of mockers on him, commentators do that, but he looks they look devoid of ideas against Ollie Pope now. Indian bowlers, they really do. They're just hoping Tom Hartley gets out at the other end.
Ashwin to Hartley, and that was turning away from the left-hander, beats his outside edge. No damage done though.
And Joe Root said at the press conference last night, it was a brilliant interview by Joe Root, talked about once in a generation innings.
Silly extra cover in position as well. This one not too short as Hartley goes back in his crease and tries to smash it, but doesn't get a lot of bat on that.
I didn't quite agree with him last night as though it was once in a generation innings. I do now.
As the reverse sweep comes back out and beats the fielder at backward point. That was Jasprit Bumrah. In fact, it was Mohammad Siraj who made a full stretch dive but completely missed that one. Another boundary to Hartley. It's 410 for 7 now.
Fantastic execution of a shot. He gave the stumps away there. His body was well outside leg stump. He gave the stumps away to access the ball and played it absolutely perfectly. Great positioning.
Fourth boundary for Hartley, who's moved on to 32 as he goes back in his crease. Short of length delivery, turning away, but he pulls it down the ground towards long on. Ravindra Jadeja, the fielder there, for a single. 411 for 7. The lead now 221 runs.
Yeah, just to finish on Ollie Pope, I think when Root said it was a once-in-a-generation innings, I think it is now.
As this one short of length on the off stump, and he's used that width to guide it down towards third man for a single. He's moved on to 191.
players coming to India and scoring hundreds, big hundreds and double hundreds. It's very, very few and far between for opposition players. Joe did it the last time we were out here in the first test and won the first test, but not many players come and make the big scores, and keep saying it, reiterating coming into it. He had 6 months out. His highest score in 9 innings was 34, so it just shows you the work he's done.
218 Joe Root scored in Chennai in 2021. That is the pandemic era, and that's the game that England won. A lot of reverse swing for James Anderson in the second innings. India really bamboozled. 600 plus England got in that score?
I think it was 600 plus. Then Virat told the world after the game that he wasn't happy with the surface as captain, and he played on the outfield for the next 3 test matches, and I think we scored one score after over 200 after that, after Jared, wasn't it? One score after 200, one score over 200 after that in 7 goes. So it was a tough time after that first test.
As Siraj continues from the far end with those 2 wider slips to Ollie Pope, who drives it to its mid-off for no run. Jared?
Have you guys kept any eyes on the Australian test match, Australia-West Indies?
I know Travis has been out twice for
2 golden ducks. Yep.
2 golden ducks, yeah.
So he's got a king pair. Mitchell Stark's currently in and swinging wildly because Australia are, massively, I would say now, behind the game. They're 6 wickets down. They need 71 runs with 4 wickets in hand, Australia. And Shimar Joseph is all over them at the moment. So quite exciting in both games.
Good day to be an English cricket fan, I guess. As Siraj bowls back of length, incoming delivery as Pope plays it towards the leg side. Let's put that question now, what Steve said in accordance to what Joe Root said in his post-match comments yesterday. Because alongside me is former England international Kevin Peterson, who scored 186 in Mumbai, a game England won. Where do you rank this knock from Ollie Pope, KP?
Yeah, good morning. First time on radio this morning. It has been mightily impressive. I just absolutely love the intensity at which he's batted. I've loved the intensity at which all the England batters have batted.
Siraj once again, and this was Fuller on the leg stump. He tried to hoik it towards square leg, but didn't get enough on it just to run there. The umpire, we'll have to wait if he's signalling leg byes. Yes, he does. 413 for 7.
And in the context of this game, it's one of the great innings. Absolutely. It is quite remarkable what people like Pope, people like Duckett, and all the batters have done to this Indian bowling lineup. They've almost destroyed the confidence of Ravichandran Ashwin, Ravindra Jadeja. And these are stalwarts of the Indian game, stalwarts of these conditions. Those 2 together have got over 500 test wickets, more than Kumble and Harbhajan. And so for what the England players have done and what they've put on over the last 24 hours is nothing short of remarkable.
I mean, KB, Ashwin has gone at 4.5 and over in this inning. Akshar at 4.5 as well. Jadeja was 4+ yesterday as Siraj comes around the wicket to Hartley on the off stump as he dabs it defensively. Jadeja's just brought it under 4 today, but absolutely nobody would have believed that these spinners would go for 4 and over or in excess of that.
No, and it's been unorthodox, but these England players get praised for being unorthodox. They get praised for taking risks. They have a no-fear attitude. And when you have a leadership structure under Stokes and McCullum that actually wants the players to be more aggressive when they feel like they're being aggressive, it's quite an amazing thing in human life.
Siraj once again to Hartley again. He's backed away, tried to dig it out. Didn't get enough bat on that. Siraj probably thought he had a chance there.
There's many people that live with fear, and you're worried and you get anxious. But what Stokes and McCullum have done with this England team, if they've taken away anxiety, they've taken away fear, they've taken away consequences, and they've just allowed young minds to be fresh minds and old minds to regather their fresh minds. I was sitting with Stuart Broad in South Africa a couple of days ago, and he was talking about the mindset of this England team, and it is as positive as he's ever known any England cricket dressing room.
While this management obviously has worked on the mindset of their players as a team together, as an individual, just looking yourself in the mirror, how do you do that? Because you played a lot of fearless cricket yourself.
Yeah, I absolutely did, and I just did what my personality was telling me to do. I couldn't play in any other way, so no matter what era it was.
As Siraj again back of lane outside the off stump, there was width there, so Hartley tried to cut it, but got an inside edge. No harm done. It's 413 for 7.
No matter what era it was just my personality that made me play in that manner. But in this era here, every single player is being encouraged to be positive, encouraged to be taking the aggressive option, and in so doing, they're also being given the full backing that there are no consequences. And that is the key differentiator between eras gone by and this era.
The no consequences bit, the no regrets bit, is that what is, the definition of Bazball as per you, as you would see it?
Bazball's got nothing to do with bat, and it's got nothing to do with ball. It's got a lot to do with the mind, and it's got a lot to do with the trust in the process and the trust in being positive.
Just a question here. Would you have loved to play under a management with a mindset like this?
Like I said, I played that way regardless. I obviously there were consequences when I played. There are none now, and it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant because this team are now playing in a different way, and they've absolutely.
Akshar Patel replacing Ravichandran Ashwin from the VVS Laxman end as he bowls to Ollie Pope, who drives the ball towards cover for no run.
And they've absolutely got India in a tight place. They've got them in a corner.
Right, Akshar Patel for the first time this morning, and this time Ollie Pope coming forward with a defensive prod back to the bowler. England lead by 223 runs, and as KP said, India in a bit of a bother, in a bit of a corner right now. Field is quite spread out for Ollie Pope. There's just one slip in position. There's a short third man and short fine leg as he's come out with his big front foot and drives the ball towards the boundary. There's a fielder in the deep, but he's not going to cut it. Very nicely timed, picking the gap, and got that boundary. Ollie Pope moves on to 195 now.
195 brilliant runs. Absolutely outstanding, this. It's the manner in which these guys have gone out to go and do their business.
Just played it very, very nicely. No big power in that, but he got that boundary easily. Wanted to set off for a single here. It was on the off stump, played with very soft hands. 417 for 7, 5 away from what would be a magnificent double 100 here. Akshar Patel, 2 deliveries in this over remaining. And he's tried to play it late, but a thickish edge there. Off the gloves of Bharat there perhaps. It's been given by, so no edge, but a single there. 418 for 7 now. 228. What's the number in your head which says India already in a bother, but what makes England favourites here?
I thought England were favourites this morning. For the wickets that they had left, they had 4 wickets left. I thought they were in charge this morning. And I say that because we've seen the way that you probably have to play on this wicket. You have to be unorthodox, you have to take risks. And it looks like it's the kind of wicket that you need to start sweeping, and you need to start playing in the way that the England batters have played. Indian batters don't play that way. There's so much pressure on these Indian batters. There's so much pressure whenever you play for England. For India. England, yes, but India's on a different level.
As Akshar bowls now to the left-handed Tom Hartley. This time fuller delivery. He's coming round the wicket. Fuller delivery on the middle stump, and he's flicked it towards mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, to get a single. And that'll be the end of the 100th over of the English innings, 419 for 7. Yes, Jared.
KP, it's interesting that you say that with favourites, because I thought that it was a fairly even game myself, and I had a look at the odds this morning on the way in, and you could get England at around 650 to 1. So the money hasn't really come in for England, but I thought that once there was a bit of a partnership, it would flow in. But even so, the bookies are still saying they're favourites. But CricViz now has England as favourites for the first time in this game. So it's starting to swing very, very towards England, but slowly, of course, because they're not scoring particularly fast at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look at the England fans in the crowd here, they are beaming. Their smiles are from ear to ear. They're up, they're singing, the trumpet is playing. It's very positive from an Englishman's perspective here in Hyderabad.
It's a great Sunday morning for some Test cricket. Ravichandran Ashwin has replaced Siraj, and his ball, Tom Hartley, first ball. Change of ends for him. Tom Hartley backing away, trying to play that one late, but it came straight into his stumps. Not much loop, but that doesn't matter. The 8th wicket's gone, and the 80-run partnership is finally broken.
Yeah, and what you hope now is the way that Hartley played. He got 34 from 52 deliveries. He batted beautifully. He was in complete control until he got a delivery that has hit his off stump about 4 or 5 centimetres from the floor. So walking back, he'll now go and sit in the dressing room. He'll see that replay. And what you will hope is he'll look at it and he'll go, right, let me take the confidence from my batting into my bowling, because there is every single chance that England are going to get the opportunities to take 10 wickets. And they could get those opportunities today. And they should make the play today. If you're an Indian fan and you've been watching this Indian team in the last 24 hours, I think you'd be bitterly disappointed in their approach.
Yeah.
And you'd be bitterly disappointed in how heads have dropped and how uncommunicative a lot of the players have been, and they've been standing in their positions, and it just looks as if they've just been going over through the motions. They've not been trying to make anything happen. When you have a look at the situation now, the players are just dawdling between fielding positions. There's no real great plan as you look around the field. Rohit Sharma's at first slip already. Ashwin is now starting to move a couple of fielders around, short legs coming into place. There's more energy in the crowd than there is with the Indian players, and that's not something you see very often.
Jared, do you want to add a word?
Well, just that's the sort of wicket where India is going to be really excited by that. They finally got the breakthrough, but also it's kept low, and they now know they're going to have to come out and face this, right? So,
which is one of the points that KP made as Ashwin gets ready to bowl to Mark Wood, who's the new batter, right-handed. He's coming round the wicket. Fuller delivery, a bit more loop to that one, but he's forward and defends it.
Yeah, we're seeing the replay now, and it hasn't bounced at all. So if you were able to see Folkes yesterday and you remember what happened to Folkes, well, that didn't bounce as much as Folkes even.
This one wide outside the off stump, tempting him. Bit more loop again. Mark Wood wanted to play it late, but missed it. Even Ben Stokes faced that ball from Ashwin. It stayed low. So England will be hoping that there are 10 deliveries that can stay low. This one, Fuller, and driven towards cover. But you're right about the body language. You've seen a lot of Virat Kohli's captaincy as well. What have you thought about Rohit Sharma? Was he passive? Was he chasing the ball?
He's a different personality. You can't compare the two.
Ashwin to Mark Wood, who's forward. No bat in there.
He's a completely different person, is Rohit Sharma. He's a calm, he's a cool character, gets on and does his business. And not everybody's going to be the same.
Ashwin once again to Wood, who's forward and defends that one to end the over. It's 419 for 8. A comment from Kevin Peterson and Jared Kimber, and then Andrew McKenna to take it to lunch.
And when you've got those different personalities, you obviously lead the team differently. But I just think that instead of talking about Rohit Sharma and instead of talking about Virat Kohli, who'll be back in a couple of games' time, the discussion needs to be on how England batters have completely outfoxed the Indian spinners. And when you've got a combination like Jadeja and Ravichandran Ashwin, who are returning better numbers than Kumble and Harbhajan Singh, you know that what the Indian or the English batters have done here is quite something remarkable. Reverse swept. I mean, they've swept themselves off their feet, and they've swept these Indian bowlers off their feet as well. They just haven't had a reply.
Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, buddy.
I didn't expect to be commentating with England still batting an 8 down at this stage of the morning. What a morning. Right, Ollie Pope, 195 not out. His highest test score is 205 against Ireland last summer. He deserves to get 11 more to make this his best innings, statistically speaking. Jadeja will start a new over. Ollie Pope is down playing the reverse. He's taken on the pad. Jadeja really wants that one. Paul Rifle says no. Jadeja said to Rohit, we need to review, and after a discussion with his wicketkeeper, Rohit says we will review. Again, body language not great from the Indian fielders.
Chief umpire to director players review for LBW. The original decision not out. I've checked the feet, and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision, please?
Murray Erasmus will go through the process.
I need ultra edge to confirm that there's no bat.
Ollie Pope is playing a reverse. I don't think he's touched it. We will go to the Snicko. Then it's about how much it's spun. Remember, it's not out, so umpire's call would be in Ollie Pope's favour. So it will have to clatter into the stumps.
He played over that one, Macca, but the spin after he played over it is what might save him, because it looks like it's just going past off stump, doesn't it?
Yeah. We're still waiting on Ultra Edge, by the way. It's about to decide whether he hit it, and then we'll go on to the process of the actual line of the ball, and will it go on and hit the stumps? And we're still waiting. Here we go.
Okay, roll through into the pad. Thank you. No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready.
So as we suspected, no bat. And here we go. Now the important bit.
Pitched in line. Impact is umpire's call, and it's missing the stumps. So you can stay with your decision ball. I'll tell you when you're on screen.
So one red, one yellow, one green. Ollie Pope is not out. And India will have to take their positions once again. It didn't feel out, that one. There's a lot going on, in fairness, for an umpire when a player's playing a reverse like that. But Paul Rifle got it right. Jadeja in once again, left arm around. Pope pushes up to mid-on. Ashrazar will field, and there is no run. 229, the England lead. It's just incredible stuff from where they were, trailing by 190 on first innings. Jadeja around the wicket, Pope solidly forward, plays back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of people that thought that this test match could have been done and dusted by now. But it isn't. It could be done and dusted later, that is for sure.
Jadeja slightly shorter. Pope goes through square point and will take a single from the fourth ball of the over. So Mark Wood will be on strike for the last couple. Mark Wood's job is just to stay there. Get Ollie Pope on strike as much as he can. Get him to that double. And then see where we go. Mark Wood and Stuart Broad played incredible innings in Johannesburg a few years ago when they were plonking it to all parts. That's not your job at the moment, Mark. Right, there's a slip for Mark Wood. Bumrah's coming up at mid-on. Akshar's going back to deep mid-off. Mark Wood is forward, pushing out on the offside, no run. There's the first of the two balls successfully negotiated.
Yeah, no silly point. That would have gone straight to silly point. Being respected, isn't he? Mark Wood is also being respected. They worry he's got the reverse sweep in him as well.
Jadeja is in, beats him on the outside edge, or does he feather it? He's feathered it. Mark Wood goes.
So England lose their 9th. 4:20 for 9. Mark Wood goes for a 7-ball duck. And we are expecting Jack Leach to bat despite that injured leg. So he will come out and try and assist Ollie Pope to eke out just a few more. But it's 420 for 9 as Mark Wood's dismissed, caught behind England's lead 230 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, we are seeing signs that Leach is going to come out and bat. He's hobbling down the steps, but Ollie Pope is going to need somebody here. It's all going to be on Ollie Pope to see how many he can get. Is he going to reverse sweep? Is he going to change his game at all? What is he going to do? But it's good signs to see Leach, who the way that he's walking out to bat makes me feel like he will not be able to bowl. That is a hobble, that is a limp.
It's not a full Nathan Lyon, it's not quite that bad, but he's certainly not moving. The other point now is, can he run up and down between the wickets with Ollie Pope? And therefore, as you say, that's going to determine how Ollie Pope's going to bat. We will find out very shortly how mobile Jack Leach is or otherwise.
Well, I don't think it's a torn muscle, so I think that, I mean, with Nathan Lyon in the summer with the torn calf muscle, and I know a lot about a torn calf muscle, you can't move. So you're not even walking the way that he's walking at the moment, and he now just has a little jog from the popping crease, so he's able to run. With a torn calf or a torn hamstring, you're not running.
So the word is it's above the knee, and it's gathering fluid around the knee. So it is what we're being told.
Well, whatever we're being told, the state of the game requires him to be able to run between the wickets, and it looks like he will run between the wickets. He's jogged a 2 there now, Jack Leach, so anybody listening to the broadcast and worrying whether or not he'll be able to support Ollie Pope with running between the wickets, he will, and he's going to, and he's going to brave it here for England's cause.
He's already played one of the most famous innings in an England shirt when he actually didn't get a single run. So come on, Jack, time for another one of those. Headingley all over again, please.
Yes. 4 required for Pope. Field is spread. 4 for 200.
It is Bumrah coming back into the attack from the Shivlal Yadav pavilion end, the far end. There is a slip in place. Jaiswal, he's the only close man. Here comes Bumrah, right arm over the wicket to punt, who goes down to play the scoop and is bowled. Loses the stump out of the ground. Ollie Pope hits his pads in frustration. He's finally dismissed for 196 from 278 balls. 21 of those were hit for 4s, and he is already getting a standing ovation from the stadium, and the England fans who are gathered away to our right, and the Indian players go over and shake his hand. Ollie Pope has played one of the most significant innings in an England shirt, and it means India will need 231 runs to win this test match in 2 sessions left today and potentially 3 tomorrow. Ollie Pope raises his bat to all parts of the ground. He will now take off his helmet as he reaches the boundary edge. Jack Leach hangs back and allows Ollie Pope to leave first. Ollie Pope has taken his helmet off, and as he passes a couple of members of the backroom staff, he gives them that little look at the headset. Well, I tried to get there, I just couldn't quite get the double. But you know what? 196 in this situation is as good as 250 in some others. It has given England a chance.
It's given England more of a chance. England are firm favourites. They have to be firm favourites. And momentum is something that we talk about a lot, that the players talk about and dressing rooms talk about. It's the smiles on the faces in the England dressing room right now. It's the taps on the backs of Ollie Pope and the batters that have produced something pretty brilliant this morning too, that will now just filter around. It'll be the management, they'll be laughing, they'll be joking. It'll be Brendan McCullum saying, right, Root, you'll take the ball. Well, I hope you'll take the ball and get us 3. There's a little passage of play. I don't know if they have called lunch. We're 7 minutes away from lunch. Do you think they have called lunch? They might have called lunch.
My guess is, yeah.
I think they have called lunch. All I'm doing is I'm looking downstairs at where I'm supposed to be.
That lift better be working.
I don't think it will. They normally stop it at this time, bringing up all the food. So, if you'll excuse me, I've got television duty
Yes,
to do.
I think you need
But
a
what I
pause.
will say is, as I leave, that was unbelievable from Ollie Pope. What an innings of absolute quality, of absolute genius. And 196, you're so right, is worth 100 more in any other situation. England are in front, and I think today England could do the job.
Kevin, thank you very much for the time being. There's a parachute for you. You can just jump off the front. That might be the quickest way. What an effort from Ollie Pope. He has set something up. England 420 all out in their second innings after being rolled out for 246 in just 64 overs in the first innings. In the second, Crawley 31, Duckett 47, Pope 196, Root 2, Bairstow 10, Stokes 6, Folkes 34, Rayan Ahmed 28, Hartley 34, Mark Wood 0, Jack Leach 0 not out, and England 420 to set India 231 to win. The bowling figures: Bumrah 16 overs and 1 ball, 4 for 41. Ashwin 29 overs, 3 for 126. Akshar Patel 16 overs, 1 for 74. Jadeja 34 overs, 2 for 1 for 31. And Siraj 7 overs, 0 for 22. And everyone can pause. What an effort. And Jared Kimber, just give me some sort of statistical analysis. 231 to win in India. I mean, they've given themselves a chance, and that's all they could ask for from where they were.
Yeah, I think when we look at fourth innings chases in India, we kind of look at two different things, Macca. It's generally either on a pitch where the ball's ragging sideways, right? And so because of that, it means chasing anything in the fourth innings is almost impossible. The other thing is that quite often it's on the fourth or fifth day when the pitch is decomposing. Now, we've had 2 balls run a little bit low, so there's an element of that. But that's why chasing in India is tough. This particular wicket, watching Tom Hartley just open the face to Ashwin and run him to backward point off a new ball, it's a little bit different, and so it keeps India in the game. But statistically, you would have to say that England are certainly around at least a 40 to 45% chance, and maybe even more if you factor in traditional Indian results. So it's very fascinating. Just in the other Test match, I don't know if you've been if you got one eye on that as well, Macca. Australia now 172 for 7, 172 for 7. Well, there was almost a catch again there, with a target of 216. So that Test might come down. And young Shimar Joseph, 5-wicket haul again. What a story his career has been, from almost working in a sawmill to becoming maybe the brightest young fast bowling on the planet at the moment. So some really exciting stuff here. But yeah, definitely in this chase, I think if I'm India, I'm looking at that Ashwin wicket of Hartley and thinking to myself, well, they only need to get a couple on line, and that's going to put pressure on us. There's no Kohli, there's no Pujara, there's no Rahane. Some of those really solid old heads not there. They're probably going to go for it, so they're going to give England a couple of chances early on. It's exciting, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'm just going to ask Goffey to pick up his microphone at this point as well. Goffey, Kevin's just said he hopes Joe Root opens the bowling. Would you go that way as well? And who would be at the other end? Do you go any of Mark Wood or straight into spin?
Well, Bumrah's just got 4 for 41. You've got to go with Mark Wood, and I would go down the route of Joe Root for a few. And then I think Hartley will come on pretty quick as well. But like I said, Bumrah's been fantastic this Test match on a pitch that favoured spin mainly. Not much sideways movement, but he's showed his terrific skill and his ability. And to pick up 4 wickets in that second innings is outstanding. And 4 for 41 when one of the opposition batters gets 196. That's pretty good skills, right?
Cool.
So you've got to start with Wood for a couple, and then you're going to go with Joe Root, and then I think Hartley will come into the attack pretty quickly.
Goffey, thank you very much for the time being. So we are at the interval. It is lunch on day 4. England have been bowled out for 420. Ollie Pope, the last man out for 196. Bowled, trying to reverse scoop, to take himself to a double 100 and to take England even further clear. But he had the poles rearranged by Jasprit Bumrah. A quite brilliant innings. But it sets up 5 sessions for India to score 231, a total that is not chased down very often in Test matches in the 4th innings, and even less often on the subcontinent. So here we go, the players are on the way, England are out, and here come the batters. It is going to be absolutely fascinating. The crowd has built up during the day. There are still people coming through the gates now. And it will be Joe Root to open the bowling for England from the Mohammad Azharuddin end, the end that we are at. He's in conversation with Ben Stokes, setting his field. There'll be a slip, a short leg. Ben Duckett is at shortish, straight mid-wicket. Johnny Bairstow is going to come down to long on in case Rohit decides to have a run at it, or Jaiswal. There's a backward point, deep cover, who looks like Dan Lawrence. Stokes himself is at mid-off, and a short fine leg and a deep square leg. So that is the field. I'm Andrew McKenna. Very good morning to you. Alongside me is Chetan Narula. Strap yourself in, Chet.
Oh, absolutely, Andrew. There haven't been too many occasions in the last 10, 12 years where India have been under the pump going into the 4th innings. Not many matches where they've batted in the 4th innings. But here we are, 231, 10 wickets.
And Joe Root will start around the wickets. In he goes for the first ball of the final innings, and it's turned on the onside by Rohit, and there is no run.
Speaking just as an Indian voice, I would just say that I still back India to cross the finish line here. 5 sessions, pitch isn't having quick turn, home conditions.
And then there's that word but. Joe Root goes in now. That one's outside of off stump and turns back in sharply. Rohit back down the pitch, no run.
First hint of sharp turn with the new ball, obviously. But the ball's been keeping low here and there. There's some good turn to be found with the new ball. And then there is India's attacking instinct.
Root around the wickets. In he goes. Bowls. Rohit beats Ollie Pope at short leg, and India are underway in the 2nd innings out to Hartley, who's the man at deep square leg. 1 on the board, 230 more to win.
When we say slow turn, there's enough turn in the pitch to trouble batters if they go into their shell. So India needs to find that fine balance between attacking and being positive. I think they went a little overboard in the 1st innings, perhaps, especially with some of the shot selection.
Simon the trumpet is giving it Jerusalem, as are the Barmy Army away to our right-hand side as Joe Root goes in. And Jaiswal gets his first delivery that he pushes out on the offside with no run. And the England fielders applaud the England supporters for the version of Jerusalem, and the supporters return in kind to the players. It is a very much symbiotic relationship between the pair of them. Root goes in once again. That's a good one. Hurries on to Jaiswal actually, and off the inside half of the bat, drops down to his toes, and there's no run. Now we make that 5 balls gone, and Paul Rifle has handed Joe Root his cap and is now going to take it back from him and say, sorry, my mistake, there is 1 more ball in the over.
Yeah, needs a new counter, doesn't he? Yesterday also some sort of confusion happened with 1 ball remaining.
Yes. Joe Root then to finish the first over. That turns and bounces. That's a ripper. Joe Root has bowled that, and that was quick as well, actually. 97.5 kilometres an hour. And Ben Foakes took that
jumping up and still around armpit height. That is an absolute ripper to finish the first over. So 1 on the board here on TalkSport 2. Goffey, that's a great start from Joe Root.
Great start from Joe Root. I'll tell you what, this test match pitch, it might get some criticism purely because some of the amount of turn it's had on occasion, but I think it's been an absolute belter. It's created a test match where we've had a high scoring rate throughout. The ball has turned, the spinners are in the game. The seamers, high quality seamers by the way, Bumrah, 4 wickets, 6 wickets in the match. I think it's had everything. What a test match we're having here. And it's not over yet. Anything can happen. It can go either way.
I totally agree. I think, what more do you want in a test match? We've had punch and counter punch, and it's allowed to turn, and it is India. Right, Mark Wood then from the opposite end, and here comes Mark Wood in to Rohit, opens the blade. He's turning it down through third, and it'll be away for a boundary. It was chased all the way. Hartley was after that one, but he was within about 5 metres as it hits the sponge. India 5 without loss, 2-6 away from victory.
Easy pickings that for Rohit Sharma. There was width outside the off stump. The ball's not going to move a lot. It's not going to do what Mark Wood wants it to do right now. Just opening the face of the bat. There's nobody in the deep there behind the fielder at backward point. Easy boundary.
Mark Wood in once again, outside of off stump. Goes through to Ben Folkes, and there is no run.
And just to add on to Goffey's point there, it spun from day one. And you can't complain because it's been a fantastic pitch. As he said, something in it for everybody. The pacers, the batters, the spinners from both sides. And we are on day 4 and we've got a fantastic 4th innings in prospect.
Mark Wood turns at the far end. Comes charging in towards umpire Chris Gaffney, goes past him, bowls. Rohit plays from the crease, just defensively out on the offside, and there is no run.
And different ways of playing. We saw ledge that is Kevin Peterson saying, but you don't see Indian batters sweeping much. He's not sure it's the way to go. England come out, and what did they do? Reverse sweep. And that's what got them off to an absolute flyer. And they kept that momentum going for the whole innings. No matter who come in, the partnerships kept building and building and building. It's terrific test match, it really has.
Mark Wood comes in, gets the edge, and it lands, I think, just short of Crawley. Rohit's got the edge. Did it carry? It was low. Looking at Zach Crawley's reaction, it might have carried, you know. Rohit's got a boundary that takes him to 9 as India go to 9 without loss. And now all eyes go to the replay screens. It's a genuine outside edge by Rohit. It's just gone through the fingertips right at the end. It's low, but Goffey is a fast bowler. You're looking and you want those taken. I'll come to you in a second because here comes Mark Wood for the next one. It's 2 slips in place off of the thigh pad of Rohit out on the leg side, and they will take a leg bye to go into double figures. 10 without loss here on TalkSport 2. But Goffey, your thoughts on the catch?
Yeah, it's a definite chance, a good chance. Difficult catch because they'll be pretty close actually. It's not a rapid pitch, is it? So they'd have been pretty close in there, especially at second. It'd be a lot nearer than first. But it's low to his right. He's got a Zach Crawley. He's a terrific fielder, got great hands, but it just didn't stick. And sometimes, what do we say? Catches win matches.
Absolutely right. Yep. Zach Crawley's about 3 metres in front of Joe Root at first slip and is about a metre in front of Ben Folkes, the keeper, to back up what Goffey is saying there in terms of where they're standing. Mark Wood comes in once again, and Jaiswal has nothing to do with that one. Allows it to go through to the keeper to end the over. And India, after 2 overs, it's been eventful. Let's be honest, the whole match has been eventful. 2 overs bowled by England, 10 without loss. India need 221 more runs to win, Goffey.
Well, I hope we get this sort of cricket for the all 5 test matches, because we always often talk, don't we, about some of the Ashes series we've had over the years. 2005, last year's Ashes series was fantastic. It was end to end. And then England-India, they're talking about it being as big as an Ashes series, which I think it is. I think it's a superb series, especially the way India have played these last 10, 12 years. And I hope we get some cricket like we did in last year's Ashes for 5 test matches. We don't want to see one team just winning every single game. We want to see entertaining cricket, end-to-end, with both teams a chance of winning.
Can you imagine going to Dharamshala with this series still alive? Oh my goodness!
Didn't
how
I
good
say
would
that?
be?
Didn't I say that? 2-2 going into Dharamsala.
Oh wow, that would be amazing. Right, Joe Root to start the third over. He starts with a lowish full toss to Rohit. If we're honest, he's got away with one there. Rohit's punched that straight to Ben Stokes and there's no run.
Yeah, Rohit was disappointed that it didn't find the gap there. He didn't properly time it either. And India will be watchful, but at the same time they will be positive against spinners.
In comes Joe Root, going away from us. Rohit just from the crease, dead bat, drops it at his toes. No run. So it's a slip and a short leg. There's a backward point. Stokes at mid-off, and then the 3 fielders at slip, backward point and mid-off are the only ones on the offside. Then on the onside, Rayan Ahmed is at a catching mid-wicket. There's Duckett almost straight behind him as Root goes in, outside half of Rohit's bat. And there's no run, dropping it down to short point. There's a short fine leg. Bairstow, as I mentioned, 15 in off the boundary at long on. And then Hartley is at deep square leg. In fact, as I just mentioned round the field, Ben Duckett is now making his way out to a deeper mid-wicket. He's sort of 2/3 of the way back towards the boundary edge. Rohit waits for Joe Root, again gets another pretty full toss. It was a juicy one, knee height, and this time he beat Stokes at mid-off. He missed out one a couple of balls ago. He wasn't going to miss out 2 in the same over. India 14 without loss here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, this is what he wanted to do. With Joe Root, you are going to get these full tosses from time to time. He's not your regular off spinner, so he is going to err on his line and his length, and India need to be prepared to take advantage, and Rohit did take advantage there.
He's got 13 out of the 14 from 12 balls faced without really going at it. That, if we're honest, no, he's just wandered down the pitch to get rid of bits of dust and dirt that are on the surface that was just distracting him, which is why Joe Root is now going back to his mark down beneath us. Settles in and on his way once again, delivers right arm round the wicket. Rohit pushes into the gap on the offside and takes a very comfortable single, 1 more to the total. 15 without loss. It's 216 more runs for India to win this test match.
I think what you're going to remember as well with a spinner taking the new ball, it can be difficult. Slip out your hands, full tosses are going to happen, and Joe Root's not done it that often.
Yeah, the lacquer on the ball and the stitching being fresh as well. Root goes in once again. He takes Jaiswal on the pad. England really won that one. Oh, Jaiswal's had a little amble down the pitch. Throw comes back in. Folks takes the bails off. There's the DRS timer is on. Joe Root's having a conversation and kind of turns his back on it and walks back to Ben Stokes, and England won't review that one. And that is the end of the third over. 15 without loss, India here on TalkSport 2.
They'd burned their 3 reviews in the first innings within 14 overs, but now a lot more at stake here. And
that one's going down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it didn't turn, did it? I mean, I think sometimes, when you speak to batters about playing spin, when it turns every single ball, it tends to be easier. It's when, and this is a pitch actually that's not turned every ball. We've seen Jadeja bowl some ridiculous deliveries that have turned and bounced, and Ashwin as well. But we've also seen a lot of balls that have gone straight on and done nothing for periods of time.
We're going to have spin both ends. Mark Wood bowled 1 over that cost him those 8 runs, and it is going to be Tom Hartley from the far end. He, of course, was the man in the first innings who opened the bowling with Mark Wood. 2 for 131 in the end for him from his 25 overs. He will be from the Yadav Pavilion end. With a short leg and a slip to Rohit. It's leg stumpish, clip to mid-on, and they will be able to take a single 16 without loss.
Now this is what I want to see, because in the first innings, the left-handed Yashasvi Jaiswal took great advantage of the left-arm spinner, that is Tom Hartley, who went for 63 in his 9 overs. So, left-arm spinner against the left-handed batter, not the best of matchups. Obviously, it's different conditions now.
Well, it's also going to give us an insight into the Indian team mentality, isn't it? If they come straight out after him again, it'll tell us quite a lot. And if they don't come straight out after him again, it also tells us a lot.
And whether they want to come out against him, because, again, like I said, the difference in the conditions.
So to Jaiswal, there's still the short leg. There's still Joe Root at slip. Rayan Ahmed is at a short 45 on the leg side. There are 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Hartley gathers and then comes in and bowls. And immediately Jaiswal aims a huge booming cover drive. Doesn't time it. Gets it towards Bairstow at mid-off. Can't prevent the single. Well, I think that kind of answers that question, Chetan. It looks like Jaiswal's going to play his way.
I mean, when they are going to bowl spin with the new ball, there are going to be opportunities to score runs, and India are going to take those opportunities because, like I said, they have to keep on staying positive because there's enough in this pitch if the batters go into their shell.
In comes Hartley around the wicket. Rohit solidly forward, pushes back down the pitch, no run.
So we won't see India just, block and block and block because they have to win the game, obviously. They have to chase that down. So I think it's going to be a good mix of attack and intent and positivity.
Hartley around the wicket. Rohit defending just out on the onside. Ollie Pope will go after that one from short leg. No run.
All they need to do is avoid that careless shot selection. Some of that we saw in the first innings. But England will have chances. We already saw one in Mark Wood's over.
Hartley is in from the far end once again, and Rohit just quietly out on the offside, and there's no run. Gary the Stat has been onto things again. So India set 231 to win. 5 times before they've been set between 225 and 240, so comparable kind of totals. 1 win, 2 losses, 2 draws. I'll take you through those in a second, just to give us some context. In goes Hartley, Rohit defending out on the offside. No run. And that is the end of the 4th over. India 17 without loss. The win was against Australia in Adelaide, so obviously Australian conditions, where they were set 230, won by 4 wickets. They lost against Australia in Kolkata. Now that was back in 1956-57, so we can kind of take a pinch of salt with that. They were set 235 against Zimbabwe at Harare in 98-99. They lost that by 61 runs. And the draws set 236 by England at Edgbaston in 1986, and Australia at Chepauk in 2004-05 when they were set 229. So that gives you just a bit of context of trying to make this amount of runs in the 4th innings of a test match. Joe Root to continue around the wickets, and Jaiswal is forward pushing out on the offside. No run.
There's not much recent listing in there, which tells you 2 things. One, in the last 10-12 years, India haven't had to chase down in the 4th innings too much.
Jaiswal waits as Root makes his way into bowl. It's a push drive out into the cover region. Ben Duckett will field. There's no run.
And the other thing it tells you is that there are not many teams that have come out the way that England have come out against the likes of Ashwin and Jadeja and Akshar and put India under the pump.
Root in, bowls, it's leg side-ish, it's swept away. One of the few times that India have played a sweep, but that ball was there to be swept, and it's swept away for 4. India 21 without loss. Jaiswal has his first boundary, going to 5. India need 210 more runs to win this test match here on TalkSport 2.
Droplet shot on that occasion did Joe Root, and Yashasvi Jaiswal took full advantage of it. Flatter, although quicker. So far, India chugging along nicely.
Root comes in, bowls, little bit of air on that one. Jaiswal pushes it just wide of Joe Root. Root diving away to his right-hand side, can't stop it in his follow-through, and they will take the single 22 without loss.
And pre-match, we were discussing about Yashasvi Jaiswal. I've been very, very impressed with his shot selection. Not just this test match, but throughout his shot international career. Obviously, he scored a lot of runs in the first-class arena in India. But personally, I think he's gained a lot while batting with Jos Buttler at Rajasthan Royals.
Root around the wicket to the right-handed Rohit, turns to Pope at short leg, no run. Are you seeing... Is there a difference in the shots that he plays? Are you seeing a Jos Buttler type influence, or is it maybe the mental kind of stuff and the stuff he's picked up behind the scenes, if you like?
I think it's more about knowing and picking your moment.
Root around the wickets, Rohit turns to short leg, no run.
Sometimes at his young age, batters can be really trying to go against the bowling, trying to get too heavy on the bowlers, get into the attack mode. But across formats, he's gotten into this habit of picking his moment. And I think that has certainly been borrowed from somebody like a Jos Buttler.
Morning, everybody on TalkSport, who's joined us here on TalkSport 2 for the next few minutes. Coffee watching on, nice and tidy from England.
Very tidy from England. Joe Root, I'd like to see him bowling a little bit slower. A little bit slower.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the speeds. I mean, that last over was the quickest was 96 and the slowest was 84. So he's varying it around. Hartley will continue as India 22 without loss. And Hartley is in. He takes Jaiswal on the pad. England are really appealing for that one. Chris Gaffney has said not out. And now the DRS committee will get together and have this discussion. Bowlers had a conversation with keeper. Keeper has a word with captain. Ben Stokes makes the T signal. We're reviewing this one. England looking for their first breakthrough.
There were 6 players discussing it.
Yep, keeper, bowler, captain, man at point to talk about height and things like that.
I've checked the feet and it's a fair level. Can we start with
It was a nothing shot, wasn't it? Nothing shot.
Yeah, it was a very peculiar one. Right, here we go then. It's left arm around. Oh, it's taken a puff of the pitch. He's missed it by quite a long way. So, there's definitely no edge. Has it turned too much, though? And will therefore miss leg stump, I think is going to be the question Maria Erasmus is going to look at. The technology's been quite slow today. We're still now waiting.
There's a bit of a hushed murmur around the ground now. They're all waiting in anticipation.
Here we go. Pitched.
Pitching line, impacting line, and it's missing the stumps. So you can start with your decision, Chris.
So it's not out. England have lost a review, but what that did do was spin sharply. So in a strange way, it's a bad thing. In another way, it's quite a good thing because that did so much. They'll take quite a bit from that, Goffey.
Yeah, nothing shot really. And I say with Jaiswal, I think we're used to him playing shots, but I think that's a good field setting for him, having a deep mid-wicket in place. But yeah, it's DRS and it's been a strange one, this game. I don't know what it's going to show, and that one showed it was bouncing and spinning. I thought it was missing. My initial thoughts were missing leg.
Yeah, absolutely. As Hartley comes in and bowls once again, it's turned quietly out on the onside, no run. So if you are just joining us on TalkSport this morning at 5 to 7 this Sunday morning, England were eventually bowled out for 420. Ollie Pope, a magnificent 196 was the last. So India have been set 231 to win this test match. Hartley is in. Jaiswal swats it out to the leg side. Doesn't actually get that much of it in the end. And it'll be fielded by Zach Crawley out at the deep mid-wicket boundary, and they'll end up taking a single. So India, as I say, set 231 to win. England bowled out for what became the lunch break. So 5 sessions to make 2-3-1. Realistically, though, they're not going to be wanting to take it to the back end of tomorrow because conditions by then to bat will be more than tricky. So India will try and wrap this one up. Jasprit Bumrah, by the way, the man who finished with the most wickets, 4 for 41. Rohit coming forward to Hartley. Just pushes out on the offside, a little bit uppish. England don't have a close-in man on the offside. Duckett will field, and there's no run. So still plenty in this game at the moment.
With that LBW shout, I mean, yes, it was going down leg, but the bounce is what really surprised me. And that's the effect of the new ball, perhaps.
Absolutely. Hartley, left arm around the wicket. Rohit goes on the sweep. And he will get one. Jaiswal, Rohit's not happy. He turned, he got one. He was looking for a second, and Jaiswal was going nowhere. And there was just that moment from Rohit's body language that you're thinking, hey, Sunshine, I'm the skipper here. If I say there's 2, we're coming for 2. So 24 without loss is the scoreline. 207 the target. Interesting that Rohit's sweeping as well. We mentioned very few of the Indian batters swept in the first innings. Hartley to finish the over, brings Jaiswal forward defensively, and there's no run. So it's 207 to win. India here on TalkSport 2 at the end of the 6th over, as India are 24 without loss, Coffee.
Yeah, I think after that LBW shout from Hartley to Jaiswal, I think we might actually see a change in his rhythm, in his batting rhythm, because he's not going to want to get caught on the crease and let the spinners bowl at him. We saw in the first innings he likes to be positive, likes to play a few shots, likes to hit out deep, but England have covered that. Clever play, they've realised, but he likes to hit that deep mid-wicket. They put it in place, but I still think we're going to try and see a little bit more positivity from him.
Jaiswal waits on the non-striker's end, looking at Joe Root. And Root comes into bowl at Rohit, very full, almost sort of Yorker length. Rohit pushes back down the pitch, and there is no run. Hyderabad is in full sunshine this afternoon, full heat. It's about 28, 29 degrees, hottest part of the day. The stands are all well populated. There's 29,000 here in the end yesterday. Be about that again today, watching Joe Root bowl to Rohit. Rohit just defends soft hands, and it just is picked up. There's a really good crowd in the 2 side stands looking at square of the wicket. Loads of kids away to our right-hand side, all in their uniforms and cricket kit, watching Root come in and bowl. It's going to beat Ben Stokes at shortish mid-wicket. Rohit's push, and Johnny Bairstow will field at long on, and a single will be taken. 25 without loss, India.
Much better line and length from Joe Root in the last 2 deliveries. Hasn't been quite consistent now into his 4th over.
He's going to get a go at the left-handed Jaiswal. In Root goes around the wicket. Jaiswal aims a big drive. It's going to be fielded at short extra cover by Ben Duckett, and there's no run.
As expected, India have come out positive. They're looking to create scoring opportunities. They're looking to get attacking, get the runs on the board.
That one from Joe Root, just over 98 kilometres an hour, the slowest one so far this over, 84, so it's about 7 miles an hour difference between the fastest and the slowest. He's in once again, and Jaiswal will raise the bat high and allow it through to Ben Foakes, and there is no run. Obviously Jaiswal is thinking and picking the fact that that's not an arm ball, and it's not going to just run on in with the angle, and it will actually pitch and turn a bit and will miss the timbers. Root's in, bat and pad close together. There's a stifled appeal by England. Nothing more than that. 7 gone here on TalkSport 2, 25 without loss, Coffee.
Yeah, we've seen partnerships, haven't we, throughout the game. This is why it's been such a good test match, Macca. I know we just talked about it, but this turn, there's a little bit of bounce. The odd one keeping low. The seamers have taken wickets. There's been partnerships. We've had an unbelievable innings from Ollie Pope of 196. We've had other batters that have scored in the 80s and 70s. But partnerships has been the key, and partnerships wins matches. And again, India have got off to a nice start, 25 for none. England have not bowled badly, but the partnership is building.
Well, I mentioned yesterday that over 50% of the test matches in India in the last couple of years have finished in 3 days, as we start the new over from Hartley, and it's pushed out on the offside no run. This pitch, I imagine, therefore, has been considerably better than some of the ones that those have been played on, because this has had nuance, this has had time for the game to develop. There's still a whole day tomorrow, should it be necessary. Pitch is getting worn, and it is starting to deviate a little bit as a result. Hartley in. Now that one kept low. It did still spin, but Rohit is able to sort of bend at the knees, drop down and get the bottom part of the bat on and just push it out on the offside, but that one definitely stayed down.
Yeah, that was the first one that actually stayed down for this Indian innings. We are into the 8th over, and the first one to actually keep low.
Good signs for England. The odd one that bounces, the odd one that keeps low, just to almost remind the batters that, you know, if they're all keeping low, that's one thing. As Hartley goes in, Rohit goes forward, press, and then goes back, pushes out to point on the offside and takes the single. 26 without loss. Yeah, just to remind them that it's not just going to be the one that's low. You might get the odd one that bounces, and we're all going to be in the game around the bat. Folks will have a big job to do with the gloves on. You sense Joe Root is going to be really important for the rest of this match, actually, both as bowler and slip. He will hope to be in the game. Hartley, a reverse from Jaiswal. He's got hit on the body in front. England appeal, and Chris Gaffney immediately shakes his head. But this is really interesting for me. India barely swept in the first innings. They certainly didn't reverse. Rohit's already played a couple of sweeps. Now Jaiswal's playing reverses.
Yeah, that's come out of the blue. Absolutely out of the blue. I was surprised by that decision-making, Jaiswal.
Is this pressure? Is this pressure starting to get to them? In goes Hartley around the wicket, and it's the most predictable, huge forward defensive from Jaiswal.
It is pressure, as also the fact that he wants to get on top of the left-arm spinner, like he did in the first innings, because that would give India a huge boost in this chase.
This is why Test cricket's so brilliant. It's just got so much going for it. There's so many different things going on. Hartley into bowl. Jaiswal whips it away into the leg side, all along the surface. Zach Crawley will field, and it's the end of the over as they take a single 27 without loss. Goffey's going to give you some more pearls of wisdom. Pearls, by the way, we're in the city of pearls, is Hyderabad. So more pearls of wisdom from Goffey. Manners will take over the ball by ball.
Yeah, decent start. There's been a few chances for England. They feel as though they're in the game. A couple of LBW shouts that have been pretty close. Error in judgment from Jaiswal. Tried that reverse sweep. Again, it would have missed, pitched outside leg, and it would have missed the stumps. But they feel in the game, England. But India building a partnership, 27 for none off just the 8 overs. Root's going to continue. None for 12 or 4 overs. He's having a chat with his captain, Ben Stokes, a bit of a chuckle.
Driven back down the wicket and nicely fielded by Root off his own bowling. Rohit Sharma 18, Yashasvi Jaiswal 8, and India 27 without loss. Tigers 231 for victory. England bowled out for 420 on the stroke of lunch. Root in again, driven out towards extra cover. Nice diving stop from Ben Duckett to his left. Very well aware on this Sunday morning there might be a few people rising a little later than usual who are tuning in for the first time. I'd like to know what happened in the morning session. Well, Ben Duckett, beg your pardon, Ollie Pope made a brilliant 196. Joe Root in, that lands on almost as a Yorker, but it's driven by Jaiswal down towards long on where Johnny Bairstow fields. India now 28 without loss. Ollie Pope 196, he was the last man out. Truly terrific lower order contributions from Rian Ahmed, who made 28, and Tom Hartley, who made 34. Here is Root once again, and this time it's pushed by Rohit Sharma up towards Rian Ahmed at mid-off, and there's no run. India's target, therefore, 231. Don't worry about the time. 154 overs to score those 231. 28 without loss. Here is Root once again. Low full toss, driven away past Rian Ahmed at mid-off, and that one will not be intercepted before it reaches the rope. And Joe Root knows all too well that you can't be bowling full tosses. England bowled too many as a unit in the first innings, and that is one that he's written off. He's not happy with himself, but he's not going to beat himself up about it.
Yeah, he was disappointed with that delivery, and the thing is, Root has been bowling these low full tosses almost one every over, and India have been taking advantage. While he's been a little more consistent as the ball is getting roughed up, the newer ball, but India know with these spinners they will get that run scoring opportunity almost every over.
So Joe Root has a slip and a short leg in for Rohit Sharma. Backward point, short fine leg. This one is pushed out towards short leg, and Ollie Pope dives to his left. What an innings from Ollie Pope, one that he will never forget. A higher score of 34 in India before this. So Goffey, no early breakthrough.
No, it would have been nice, wouldn't it? We had chances. I say a drop catch at slip. Zach Crawley, Woody. I'm surprised he didn't have another over, actually. Created the edge and the chance, but he got put down. Took him straight off and brought Tom Hartley on, who's had a decent start. But yeah, it's always nice to get an early breakthrough, isn't it? I think for India, they'll go in knocking it off 10 at a time. That's will be the target. Let's just get another 10 off and another 10.
You didn't see Mark Wood holding anything or clutching anything or rubbing anything, did you, after that over or during that over? Short from Hartley in a pull shot. And it wasn't that short, but it was short enough for Yashasvi Jaiswal to think that the pull shot was on, and that's what he did. And did it come off his glove, his pad? Are they leg buys? Umpire Chris Gaffney gets the attention of the scorers and then does indeed signal leg by. So it just the one, yeah, I mean, Woody was talking about bowling 4 over spells and sounding quite relieved about it before the test match began, but not 1 over spells with the new ball. Here is Hartley once again. Forward comes Jaiswal, plays defensively and there's no run. Any have a guess, Goffey, why he might have only bowled 1 over?
He just wants to get spin into the game. He's seen it, and he thinks spin is going to be their best strength on this pitch. Woody didn't get a wicket in the first innings, but I would have looked at it, and if you're high quality, Bumrah, 6 wickets on this pitch, by the way. 6.
Outstanding 4 for 41 in England's second innings of 420. 16.1 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 41. Brilliant figures and a total of 420. R. Ashwin, 3 for 126 and 2 for 131 for Ravi Jadeja. Hartley in once again, and Jaiswal pushes it into a gap on the offside and almost collides with the non-striker as he sets off for a single. 35 without loss. Target is 231. England resumed this morning on 316 for 6 and added 104 with Ollie Pope moving on to 196 before he was the last man out. Bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. So Tom Hartley to the right-handed Rohit Sharma has a slip, and there's a man at deep mid-wicket as well. Long on and long off, or deep enough to concede 1 as Hartley is in. Bowls, Sharma struck on the pad. That ball turning, but I think possibly pitching on or outside leg stump. Yashasvi Jaiswal survived an LBW shout that looked absolutely stone dead but was turning too much. It actually pitched a long way outside the leg stump. That's why it was a polite inquiry from Tom Hartley. May well have been hitting the stumps, Tom, but it's pitched 4 inches outside leg stump. Here is Hartley once again. Forward comes Rohit Sharma, pushing it straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, he's turned quite a few this morning, Tom Hartley, and I think that was a surprise from the LBW against Jaiswal that it turned that much. As soon as I seen where it pitched, which was just outside off stump, I was thinking, right, that's got to hit the stumps, coming back a little bit.
Here is Hartley once again. Rohit Sharma comes forward and plays defensively behind square on the offside. Rohit Sharma 22. Yashasvi Jaiswal has 10. India 35 without loss. England 420 all out, leaving India with a fourth innings target of 231. Goffey, one thing we've never ever accused Ben Stokes of is being passive and inactive as a captain. If anything, he tries too much. His mind will be working overtime here, won't it? He'll probably make lots of bowling changes. If anything, probably over creative rather than under creative.
Yeah, that's what he does. He's always looking to take 10 wickets. I mean, you have to do that to win matches, right, and win games. He started with Ruti. I think he's been okay. A few too many bad balls, but I think Tom Hartley actually has bowled well today. He started really well, a lot calmer.
Root begins another over. Jaiswal pushes it to cover Duckett Fields. 35 without loss. Rohit Sharma 22. Yashasvi Jaiswal 10. India need another 196 to win, and it's a run chase with which they cannot be flippant or nonchalant. They have to take this very seriously, conservatively, and perhaps even. Root in again outside the off stump, and it's pushed away out in the offside. When I say flippant or lightly, I'm talking about maybe if they needed 120, they could put a spurt on and take a chance to hit some boundaries, cut the workload down quickly, but not with a target of 231 in the fourth innings. Root in again, driven by the left-handed Jaiswal, but Duckett Fields at extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, and I think when you break it down, they needed 231 to win. I would think that the hardest part possibly could be the last 100 runs.
Appeal for leg before here as Joe Root is in full and straight.
Because at this moment, we talked about it just before England got bowled out, the pitch is spinning, but it's been spinning for quite basically since day one. It's turning that little bit quicker now, but we're waiting for the unevenness of the middle of the pitch. And the middle of the pitch is quite solid, where they're not hitting the footmarks. It's not turning as much. There's not as many demons in. The ball's not spitting up in the air. So, but as the day goes on after tea, getting into the last session, that's when England might get more reward.
Root in again, too short, pulled away by the left-handed Jaiswal. He's got cover out there. Rayan Ahmed keeps him down to a single, and India move up to 36 without loss.
I think to go on before, you're talking about to Goffey about why Mark Wood only bowled. I would like to see Mark Wood bowl another over, at least 2 overs, because I thought he got the ball to shape. He asked a question of Rohit Sharma outside off stump. I just wonder if Tom Hartley, because he bowled with the new ball in the first innings and it didn't go so well, they tried to bowl Mark Wood to take the little bit lacquer off the ball.
That's given some air, and it's flicked nicely off his toes by Rohit Sharma. It's gone down towards fine leg. Chase on for Mark Wood. He will win. He will overhaul the ball and slide tackles it a couple of yards in from the rope, but they've gone through for a couple, and Rohit Sharma moves on to 24. Yashasvi Jaiswal 11 off 31 balls, by the way, and he was scoring it better than a run of ball in the first innings. India 38 without loss.
I think Jaiswal's been he was the difference in the first innings when they got India off to a good start. I think this innings, England have bowled really, really well to him. Just looking at that last ball there, the ball's gone down a fine leg. 2 runs were had, and that's the beauty about how well England batted in that fourth innings, their third innings, because they got maximised every run. Rotation of strike turns 1s into 2s, 2s into 3s. Rohit's not the sort of quickest between the wicket. He's not the most energetic from a running point of view. And England would have had 3 there, and I think little things like that is why England got to the position they got into, the lead they got into. They pushed India back. They derailed the body language of India because of the little bit of running around they got. So that's something I don't think India are going to do to England. I think they're going to be more aggressive. But England have bowled really well to Jaiswal. They've stopped him from getting his hands free. He hasn't been able to access the ball well outside off stump so he can slug it over to the leg side. The ball very tight to him, and he's not been able to sort of get under the ball. And that's credit to the way England have bowled this afternoon.
Rohit Sharma 24. Yashasvi Jaiswal, who made 80 off 74 balls. in the first innings, and really put England to the sword on the first evening. He's now 11 off 31 balls, so a very different approach from him. Here is Tom Hartley, the left-hander, and a tiny bit of width outside the off-stump, which Jaiswal maximises by backing away to the leg side and chopping a chop-carved cut behind square on the offside for 4.
Yeah, dragged it down from Tom Hartley. He's just missed his length fractionally, and it's a good shot, but he's getting his hands free. He's been able to get his hands away from his body and get his hands free. It was a good shot. Tom Hartley be disappointed at the line of that ball.
Hartley in again. Bob, that's better. Fuller turned away towards short leg, fielded by Ollie Pope. What a test match he's had. It'll always be one of his career highlights, but there's a good chance that it will remain his ultimate career highlight if England win this test match. But they need some wickets. One will do to start off with. That's driven along the ground by Jaiswal towards Ben Duckett at mid-wicket. He's in a catching position. He's in a forward mid-wicket position. Long on is now 2/3 of the way back to the boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket cow corner as well as a deep backward square leg. So 2 men on the leg side, one close to another one. Close caught! Pope's taken the catch and short leg. Tom Hartley has pushed Jaiswal onto the back foot. He's turned it off his pads, and Ollie Pope, as he tends to do at short leg, has taken a screamer. What a piece of reaction fielding from Ollie Pope. Tom Hartley has another test wicket. England have a breakthrough. India are 42 for 1.
What a catch by Ollie Pope. He can do nothing wrong. Jaiswal comes down the wicket, and as he comes down the wicket, Ollie Pope comes up. It's off the face of the bat. To make it harder, it's off the face of the bat. It hasn't hit the pad. It's gone straight off the face of the bat to Ollie Pope, which makes it harder because it's coming faster towards him. Good bowling from Tom Hartley. He's seen Jaiswal come down the wicket. He's dragged it down that little bit more, and he's made sure he's cramped him for room. Not like the 2 balls before where he gave him his hands free. This time Jaiswal had to react, push it into the leg side, and Ollie Pope was there to gobble it up. What a catch by the England short leg, and he can't do anything wrong. What a day Ollie Pope is having.
He may have had a few ups and downs with the bat, and he has during his England career, but he's had no ups and downs at short leg. He's been brilliant the whole time.
He's been as good as I've seen. I'm trying to think of short leg fielders from England's point of view.
James Taylor.
In the recent past, I was going to say James Taylor, Ian Bell. Belly was excellent during sort of my career in that short leg position. Just after me, obviously James Taylor. He was fantastic in that position, and Ollie Pope's took the mantle on. You know, they're not. I think it's easy to say they're vertically challenged, so their movements, you know, low centre of gravity is excellent, and what a catch! That was a really, really good catch, Jared.
I was just about to jump in and tell you that something else that was exciting was happening, but both test matches are simultaneously exciting here. Australia need 12 runs to win, Manners, and the West Indies need 1 wicket.
Steve Smith's still there.
Steve Smith is still there. Josh Hazlewood has just joined him. He almost just got cleaned up by a bouncer from, I think it was, well, I'll just say Joseph, because I think both Josephs are bowling at the moment. That makes it easier. But Shimar Joseph, 6 for 65. So I'll keep you updated on that as well. But very exciting in both games.
They need 12, the last wicket.
10 now.
10. Wow. Well, England have opened the door, which is what they needed to do. They need to keep forcing it open. Well, do they need to keep trying to force it open, or do they just wait and keep it tight?
I think they just keep it tight. This pitch is not going to get any better. So, like I said before, the last 100 runs could be the hardest what they'll get.
Hartley into the new batsman, Shubman Gill, who plays defensively out square of the wicket on the offside, Crawley Fields.
As the day goes on and as the game goes on, the length of time that you're on the pitch, that disturbed the surface. Another one that disturbed the surface off the good part of the surface. So what I mean by the good part of the surface, not round the footholes where the bowlers are landing. That was about 4.5-5 metres of this down the pitch. So from that point of view, it's starting to break up that little bit more.
Tom Hartley continues. He's got
time at Silly Point. Ollie Pope's got another one. A catch at Silly Point. Shubman Gill's hit that off the full face of the bat as he came forward. Ollie Pope just in front of square at Silly Point. Silly mid-off has taken another blinder. This one again, full face of the bat. What a catch. India are 42 for 2.
Wow, what a catch by Ollie Pope. This time he's on right in front of the face, just middle of the bat. Nice push forward by Shubman Gill. Hard hands, very hard hands. It's a lovely delivery from Tom Hartley. He's pushing forward outside quarter of the bat, halfway up the bat, straight into Ollie Pope's hands. He's in midair, he's nearly on his knees. He's coming forward, leaning forward, and as he's coming forward, his feet are nearly off the ground, and it's his knees to the point of contact that hits the ground first. That's how much he's coming at the ball. And he's managed to get two hands on the ball, throw it up in the air, and he's off on the run. Monty Panesar celebration style, runs into the captain, Ben Stokes, and boy, England have now kicked the door in. I don't think they've got it open anymore, Manners.
What a catch. That's a screamer from Ollie Pope. That's brilliant. Now, whether it was his initiative to move a little straighter rather than at Silly Point, somewhere between Silly mid-off and Silly Point, or whether it was Ben Stokes, but just a brilliant reaction catch. Fantastic stuff. Shubman Gill can walk back to the pavilion and know that he's done nothing wrong.
West Indies have won. Shimar Joseph takes his 7th wicket, clean bowls Josh Hazlewood. Things are happening everywhere. I can't believe also, Harmy, both of these catches have come off the middle of the bat so far as well. And when was the last time we even saw a Silly Point? Manners? I thought they were finished. I thought it was done. I thought it was just the name of old blog titles.
You still see them at under 13s.
But I think it was a good fielding position for Shubman Gill, who does tend to sort of play more correct leg side of the ball, a bit like Rohit Sharma, and tries to play to extra cover, extra cover areas. So it would make more sense having a short leg, a Silly Point, than actually a short leg. So from that point of view, it's good planning. Obviously good field position. It's one you practice every morning. So many times Ollie Pope would have practiced in the morning with Marcus Trescothick or Paul Collingwood or Brendan McCullum, just taking catches off the face of the bat. It's easy to catch them in practice, but when you're in the cauldron of Hyderabad, 4th innings of a test match, pressure's on, it's easy to snatch at them. He didn't snatch at that. He took it 2 hands, soft hands, and boy, England have got a great chance now in this test match.
Jack Leach coming on to bowl from the VVS Laxman stand end, or the north end, and he's going to be bowling to Rohit Sharma. 24 not out. India 42 for 2, slip in position. Rohit Sharma with a big forward stride and plays that one defensively. Steve, there's a new Nawab of Hyderabad, and his name is Ollie Pope.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful 24 hours for Ollie Pope. Manners is right. The icing on the cake will be a victory for Ollie Pope, and that will be then talked about one of the greatest innings by an overseas batter, definitely one an England batter coming to India.
Jack Leach bowling with backward point and a short fine leg, and this one is straighter on the off stump, and Rohit Sharma comes forward and plays that with a defensive prod. Shubman Gill was under pressure at number 3, and that just a very, very light.
It's a lazy shot, I think. Yeah. It's a lazy shot. I think you're trying to smother the bounce. I can understand that, but he's just played well out in front of himself. And to carry on the Ollie Pope, you're talking in my time that are playing, Andrew Strauss double 200s in Chennai. I'm thinking Kevin Peterson's 100 in Mumbai, Alistair Cook's 100 out here on the same hundreds are out here on the same tour.
There's a second slip in position, and he is fielding on his knees. Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, he's asking for a helmet. I think he's going to go on his knees close in at second slip, but really, really close in. Put a helmet on. I think Ollie Pope's going to go in there now. And I'll tell you what, Rohit Sharma doesn't want to nick it towards Ollie Pope because he's not dropping anything today. I'm going to ask him to put my lottery numbers on later on tonight because he's having an unbelievable 24 hours. It's brilliant. So pleased for him.
Leach with 2 slips to Rohit Sharma, this time outside the off stump. Bit of length, bit of width, and Rohit Sharma backs off to play towards backward point. No run though.
And to go a little bit further on Ollie Pope, Joe Root spoke magnificently last night about Ollie Pope and his achievement, and I think everybody so pleased for Ollie Pope. He's a valued member of this team, a popular member of this team.
Leach this time, fuller delivery on the middle and leg, and it's been driven towards mid-on by Rohit Sharma, where Tom Hartley, my mistake, it's Zach Crawley, the fielder. And he's moved on to 25. KL Rahul now at number 4. Had a good knock in the first innings, 86. 123 balls there, 8 fours and 2 sixes. So he is the man in form.
He is, and I think if there ever is a time for, probably the only other one that you'd want to come out at this point would be Virat, who normally comes out at number 4. But if you want two players who would calm the situation down, you'd say Rohit Sharma and you'd say KL Rahul in this Indian team, in this situation. So India have got the right people at the crease just to possibly take the sting out of it. England have got their tails up. Another wicket here, and that is England bang on favourites.
2 slips and a silly point for KL Rahul. The second slip, Johnny Bairstow with a helmet on, sitting on his knees as Rahul turns it toward the leg side for no run. That's the end of the over. 43 for 2 after 13.
Good over from Jack Leach. It's uncomfortable, it's restricting. He's got a hematoma just above his knee, which is, taking the fluid towards the sort of knee and the restriction of bend, and it'll not be, I've had 1 or 2 of them in the past, but it did not be restricted, not be painful for Jack Leach. It's just restricting and trying to get movements and trying to get round and trying to get over, but so far he's had a good start.
CricViz have just sent us through something that says that Joe Root usually has more success in days 1 and 2 when he bowls in Asia than he does in days 3 and 4, and he hasn't taken a wicket yet on day 5. And I think it might be, Harmy, because he likes the extra pace, and as the pitches slow down, it might nullify his skills a little bit more.
As Tom Hartley bowls from the far end to Rohit Sharma, back of lane delivery as Rohit Sharma was back in his crease and plays it for a single towards cover.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that, because he gets a lot to skid on. Joe gets a lot to skid on, and that's why you see him bowl a lot from around the wicket to a right-hander. It's not because he wants to turn it back, because he has this ability to bowl a little bit lower in the arm and skid it through. Like we've seen a couple of times in the first innings, we had the nick against KL Rahul, which obviously Ben Foakes didn't catch, but he wouldn't have gotten that anyway because I'd burnt the reviews and it was given buys anyway. But that's the angle that he does, and then if he does get one, a sharp comeback when he brings LBW into the equation. So I understand, I can see why them stats are like that, because that's the way Joe Root bowls. He does get a lot of people caught on the crease, whether he gets them caught behind or caught at slip, with batters pushing forward with a ball that expecting to turn doesn't turn.
Silly point and slip in position for KL Rahul, who plays with soft hands past the fielder at slip, and is also a short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a bit deeper. There's also cover and mid-wicket in position, so a bit of an attacking feel there. The second slip has gone out, as we saw from Jack Leach's over. Hartley again to Rahul, back of length, and he's backed off and cut it away. And the fielder at cover, Zach Crawley, he moved in the wrong direction.
I'd like to see this again, because he's hit it in the air as KL Rahul. He's backed off to hit it through the offside, and it's just sat in a little bit, and he's come off the shot, cramped him for room a little bit. He's hitting it in the air towards Zach Crawley. Zach Crawley's gone 2 steps the other way. Oh, it would have gone straight to, I might not have carried, but it would have gone straight to him. I'm not sure that would have carried where Zach Crawley is, but it looked as though from a line point of view it would have gone straight to him. I think he's thinking it's going towards his right, so he's set off 2 steps to his right, and actually if he had stood still it might have gone straight to him.
Rahul opening his account with that boundary, the ball running away to 4 as this one. He's tried to dab it but missed it completely, and Ben Foakes taking the bails off. He completely moved in the opposite direction.
Yeah,
he anticipated.
Just going to see it here. He's hit it towards, oh yes, it would have gone. I think in fairness to Zach Crawley, it would have gone straight to him, but I think he would have to dive a long way forward to try and catch it. I think it bounced. He's on the side, advertising sponsors on the side of the pitch. You have the 2 advertising sponsors behind the bowler's arm, and then you have 3 sponsors logos which are painted into the side of the pitch. He's standing more or less in the middle of one of them, on the offside, and he's took 2 steps to his right, so he's gone from the middle advertising sponsor to the right hand one, and it's actually pitched probably just short of the logo, so I think he would have to dive forward if it came to him.
Fuller on the off stump as Rahul is forward and plays it defensively.
Nice touch by the Barmy Army. Trumpeter there, Harmy, playing rally around the West Indies for the
rally round. Yes,
I mean,
yes, they never miss, do they? They never miss, Jared. They never miss.
Hey, who
they're
said
not only just great supporters, they're watching.
Who said they don't have charges for their phone? They've got access. They know about Shamar Joseph and his 7 wickets with his broken toe. They're all over it.
Any chance to have a go at an Australian, you know the Barmy Army.
Hartley to Rahul. The ball coming in onto his middle stump. He's back and playing it defensively. So you're listening to us on TalkSport 2. And West Indies, of course, have beaten Australia by 8 runs at the Gabba.
It's a shame that there's only a 2-match test series as well, because they probably weren't expecting West Indies to steal one. And now everyone in Australia has been talking about Shamar Joseph for a week and a half before this test. Like, he's the hero of Australia, and he doesn't get another test to win the series.
Absolutely, but I think when the West Indies picked their team, I think a lot of people were thinking we should just have 1 test match, never mind 2. So I think it's brilliant. I'm pleased because Jared, we talk about, when you talk about World Cups, and we talk about the sort of shortest format events, when Pakistan are either not there or don't play very well in it, or West Indies are not there and they don't play very well, it's a different type of tournament. West Indian cricket, for me, in the world stage, when it's strong, the world's strong. Same with Pakistan. So it's great to see the West Indies, and brilliant to see the West Indies go over to Australia, not just to compete but to win as well.
From pace at the Gabba to spin in Hyderabad as Jack Leach turns this one away from Rohit Sharma, who was forward trying to defend it, but completely beaten by the turn as Leach starts a new over, the 15th for India's innings.
That's a beauty, an absolute beauty from Jack Leach. Drift towards leg stump, sharp turn away, past off stump. Good start from Jack Leach in this over.
Slip in place for Rohit Sharma. This one coming into the stumps. Rohit is forward, defending it, 48 for 2.
And the 2 wickets that England have got, yes, it's great, the enthusiasm, the buzz around there, but it just slows India down from a run rate point of view and a scoring rate point of view, which means the game lengthens that 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe more overs, which is wear and tear on this surface to make it a little bit harder towards the end of this game.
Leach once again to Roy, beats him again. This time turn and bounce. Again beaten outside the off stump, going past that outside edge. So that's twice in 3 deliveries.
It's an absolute ripper as well. Again, drifting it towards leg stump. That's pitched about middle stump. It's turned sharply, gone past the outside edge of Rohit. Missed off stump by quite considerable difference.
Rohit, 26 not out, brings out the reverse sweep, but doesn't get any timing at all on it. Takes the ball on full, and it's gone to extra cover.
Yeah, he's gone for the reverse sweep, something that worked brilliantly for England and put pressure onto the Indian bowlers, but it's not a shot that Indians play a lot, the sweep.
Indians don't play sweep a lot.
Yeah, they don't play sweep a lot, never mind reverse sweep.
Leach to Rohit, who's forward again and beaten again. Leach is getting it to turn and bounce, beating Rohit Sharma for the 3rd time in 5 balls outside that off stump.
Without a wicket, it's arguably been the perfect over from Jack Leach. If he picks a wicket up here last ball, it would be the perfect over. He's brought Rohit Sharma forward, he's made him change his game plan, made him go to reverse sweep, dialed into that length, dialed into the pace, got it to turn sharply, put real pressure here on the Indian captain. This would be the perfect over for Jack Leach if he manages to turn one, not quite as much, and take the outside edge.
And that close-in second slip is back on its knees for Rohit Sharma for this last delivery. Rohit stays back in his crease, lets the ball turn, watches it late, and plays it defensively. End of the over, then 48 for 2. Here's a question for Jared. What is India's success in playing reverse sweeps? I mean, obviously these batters don't play a lot of sweep shots. Virat Kohli doesn't play or deploy the sweep a lot. Rohit Sharma, KL Rahul to an extent, but probably not the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I was actually, just before you asked that, I think that was the 8th reverse sweep by Rohit Sharma in his career.
Wow.
So Ollie Pope played more probably today. Certainly played more yesterday.
No wonder he didn't time it properly.
I think Ollie Pope was at 17 yesterday. I didn't see what his final count was. So yeah, it's not a shot. We said that only the West Indies sweep less than India, but you're right. When it comes to reverse sweep, that would be very, very low as well. They sweep at 2.7%, whereas England are over 10%. But they are by far and away the biggest sweepers in the game, England.
Right, it's going to be Tom Hartley to continue 2 for 16. Much better first spell in the second innings, if I can say so. And he's going to be bowling. Well, it's not really a silly point. It's kind of a backward silly point, if I can say so. It's not in the conventional position, but a silly point and a first slip in position for KL Rahul, who is on 4. India 48 for 2, losing the wickets of Yashasvi Jaiswal and Shubman Gill very, very quickly. Ollie Pope having a hand in both those wickets. Brilliant catching from him. Tom Hartley, the bowler, on both occasions. Again, he's bowling to Rahul, short of length on the middle stump. He's cut it away, but straight at Ollie Pope, who's at silly point. And I think he's got the ball on the full. Rahul punching hands with Ollie Pope just to check if he's all right. He seems to be all right.
Yeah, he seems to be all right. I think they're probably going to take drinks here because I think it's hit him on the head. So
yeah,
I think it's some part of the head. I'm not sure if it bounced up and hit him on the head or hit straight on, but he's going to have a test from the physio. So I'd imagine drinks will come on. And it's been a great first hour for England when it comes to the 2 wickets and the way they've bowled, the tempo they've bowled. I think the aggression they've bowled started off with obviously Joe Root, Mark Wood, drop catch in that first over from Mark Wood. But they set the tone with how they were looking to attack, attacking fields, aggressive lines, aggressive lengths. And I think yes, India got off to a little bit of a start, but within 2 brilliant catches from Ollie Pope in a short space of time, in the space of 3 or 4 deliveries. It's really turned this innings on its head, and now India gone from looking as though they were quite comfortable with Rohit and Jaiswal at the crease, and now look very fidgety, very edgy, very nervous, and that's all in the benefit for the England cricket team.
Well, you're listening to us on TalkSport 2, as also on TalkSport's Cricket YouTube channel, and if you're just joining us, England were bowled out for 420 in their second innings. Ollie Pope scoring a brilliant 196. Jasprit Bumrah an equally brilliant 4 for 41 in an innings where Ashwin, Akshar Patel and Ravindra Jadeja went in excess of 4 per over. India needing 231 to win this first of the 5 test series. Well, they are 48 for 2. Rohit Sharma batting on 26 of 47 balls. Yashasvi Jaiswal scored 15 of 35. He was a bit fidgety against Tom Hartley, trying to take advantage of the left-arm spinner. Ended up getting caught at forward short leg brilliantly by Ollie Pope. And then 2 balls later, Shubman Gill, the man at number 3 who's been under pressure, he was out for a duck. Again, a brilliant catch, this time by Ollie Pope. Again, Tom Hartley with the 2 wickets, a much better spell from him. 6.2 overs, 2 for 16. We are at drinks break in the second session on day 4. Ollie Pope took a blow on the head as KL Rahul cut the last ball. There's still 4 deliveries remaining in the 16th over. 48 for 2 India.
Ben Stokes has been very proactive with his bowling changes, very proactive with his fielding positions, making sure that India are having to think every single delivery. He's constantly moving fielders from left to right, right to left, and I'm not sure that's to get them in the right place. I think that's just to make sure the India batters are fully aware of the fields, fully aware of the catches, and fully aware of what England are trying to do. It's been a brilliant first hour for England. Started slowly from an England point of view, excellent from an India point of view. It was a good partnership to start off between Rohit and from Jaiswal, but 2 good catches from Ollie Pope. Tom Hartley has pulled an excellent length, and Jack Leach, well, he's on 1.5 legs at this moment in time because of the swelling he's got on his left leg. You wouldn't think it, because for me he started brilliantly in his first, what has he bowled? He's only bowled 2 overs, but just 1 run conceded. He's been very, very good.
And of course, the impact of those 2 wickets, India's scoring rate has just completely fallen off a cliff.
Absolutely fallen off a cliff, and that's gonna help England in the long run, because like I said before, it'll move the game that little bit further back, add an extra 20 minutes, half an hour onto the game, and that's an extra half an hour of wear and tear on this surface, which is just started to spin that little bit quicker.
Well, we are ready to go here again. Tom Hartley ready to bowl from the Shivlal Yadav pavilion end. Ollie Pope back at Silly Point, and there's also a slip in position as KL Rahul comes forward and defends it. No run there, 48 for 2. Obviously, the impact of wickets is always seen. Run scoring just dissipates completely. But here, India have certainly gone into a shell since that second wicket fell. 3 balls remaining in this over still. As beaten outside the off stump. Turn from Tom Hartley, just like we saw from Jack Leach.
Yeah, it's good, and it's good pace. It's a better length from Tom Hartley. Tom Hartley in the first innings, he bowled a lot fuller. He looked a little bit negative in a way that he was bowling a lot fuller, trying to keep the ball underneath the batter. Here, at this moment in time, he dragged his length back, and he's getting rewarded.
And this time straying a little bit on the middle leg as Rahul flicks it down towards square leg for a single.
That delivery there, that was a lot fuller. He bowled it. I mean, nearly 90% of the balls he bowled in the first innings were like that. You can't blame him for the fact that he's on debut. He was very, very nervous, but I think for me, in this short spell he's had so far of 6.5 overs, he's found a lovely length, and that length is just a little bit short. It's about 4 meters from the bat, and I think that there is going to get enough, because of his height, the pace that he's bowling. If it does spin sharply or bounce, he's going to be rewarded. He's going to be in the game. He's going to ask questions of the batter at the other end, whether to go all the way forward and try and smother the bounce, or they play him off the back foot, and that's when the ball can keep low.
So for the last ball to Rohit Sharma, the Silly Point's gone out straight on the leg stump, and he swept it to square leg for 4. 50 comes up for India. 53 for 2. They need 178 more runs to win. A word from Darren Gough, and then to take this forward, the legendary pairing of Harsha Bhogle and Kevin Peterson.
Well, what we've seen in this game, it's about building partnerships. That's how the game's gone on. And after losing 2 quick wickets, Rahul and Sharma, experienced 2 players, have to just get a partnership together. And it's a good sweep shot there from Rohit Sharma to take off that pressure and take the score to 53 for 2. Welcome, guys.
Well, you got me. Everyone gets very excited when me and KP work together. We just have different points of view on something, but that's all right.
Harsha gets excited.
Someone sent me a report from a newspaper in Australia that says commentators spar over whether Ollie Pope used illegal tactics. I said, "What are you nuts?" If a conversation between me and KP,
they're not nuts. Harsha's nuts.
No, you're KP. Don't dig a hole for yourself. Here's Jack Leach, and it's well played off the back foot by KL Rahul. Waited for the ball to turn, able to play on the back foot because the slight shortness of the length, and he'll pick up a single. India move up to 54 for 2. Needing 177, a boundary of the last ball of the previous over, with a shot we don't see a lot of. This was the orthodox sweep. It almost seems like the other sweep. It seems like the natural sweep is the reverse. Like in that period when reverse swing was so common, and suddenly someone swung it proper orthodox outswing, and you wondered what it was. Coffee smiling. You reversed it a fair bit, didn't you, Goffey? Here's the reverse sweep comes out and just beats the man at slip and will go away for 4. So Rohit Sharma saying, "I'm going to take a leaf out of your book." 58 for 2.
Yeah, he's good enough to do it, Rohit Sharma, but I would actually, as an England fan, be quite happy that Rohit Sharma is playing the sweep and also playing the reverse sweep, because I've watched a lot of Rohit Sharma. I've watched a lot of him in the shorter format of the game. I've caught, I think, the last 7 or 8 IPLs. And you don't see him play the shot that often. So it's not something that he ordinarily would want to employ, and it's not something that he does with regular occurrence, although he's just done it now back to back.
And gets another boundary, and this time with full control. So Rohit Sharma said, I'm going to take the attack to you, Jack Leach, because over the last 5 or 6 overs, the two left-armers were starting to control the game, and someone had to break free, and Rohit Sharma's doing that.
Yeah, you're right, Harsh. Something had to give here. You couldn't just let the bowlers bowl to you. The England batters, I mean, Ben Duckett was reverse sweeping. It was his most unorthodox shot that he was playing yesterday. Almost every single ball, every single boundary was the reverse sweep.
The next ball is shortening the length, and Rohit Sharma trying to flick against the turn, goes out to short mid-wicket.
Exactly. Jack Leach has just pulled his length right back. Why has he pulled his length back? Because of the 2 previous shots.
Slip and a gully. One on his knees, one with hands on the knees. And Rohit Sharma goes back and pushes out on the offside. Is that Bairstow or is that Pope with his hands down on his knees?
It's a Pope. But again, that ball there was a little bit quicker from Jack Leach, who was 10 kilometres per hour quicker than the balls that were reverse swept. So he's changed the way that Leach is bowling, and that's exactly what Pope and Duckett and Foakes and you name it, Hartley this way, they all just changed the way that the Indian spinners normally bowl because of the kind of shots that they were playing.
Back with Leach, round the wicket, into the leg stump. Rohit Sharma picks it off his pads. Deep square leg will come running in, and they will take a single. Rohit Sharma's 39. India desperately need a partnership. 21 of 30. This one 63 for 2. This is Talksport 2, where we will now go to Darren Gough. Your thoughts on reverse swing and reverse sweeps?
Well, all I'll tell you about this series, though, first, is it's lived up to the hype already. I hope we get 5 test matches like this. This pitch, I was saying, Arsha, has had everything. We've had turn, we've had a little bit of uneven bounce, we've had spinners take wickets, we've had Bumrah show his quality, we've had partnerships, we've had someone get 196. This test match has been outstanding, and it's turned from ball 1.
And this was the debate a lot of us were having in India. Are you going to produce square, dusty turners from day one? Or are you going to produce a typical Indian wicket, which will turn, but which has more people into the game? And isn't it fantastic that at a time when we're discussing the future of Test match cricket with such intensity, we've had 2 absolutely staggering Test matches going on at the same time. One just getting over, with someone playing his second Test match, Shamar Joseph picking 7 wickets to go with 5 in the first. And KP's just been showing me pictures of the celebration, but Shamar Joseph's celebration, dramatic as it was, pales into insignificance compared to Kevin Sinclair's back somersault flip or whatever it was.
They're good at celebrating, aren't they, the West Indians?
I'm looking at Goughy sitting there thinking, would he do a backflip or a somersault if he took a wicket?
You should have seen Goughy dance.
Hey, I did an handstand once at the SCG.
on the field or in the dressing room?
The ball keeps low, the first one from a new over from Hartley, and it's hit back by Rohit Sharma.
During the toss, Tony Greig was there doing the intro, and I did an handstand and walked past them on my hands. That's when I was really nuts, when I was young and had no fear.
And flexible and strong.
Hartley again from round the wicket, and Rohit Sharma goes forward and defends. We're down to handstands now. KP, come on, what's your handstand story?
No. I go nowhere near a handstand. I'm too tall, I'm too long. Long body, weak arms, skinny frame.
Just a slip now for Rohit Sharma, and there is a backward point, dare I say, for the other sweep, if I could call it that, and then a pretty strong offside cordon too. Hartley bowls, and the length is impeccable, and Rohit Sharma's drawn forward. He's not quite to the pitch of the ball. That's been the story of Hartley. As his confidence has grown, his length has got better.
Yeah, Indian batters are going to have to do something and take some sort of a risk against Hartley, because they're just letting him bowl, and he's a tall bowler and he's getting some to bounce. What they want is they want Hartley to run in not knowing what Rohit Sharma is going to do, what KL Rahul is going to do.
Yeah, but as you know yourself, KB, 63 for no loss, they might have taken a chance. 63 for 2, they're suddenly thinking, what if one more? And that's the point KP and me were talking about a little while ago, about 4th innings run chases. But how much of it is in the mind, how much of it is on the surface? Hartley bowls and goes through. Rohit Sharma, everybody up in appeal, finger goes up. What a moment! What a moment for Tom Hartley. Rohit Sharma's going down to have a word with KL Rahul, but surely he knows if there's been a nick. Is there?
I think it's LBW, Harsh, and he's going to go upstairs. That's what he's going to do. He's going to review it. He has to review it. Rohit Sharma has just been looking so well. He's been playing. He's got 39 from 57 deliveries. But like I said, something needed to give. Something needed to happen. Couldn't just let Hartley bowl.
We start the spin vision, please.
Top of the stumps out.
Double check with Ultra Edge if there's no bat.
Top of the stumps out.
No bat involved. Ball tracking when ready. It's the pitch in line, impact is in line, and hitting the stumps, Chris. So you can stay with your decision.
It is hitting.
You want to signal. Signal now.
Tom Hartley is turning this game on its head. That first morning is now completely forgotten. That first evening rather is completely forgotten. Tom Hartley, who looked like he was lost in Test match cricket as Yashasvi Jaiswal went after him. In 3 days, the 3 most dramatic days of his career, is now in a position to spin England to one of the greatest wins they will ever have if they do manage it. But Rohit Sharma was the man who was doing it for India. He's gone for 39. It's 63 for 3. It was LBW, of course. So Hartley gets a wicket. And now suddenly India with their backs to the wall.
Huge wicket for Tom Hartley. And I think he's got actually they've worked out the field he needed as well. He had that in-out field a little bit to Jaiswal when he was in, and having that deep mid-wicket, that protection. I think he's bowled it a little bit slower as well, and he's got a little bit more spin, and he's been able to get into a rhythm. They've really struggled against him in this innings. He's picked up 3 for 21 off his 7.5 overs. Absolutely superb. When England needed a left armer to step up with Jack Leach not fully fit, he has delivered. 3 for 21, and the score India 63 for 3.
And the new batter, Goffey, KP, is Akshar Patel. India have sent out Akshar Patel not for the first time in Test match cricket to counter the turning ball. India played a Test match in Bangladesh recently, ball turning square. He went in at number 4, I think, and made a 40. So he comes in, not Jadeja. I thought Jadeja might come in, but they've decided that Akshar Patel, otherwise lost at number 9, will come in and try and have a big impact in this game. He averages 37. He's a good player of spin bowling, but there's 2 left-handers who are changing this game. And India have sent in their counter in Akshar Patel.
Yeah, he's a way better player than batting where he bats. Akshar Patel, he's a left-hander. There's a short leg in position. Duckett's at mid-wicket. There's a 45, which is Mark Wood. There's slip. It's Root at slip.
Got 34 in that low-scoring win for India. Batting at number 4. But Hartley, 3 for 21 from 8 overs. It's just been a game-changing 3 days for a young man somewhere in England, learning his craft on the different pitches there. Gets picked, and what an inspired pick it's been. He comes here to Hyderabad for this life-changing experience.
Yeah, I think you can hear the crowd. The Barmy Army, they are full of cheer. They are loving what they're seeing from this England team. They're loving the competition. They're loving the fact that England have been all over India over the last 24 hours. They were nowhere the first 2 days of this Test match, but it's just been a complete turnaround by England. That positive way of thought, that growth that they have had underneath McCullum and Stokes. And India are in strife, yeah, 63 for 3. Chasing is not about the wicket in the 4th innings. It's not about anything else than mindset. gremlins, demons. They still need 168. England are in such control of this test match.
Now Jack Leach, KL Rahul in front of him, pulls out the sweep shot. There's a man at 45. I'm listening on the effects microphone and through the open door of the cheers, and I'm thinking if that's the Barmy Army, there's about 30,000 of them here. They're shouting India, India, and that couldn't be the Barmy Army.
Yeah, they're trying to compete with the Barmy Army, aren't they? And that's actually what...
I think that outnumber them.
They do outnumber them, absolutely. But isn't it amazing to see what the Barmy Army are doing, the people that are here, and also the atmosphere that it generates in the crowd, for the crowd to now start singing about India. Test match cricket is alive. We love Test match cricket.
Just watching the replay on that. Rohit Sharma had his back to us, so I just wondered if it nicked something. It's hit the pad straight up front, and I think it was with the resigned look that he walked up towards KL Rahul. And the DRS, which was meant originally to eliminate howlers, is now little hope that you hang up somewhere and live by it. It's being used as an instrument of hope rather than an instrument of redressal. Now Akshar Patel, slip and a short leg. He sweeps, there's a shot backward square. One on the boundary at square leg two on the off. As he goes back, it's outside the leg stump. It goes to Folks. And he even wants to take the bails off. Suddenly, there's a lot of energy around in this cricket match. It's the one thing we did not see in the first hour today. Did not see a lot of energy on the field. At the moment, England are buzzing.
Didn't see it yesterday either. India's heads had dropped.
From 190 behind, England are contemplating winning a test match. I saw a game in 2001 in Kolkata where India followed on 270 behind and won it, and you thought, wow, these things happen too. England win this and you will be scurrying to say, has there been a better England win in India? If they do, Akshar Patel goes forward, drives out on the onside, out to mid-on. He'll take a single and get off the mark. As India go up to 65 for 3, the deficit of 166 now.
Not just a famous win for England, but has there ever been an international team that's come here and been 190 down in the first innings and gone on to win the test match?
The only time...
Jared?
The only time India have lost a comparable test match was when they had a lead of 192 in Sri Lanka some years ago, and Dinesh Chandimal played the innings of his life making 162, and India got bowled out by Rangana Herath. A left-hander too, as Jack Leach bowls into KL Rahul, who goes forward and defends out to short cover. 19 overs gone. It's 65 for 3.
India are going to have to do something here to negate the line and length that the spinners are now bowling for England. They're in a rhythm. They're very comfortable just bowling and running in and doing their thing. Hartley bowled 8 overs, 3 for 21. Hartley's now being taken off. It's going to be Joe Root to bowl to Akshar Patel. He wants the off spinner to bowl to the left-handed batter, does the captain Ben Stokes. And this is a tactic. It's not that Hartley's done anything wrong. This is purely tactical.
I would have kept him going. When you're in the rhythm that Hartley's in, taking wickets, he's got runs in both innings as well. Keep him on.
And I agree. Left-handers are allowed to get left-handers out, aren't they? You got Yashasvi Jaiswal out. But now with Root, there's 2 slips. Nobody in front of the batter. What else has he got? Stokes' fields are always worth looking at. There's a backward point and a short and a backward square. There's a cover, a shortish extra cover and a long off. A deep mid-wicket and a wide, deepish mid-on. Here's Root. And blocked by Akshar Patel. He said something interesting before play started this morning. He said, when I was captain, I bowled Stokesy into the ground. He's doing the same with me now.
Yeah, you don't mind bowling on this wicket though. You'd rather be bowling than standing in the outfield and get test wickets. This will be a famous win for England, this.
If there's Root bowls and Akshar Patel lets it go through, and Root just throws his head back. It didn't turn, that one, and he thinks it might have come perilously close to the off stump. Didn't turn.
Oh, that is close. That really is close. If there was a fourth stump, it would have hit inside the fourth stump and the off stump. It was that close.
Now back with Root. What next? What a phase in this game. Yes, gets a thick outside edge as Akshar Patel goes forward. Not quite to the pitch of the ball. Once again, I will tell you, the lengths from England have been fantastic. Not allowing India's batters to reach where the ball lands. Because if you reach where the ball lands, it doesn't matter if it's turning. You're not letting it turn. Here's Root again from round the wicket. Bowls to Akshar, beats him outside the off stump. And this one does turn.
The fields as well from Root and Stokes here are fantastic. They've got an in-out field, so they've got Duckett catching at short cover. They've got two slips. They've got a backward point. They've got a cover, and then we've got a long off. So the release shot from Akshar isn't even there because it's fraught with danger on the long off boundary. They've got a deep mid-wicket catching.
Back with Root, he bowls, and Akshar Patel defends. The way Root is bowling, you've got to say, what is a great striker of English off-spinners? Jim Laker, Graham Swan, Joe Root.
Hey, bowling beautifully, isn't he? Into his seventh over here, just about one ball away, and he's gone for 20 and he's creating chances. He almost had Akshar bowled. He's almost just had him nicked to second slip. He almost had him nicked to the keeper.
Root bowls and Akshar goes forward, drives. Root will field on his follow-through, bowls a maiden over. India 65 for 3, need 166 to win, and Darren Gough is shaking his head violently, saying, what on earth is this Indian commentator on about?
No, I'm absolutely loving this Test match, and I think it's a great conversation you had earlier about Test cricket is well and truly alive. It is the greatest format. I love watching T20, I love watching T10, I love watching 50 over stuff, but Test match cricket, when you get good conditions, good pitches, everything happening, going into the fourth and fifth days, you can't beat it. And we've seen it in Australia, West Indies with that favourite, that win over, the famous win over Australia, and here, this one. India needing 166 more runs to win.
I don't know how to make the hair on my arms stand down. It's been standing up at the back of my neck and on my arms the whole day, Goffey. It's been one of those very, very memorable days of Test cricket, and we're not halfway through. Jack Leach is in once again. They're right up into the block hole. KL Rahul digs it out up towards the captain, Ben Stokes, deepish mid-off.
There's only South Africa disrespecting Test cricket at this moment in time. Sending a C team to New Zealand.
It's more like a D team. It's 56 players unavailable playing in the SA20. Don't get me started on that, Goffey. You know that would upset me. Here's Leach in once again, and forward comes KL Rahul, pushing it wide of Zach Crawley at mid-on, and they trot through for an easy single. I think they'll pay for it. South Africa, I think status as one of the top-tier Test-playing nations may well diminish further. Anyway, let's not stay on that topic too long. Here's Jack Leach once again around the wicket to Akshar Patel, pushing defensively out towards short leg. And what a game England's short leg has had so far. Ollie Pope with two stinging, scintillating catches. Well, one at short leg, one at silly point. Here is Leach once again. Nice loop, flight. He looks like he's got a bit of rhythm, which is surprising given the swelling on his right knee, but spinners thrive on lots of work, and he had plenty of it in the first innings. So he's in a groove. Leach in again down the leg side, spins from the leg stump into the gloves of Ben Foakes. That's very tidy keeping. He too actually looks like he's knocked off a bit of rust from the first innings. He'd be the first to admit that he was far from perfect in the first innings. India 66 for 3. Their target is 231 for victory. England today 420 all out. Ollie Pope, a very, very memorable 196. He was the last man out. Here's Leach once again, fraction short, allowing Akshar Patel to tuck it off his pads, a deep square leg. No run. Over comes to an end, 67 for 3. I have to say, the only part of the day that wasn't tense was during the lunch break. And even then, there were a few bones in that chicken that got me a bit worried.
Yeah, there was. Asked for a small portion of pasta, the chef, and he didn't just fill my plate. I think he filled another one that went with it. So, as you can imagine, Darren, I didn't leave much. So I was quite thankful to the chef that was there. So from a tension point of view, yeah, that was the only thing I had to worry about, was whether I was going to finish my dinner or not.
Well, I'm sure the England players were relaxed at lunchtime. They've started off again after lunch. They've been excellent.
Here is Joe Root continuing, and that's driven by Akshar Patel. He's got the protection of a long off, and Johnny Bairstow tidies up, keeps him down to a single. Don't know whether Harmy's told you, Goffey, but the tension set in for Harmy last night. He was already anticipating a massive day, and he had to calm his nerves yesterday evening. He had 2 dinners.
2 dinners in a gallon.
No, I haven't had a drink since I've been out here, Darren. I've trained. I trained hard last night. I really did. Macca can vouch for that, because I couldn't speak to him for the best part of an hour because I was blowing out me of every orifice that I've got possible. So, but no, food's been good, training's been good, no alcohol, and hopefully an England win.
Root in again, and that one skids through and hits KL Rahul on the pads outside the line of off stump. Didn't turn straight enough.
Yeah, it was a good ball from Joe Root. Angled perfectly, just shaping towards that off stump and drifting away from the off stump and just jagging back nicely towards the off stump from it. KL Rahul played it nicely coming forward.
Here's Root once again, round the wicket, balls to KL Rahul, chops this away, doesn't time it, bottom edge, man sweeping on the cover boundary is Tom Hartley, and he comes in and underarms the ball back to Joe Root. India 69 for 3. They're going to tread carefully, get them in singles for a while. India, I don't think there'll be too many big shots played at the moment. The promotion of Akshar Patel to number 5 in the order is not unprecedented. Actually, he's batted number 4 in a low-scoring victory against Sri Lanka a short while ago. That one is driven by Akshar Patel up towards mid-off, a long off. Fielded again by Johnny Bairstow. Another single. They're inching their way towards some kind of calm. Is Goffey?
It's old school Test cricket again now, isn't it? We've had everything. We've gone down to trying to survive and take some sting out of the game. Do it in ones, as you've just mentioned. We saw England doing it in boundaries.
I think that makes it. I think that brings England even more into the game. That the longer that India go on just having ones and going slowly, this pitch is not going to get any better.
Root in again, bowls, and that one is half a drive, half a dig out. It was slightly too full for the drive, almost a Yorker, and it skids up to the captain, Ben Stokes, who looks very calm. He probably is actually calm. He might be the only man vaguely calm on the field, marshalling his troops, making sure everyone's paying attention to him, making little tiny adjustments, tweaks here, tweaks there. Here's Root once again, round the wicket. Forward comes KL Rahul, pushing up towards mid-wicket again, and there's no run. They are inching their way, they're tiptoeing their way at the moment. India 70 for 3, target is 231.
Yeah, I just wonder, with Ben Stokes taking off Tom Hartley to bring on Joe Root, because Akshar Patel's come in, when he averages, he's got a good average against left arm spin, that you go to Mark Wood. Mark Wood's only bowled 1 over. Akshar Patel is I think he's more than a tail end. I think he's a recognised batter. But I just wonder, instead of going to the off spinner, why don't you go to the pace? You've seen the pace of Bumrah on this surface yesterday. He bowled fantastically well, and I just wonder if Ben Stokes is thinking of Mark Wood as opposed to the off spinner in Joe Root, because Joe Root's body's got to be tired. It's got to be tired naturally. Because of what he's gone through, and I just wonder if I would go to Tom Hartley, possibly. It's going to come from the end that we are at now, and keeping Tom Hartley on because he's got 3 wickets, and possibly from the changing rooms end, the Yadav end, I might be tempted to go with Mark Wood.
I reckon if you were able to suggest Joe Root at the moment that he was tired, he'd slap you in the face.
Very hard.
I think Woody would be more tired.
Here's the excellent Tom Hartley with a low full toss. That wasn't an excellent delivery.
Yeah, I think he would slap me in the face very, very hard. But you can see in some of his bowling that he's snatching a little bit. He's stretching for things. He's reaching for things, and I think that's possibly down to the amount of overs he's bowled.
Here's Hartley in once again. Nice loop on that. The left-handed Akshar Patel comes forward and plays it defensively out on the onside. 70 for 3 India. England today 420 all out, adding 104 in the morning session. A sensational 196 from Ollie Pope. Here's Hartley once again, and clipped nicely off his pads by Akshar Patel. One thing I will say about Akshar, apart from his excellent technique, is that his temperament is very, very equitable and calm. Nothing expansive about his demeanour. He certainly portrays the right body language anyway at a tense time like this. India need another 160 for victory. India 71 for 3. Hartley has taken all 3 after the most torrid start to his test career in the first innings. He's walloped all around the ground at one stage, going for 10 and over in his very first spell in test match cricket. Ben Stokes kept him in the attack, kept reassuring him. He kept going for runs, he kept being taken on. Here is Hartley, and he beats the outside edge now. It's a fine delivery as KL Rahul came forward and searching for that one. Possibly did he bring the bat inside the line? I'm not so sure. I think he was playing at it.
I think he was playing at it. I think he was just poking at it. And I think from Hartley's point of view, I think he's just found a better length. Seems to be a bit calmer, and he just found that better length.
Outside the off stump, lavish spin, turn, and I think Rahul did bring his bat inside the line of that one.
The first innings he tried to possibly bowling a bit quick. He was possibly everything that was with him was a little bit quick. I think his run up looked quick. He was a little bit rushed, and that's natural because of the occasion, and that's just ragged square.
It's gone sideways. That's whipped away outward to the leg side, and there is a man covering in the deep. Zach Crawley quickly around, not the boundary's edge, because he's 20 yards in from the boundary. That's the longer side of the ground. But that was like the kind of movement you get off a snooker cushion. That ball's just bounced sideways from Hartley. Incredible stuff.
A bit check side on it. Yeah, but I think he's found a better length in this second innings. It looks as though he's calmer. He's not as frenetic as what he was in the first innings. And possibly a couple of good night sleeps and realisation that he's got his test cap and the emotion that goes with it. Now he's really has calm and got into a length, found a rhythm, got a good speed on the ball, good revs on the balls, drifting it towards that off stump and knowing that it's going to jag away. And I think he's found a length now which is a lot better for the surface that we're playing on, rather than, I think in the first innings he was more cautious. I think he was more defensive, bowled a lot fuller, didn't want to get too short where he could get cut or where he get pulled, and he probably overstretched that length, and he became a lot easier to hit down the ground, where in the second innings he's bowled fantastically well when it comes to a line and a length and a speed point of view.
Talk us through this bowling change.
Yeah, Mark Wood is coming on. I didn't see any I think this has been I was watching Woody because I was expecting him to get warmed up, but I think this is a late call from Ben Stokes. I think I was just watching Ben Stokes in between overs there, and Mark Wood was out on the boundary, and he's just waved them to get him to come on. So I think this is a late call for Mark Wood to come on.
Here he is steaming in from the far end, and that one is a quick delivery, but again all the energy and velocity is sapped out of the delivery by the pitch, which is an energy absorbing sponge. When it's not spinning, it's dispiriting for the fast bowlers. Not that there are too many of them in this game, but Mark Wood, I mean, he's such an athlete. I know that he's got a record of struggling a bit with injury, but his body, touch wood, has not let him down for a long time now.
No, it hasn't. I think he's been managed very well. I think he has been managed very well, and he's put a lot of hard work in.
Here is Wood into the body of KL Rahul, who tucks it away off his hip out towards Deep backward square leg, fielded by Ben Duckett, and go through for a single. Did you pick up that? I said touch wood.
Touch wood, yes, very, very good. Yeah, very good, man. It's very good. I didn't want to high five you and give you the acknowledgement.
It was actually an accident. So it is Mark Wood back into the attack. India 73 for 3. Akshar Patel promoted up to number 5, has 5 from 19. KL Rahul has 11. The 3 wickets to fall, all to Tom Hartley. The first 2 brilliantly caught. Short leg and then silly point by Ollie Pope, who earlier scored 196. And then Rohit Sharma, LBW, he reviewed it and it was hitting 6 inches below middle and leg. So absolutely nothing controversial or questionable about the LBW decision, and I think he reviewed it out of desperation rather than hope or anticipation. He missed it. He definitely wasn't any inside edge involved. He's got a slip in now, Mark Wood to the left-handed Akshar Patel, and this one in at the pads, searching for an LBW, but chipped away to mid-wicket where Johnny Bairstow fields. India are just trying to apply a layer of calm onto the situation, aren't they? Just trying to bat a little bit of time here.
Yeah, they're just trying to take the spring out of England's step. England are still very much on the front foot. Their body language is great. The buzz between the overs, the noise on the field. There's a lot of positivity out there. Mark Wood is running into bowl with the ball in his left hand, which means he thinks it must be reversing.
Changes it at the last second and bowls to Akshar Patel, who comes forward and pushes that one straight back to Wood. A slip, Mark Wood, a very wide third man, almost a deep backward point, then a cover in front of point, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket as well. Johnny Bairstow, square leg, deep backward square leg and a long leg.
I'm trying to keep all bases covered here is Ben Stokes, so he wants him to run up and bowl at the top of the stumps, seeing if it's going to reverse swing, but he's also giving him protection on the leg side for a short ball, so I don't think it's carrying to slip even at Mark Wood's pace. So he's looking as though he's going to bowl at the stumps, but he's got protection for the short ball as well.
Here is Wood once again, bowls full and straight. Akshar Patel happy to defend it out to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Johnny Bairstow. It is an interesting field, isn't it? It's like you tend to say, look, pick a plan and stick with it, but sometimes you can have a 2 bites at the cherry and have a little bit of 2 plans.
Absolutely, 100%, and I think that's what try and encourage him to bowl at the top of the stumps. Say to him, bowl top of the stumps, top of the stumps. It's not going to, if he nicks it past slip and it rolls along the deck, well then so be it. It's not going to carry to slip, but it gives him the short ball option, but it makes him bowl straight and it gives him protection either side if he both bowl straight.
Wood in again to Akshar Patel. That's length. Bounces again. All the velocity is sapped out of the energy, just dissipates from the delivery. It's bowled on a length, and Akshar Patel's able to stand and almost read the writing on the side of the ball as he knocks it away defensively.
And it looks comfortable for the batter, but all it has to do is misbehave once. Ball has to go along the floor or bounce from a length, and then that said batter, whether it's KL Rahul or Akshar Patel, then their movement's coming forward to try and combat any combat the ball going on towards the stumps. Then all of a sudden they get caught on the crease, and then indecision comes, and once that indecision comes, a bowler that's bowled, he's bowled 2 balls in that over 140 kilometres an hour, he's in the game. And I think because of the field and the protection on either side, with him bowling straight, if they try and play an attacking shot and any inconsistency of bounce, they're in the game as well. So good move from Ben Stokes. Mark Wood backed him up by bowling a good over.
Hartley continues now, and that's a ball with a little bit of pace on it, and forces KL Rahul onto the back foot, pushes it gently up to the captain to Mark Wood at mid-on. India 73 for 3. They lost Yashasvi Jaiswal for 15, Shubman Gill for a 2-ball duck, and skipper Rohit Sharma for 39, all falling to this man, Tom Hartley. That's short and wide outside the off stump, but just punched away straight to the man sweeping on the cover, or deep cover. He's not sweeping, but he's some distance, 35 yards away. Ben Duckett at cover. Johnny Bairstow's a little closer at maybe an extra cover. There's also the skipper, Ben Stokes, deepish mid-off. Mark Wood is a deepish mid-on, possibly both conceding a single. Sweep shot, and nicely played. He's got that one away. It was maybe a little full for the sweep shot, but KL Rahul has managed to get the bat on it. It's gone very fine down the leg side and is stopped by the boundary cushions. And that's just a little bit of pressure relieved. India have only picked up a couple of singles in the last 3 overs.
It is good pressure relieved. What a good shot this is. First and foremost, he's picked out the right fielder, Jack Leach, who actually has now gone off. Jack Leach was at 45. He's got it inside him. I don't think Jack Leach would have caught it, even if he was paying free. But it was a good shot. Wasn't the ball to sweep, but because of his talent and his hands and his ability to steer low to the ground, he played it perfectly.
And he's tossed that one up again, has Tom Hartley, and it's swept away for 4 more. Very fine cricket from KL Rahul. He's absorbed the pressure, and he's picked the moment. You can't keep absorbing it. Eventually you have to push back, and he's done exactly that with back-to-back boundaries. Super sweep shot.
This is a better ball to sweep, the better area to sweep. This was outside leg stump. This was going on with the arm. It was full. And he's played it in his execution absolutely perfect. Middle of the bat, roll of the wrists, knowing there's only one man in the deep. He's in front of square. It was a perfect sweep shot from KL Rahul.
Still 2 slips in, Hartley in. That one kept a bit low. Rahul backed away and tried to chop it through the offside. He kept a bit low, and I think he got a sort of a little bit of bottom edge on that. That would have made him a little nervous. India need another 150 to win. 81 for 3. Their target is 231. Lost Rohit Sharma for 39, Yashasvi Jaiswal for 15, and Shubman Gill for a second ball duck, all to this man Tom Hartley. And that one is down the leg side. He's an optimistic appeal for leg before wicket as KL Rahul shapes for the sweep shot, hits him on the pad, and there's no run. A reminder that England today are 420 all out, with Ollie Pope making a sensational 196. That wouldn't have been possible without the contributions and the partnerships and the presence of Rian Ahmed, who made 28, and Hartley, who made an excellent 34. Quick word from Jared Kimber, then we'll change commentators, and it'll be Andrew McKenna.
It'll be someone behind you that you haven't yet seen. CricViz sent something through about the reverse sweeps. So England reverse sweep against spin 3.1% of the time. The next most of any team since 2021 is New Zealand at 1.9%. India reverse sweep 0.3% of the time. I should point out that Jimmy Anderson reverse sweeps 23% of the time, Army, so he does make up quite a bit of the numbers, but Ben Dunkett is at 8%. Ollie Pope is now up at 6% as well. India don't have anyone at this game over 1.3%. I think Rishabh Pant, if he was fit, is at 1.3%. KL Rahul and Akshar Patel don't play it.
As Akshar Patel defends the first ball of Mark Wood's over around the wicket to the left-hander, just turning it out quietly on the leg side, no run.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to your choice as an individual. Like we talk about batting is an art form which has got, for me, no set plan, set way you have to do it. You somehow got to find a way of scoring runs. You've got to somehow find a way of defending the ball, and other people around the world do it differently. Indian batters are more accustomed to hitting the ball, spinning ball down the ground and playing straight.
Mark Wood in from the far end, short ball down the leg side. Akshar Patel gets inside that. It's through to Ben Foakes, no run.
Where I think England batters and batters that come to this part of the world from the likes of Australia, South Africa, West Indies, New Zealand. Not so much the West Indies, but they feel as though playing square of the wicket is a lot easier to them than having the confidence of exposing the stumps and hitting the ball down the ground. I think England's way has a lot in this part of the world has been the sweep shot, but I think the Indian way is to definitely expose the stumps and hit the ball down the ground.
Mark Wood in once again. It's a short ball down the leg side. And Akshar decides he's going to have nothing to do with that no run. You're listening to TalkSport 2, live and exclusive commentary of India against England in the first test of 5 matches. if they're all as good as this, strap yourself in. It's going to be a brilliant few weeks. Every ball of the series will be live with us here. Don't forget, we've got our regular podcast following on, so you'll get all of the stories, all of the behind the scenes. You'll get all of that over the next few weeks here on the radio, on TalkSport, TalkSport 2, and also on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel as well. Mark Wood around the wicket, full. Akshar digs this one out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. One of the things you might be hearing on one of the podcasts, maybe tomorrow, depending on how much play we get, we may be able to bring it you on air, is a conversation I've just been having with Andy Brown, the artist who is over on the far side. He's been doing paintings of the scenes here, so I've just been and had a chat with him, so you'll hear that tomorrow on the podcast. But interestingly, as we were walking around the ground, Mark Wood was fielding out at mid-wicket, and some of the kids behind him were shouting, "Can we have your sunglasses? Can we have your sunglasses?" He went, "Well, if I give them to you, I can't see anything, so that's probably not a good idea." Mark Wood in, Akshar Patel on the drive, no timing whatsoever though, up to mid-off, and there is no run. Although maybe that was what their plan was, to not let Mark Wood be able to see.
It wouldn't surprise me if he did give him them. But he's bowler good. He's fired up in bowling. Good wheels here, good pace. 142, 144, 141, 142. Just changed his pace there and gone down to 120 and utilising the bouncer 2 balls of the over, a slower ball. He's bowling with the ball. He's running up with the ball in his left hand, just indicating to the batter that it's going to reverse swing.
Mark Wood in around the wicket. Akshar plays from the crease, pushes out on the onside. End of the over here on TalkSport 2. India 81 for 3. It's 150 more runs to win this test match and take a 1-0 lead. 7 wickets, 150 runs.
150 runs is a lot of runs, 4th innings, but you've got to remember that India, the bat all the way down to number 9, R. Ashwin, is probably now going to come in at number 9. He is still a wonderful player when it comes, and a wonderful competitor as well. So I still think there's still a lot of work to do here for England. Ben Stokes, again, trying to be as proactive as he possibly can, not only moving the field, but changing the bowlers, not wanting his bowlers to bowl long spells. Rehan Ahmed is going to come into the attack. See if the young leg spinner can do, and hopefully can turn it, and the ability to turn it both ways might be something that might unhinge KL Rahul and might unsettle KL Rahul, because when Joe Root bowled around the wicket first up yesterday, I think he caused KL Rahul a few problems, but since he's come out this morning or this afternoon, he's just looked unflappable. He's looked calm, he's looked collective in his movements, his decision making's been excellent, whether it's been front up, back foot, and when he's gone to the sweep shot, which he has done a couple of times, like he did in that first innings. I think he swept 4 balls in that first innings, all went to the boundary. Well, he swept 2 in this innings, and they've both gone to the boundary. Shows you what nick that KL Rahul is in.
Yeah, he should have got 100 in the first innings. Made 86 before being caught by Rayan off the bowling of Hartley. In goes Rehan Ahmed, outside of off stump, off the back foot is KL Rahul, and they will amble through for a single out to deep cover, for 1 run. So the bowlers used by England so far: 8 overs for Joe Root, 0 for 23. Mark Wood, 3 overs, 0 for 9. Tom Hartley, 10 overs, 3 for 31. If you're not feeling warm and fuzzy about Tom Hartley at the moment and the turnaround from first innings to second, you must have a swinging brick for a heart, is all I can say. Jack Leach, 5 overs, 0 for 15, and Rayan is about to send down his second delivery. He's got a short leg, a slip for the left-handed Akshar. Man at short mid-wicket as well. In goes Rayan, just turned around the corner on the leg side to the left of the short leg Ollie Pope, no run.
And it's a good move, because Rayan predominantly he enjoys bowling his googly more than his leg spin, and I think from an Akshar Patel point of view, that's not a bad move from Ben Stokes here.
In goes Rayan, a little bit of error on this one. Lovely drive from Akshar. 2 foot wide of the bowler in his follow through, barely more than that, couldn't get down, and Zach Crawley at mid-off can't do anything to cut that off. It's 86 for 3 India. They need 145 here on TalkSport 2.
Slightly overpitched, and it was a good shot from Akshar Patel. I don't think a top order batter is going to miss out on hitting that ball down the ground. his fielder could be a little bit straighter, Zach Crawley, but good shot all the same.
Rayan in, down the leg side. Now, he had a big swing at that. Ben Foakes takes that ball brilliantly. There was a lot going on in front of him there, and it went into the hands. There was a half appeal from behind the stumps. Rayan shook his head, but that's a brilliant take from the keeper.
Yeah, very good. Very good hands. I agree with Manners. I don't think he was as clinical as he was.
Rayan goes in. It's again another off drive, this time to Zach Crawley's right. And it's another boundary in the over. The third ball goes for 4. Now the fifth ball goes for 4. India 90 for 3.
Yeah, good shot again from Axar Patel. This time Crawley's come a little bit straighter. Axar's waited that little bit longer. He's had to, because it's not quite as full as the delivery he hit down the ground. So he's had to wait on it a little bit more, but while he's waiting on it, he's just opened his body up, opened his front shoulder up and eased it through sort of wide extra cover. It was a fantastic shot there from Axar Patel and put pressure onto the young man Rehan Ahmed.
He's gone over the wicket now, and he's gone a little bit short, and Axar's hammered this backward of square, and it's 4 more. This isn't the over that England were wanting. It's gone for 13, and Rehan Ahmed's first 6 deliveries has seen 3 fours, 2 straight drives and 1 short ball pulled away. India now need 137. They're 94 for 3 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, 2 over pitch balls and 1 just a rank long hop really. It's a short ball, says hit me, and all Axar Patel does. The only danger that he had in there was the man in the deep was very, very straight in front of square, and he had to wait on it that little bit longer, and he's just pulled it behind square. Big test for Ben Stokes. Will he keep Rehan Ahmed on? It might not be a bad thing that Axar's hit a couple of 4s. Might feel free, might go at a ball that he probably shouldn't do, because he's just accessed the boundary and feel as though he's a little bit more confident. That might play into England's hands. Can Ben Stokes afford to give Rehan Ahmed another over? Will he go back to Tom Hartley? I suspect he gives him another over and see if he can pick up a wicket and play on the fact that Axar Patel might feel a bit more relaxed now he's hit a couple of boundaries.
Mark Wood then to start in again from the far end, coming towards KL Rahul, played defensively by Rahul, and there is no run. We've just seen that replay of that pull shot from Axar 4 or 5 different times. Ollie Pope at short leg nearly got cleaned up by that, and I know it's the approved way now to sort of go down and bend your head, but actually it was exposing the back of the head. He's wearing a helmet, of course, but I almost think you might be better sort of making yourself as small as possible and turning sideways, because if it takes you on the body, yeah, it's going to sting, but any bang on the head, it's horrible.
It's like me facing Brett Lee or one of the Shoaib Akhtar or one of the quick lads. Just get out of the way any way you can.
Yeah. In goes Mark Wood. KL Rahul drops into the offside through point. Will take a single as Zach Crawley picks up the ball. Another ticked off for India. 136 to win.
I ended up on my backside. It ended up on my face when I was facing one of the quick lads. I didn't really care as long as it didn't hit me. I think Ollie Pope will say it doesn't matter how I get out of the way, whether I can jump up and down or try and make myself as small as possible by putting my head between my legs. As long as I do it quickly and get out of the way, so be it. The one worry is when in them situations, it's a natural reaction to sort of when you flinch, you put your hands by your face, and 196 runs. I would not like to see them hands get hit, especially with 4 test matches to go.
Good point. Very good point. It's been a brilliant test match, this. Brilliant test match in a wonderful venue on a great surface. Great surface. Bit in it for everyone. It's done what it's needed to do. And we've had a great crowd in the stadium as well. They're poured in. They're enjoying this one. They're watching Mark Wood go in and bowl short. It actually pitches for a second time, about a metre or 2 in front of Ben Foakes. He's going down the leg side and collecting it on the virtual half volley there.
Yeah, it has been a good surface. A little bit more pace in it for the seamer, and I think it would have been the perfect surface. Jasprit Bumrah head and shoulders apart when it comes to from a seam bowler's point of view. He showed his absolute world class, picking up 4 wickets in that second innings. But if you were high level, high skill, you are a massive threat on here. But if you got in, you could stay in, you could make runs.
Mark Wood goes in. It's a short ball, armpit height. Akshar jumping up, just riding the bounce, dropping it down to his toes. And there is no run. It's wonderful noise about this place. The locals, anytime a fielder's anywhere near them, they wave at them and scream at them. Then they see one of the superstars on the screen, and then the noise goes up again.
I think the thing I've enjoyed, Macca, is looking out to the right, the one on the side of the wicket. So many school children have been invited to this game. It's brilliant.
Mark Wood in, shortish ball in towards the rib cage of Akshar. There's Ollie Pope waiting at short leg. Akshar does well, plays it straight down into the surface. No chance of getting out there.
Kids get inspired when they see their heroes. Kids get inspired when they can get close to their heroes, or they feel as though they're part of what the journey is. And for me, the amount of school uniforms that we've seen over the course of the last 4 days has been very, very impressive from Hyderabad, to invite not only the kids but make sure that they feel comfortable, welcome. The players have interacted with them as well. Every time a player's gone over in that direction, they've given them a wave. It's been a joy to see.
Mark Wood coming in once again. It's another short ball. Ollie Pope's moved even closer at short leg. He could probably tell you what deodorant Akshar Patel uses is that close. Akshar manages to guide this one just backward of square leg and away from Ollie Pope. And that is the end of the over. 28 gone, 95 for 3 here on TalkSport 2, the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Let's quickly recap where we are in this. India set 231 to win after England bowled out for 420. Jaiswal, the first man out, caught by Pope under the helmet for 15 off the bowling of Hartley. Then it was Shubman Gill, 2 balls later, another fabulous catch by Pope off the bowling of Hartley, a 2-ball duck, and then Rohit Sharma, LBW for 39. That made it 63 for 3, all of them falling to Hartley. Rohit, of course, reviewed it, but it was upheld, and Rohit was on his way, so India have lost a review and their skipper. 95 for 3. Edge of the seat stuff. Well, not for everyone though, because there's some England fans they found on the TV screen who've managed to nod off in this heat, which I'm not really surprised at.
I'm not surprised. There's a couple of them nodded off. A couple of them in very, very loud flower-powered shirts. I can see you on one of them. Macca, blue Hawaiian shirt there, enjoying his afternoon snooze after having a big dinner. I must admit, I was nearly going on the balcony there a second ago while Harsha and KP were going on, but a few of the England fans are just having a light afternoon snooze. I don't know why, because it's been enthralling.
Joe Root to start a new over. Right arm around the wicket. And it's punched to mid-off to Ben Duckett. Well, there's the answer to the Rayan Ahmed question then. 1 and out.
Yeah, 1 and out, but it was good. Stokes could run up. He ran right across. Rayan Ahmed was fielding on the boundary for the over, the last over that Mark Wood bowled. Ben Stokes ran up to Rayan Ahmed all the way towards the boundary.
Root in, turns down the leg side sharply, comes off the thigh pad of KL Rahul. That's pitching sort of middle and offish, and then bouncing and turning and going off the thigh pad down to short fine leg for no run.
But just reading Ben's body language towards Rayan Ahmed, he high-fived him, he was encouraging him, and he was indicating, he was pointing to the other end, and more or less to say, keep your head up, there's a chance you'll come on at the other end, probably after Woody.
Joe Root in once again. KL Rahul going across his stumps, keeps it out. Anything you can do at the moment to keep it out, that's the thing.
But sorry, Mike, he gets Woody back, he gets Joe Root back on at the end where he was dangerous, the end that he got the wickets last night, or in that India first innings, and he started brilliantly in this last, the last 3 balls have been right on the money.
Root makes his way past umpire Rifle, brings KL Rahul forward, plays a forward defensive shot, and he's still down in that defensive shot 3 seconds after the ball has gone, playing it back to the bowler, no run. Now, I'm sure Rayan Ahmed doesn't mind, because at the moment, whatever Ben Stokes wants, if you're playing under Ben Stokes, if he asks you to jump 4 feet in the air, you probably do it. In goes Joe Root. It's KL Rahul clipping it back to the bowler, and his follow through, no run.
And I think you make a good point, but that comes from the way he deals with players and individuals. You feel as though you're 10 foot tall. You feel as though you jump off a high building for him because the way he makes you feel. And I think that was just a little sign there of going up to the young lad who hasn't had the best overs.
Joe Root in, Kel Rahul playing forward, no run.
And explaining to him that his time will come. It might not be, his time will come in the next over or might come at the over after, but don't drop your head. Nobody in this team gets left behind. Nobody in this team dies in a hole. We'll make sure that you get looked after. Yes, it hasn't gone for you in that over, but you'll come back. We'll make sure you get protected. And again, straight over to him. He's not leaving him. This kid's 19-year-old. He's had an over that went for 13. So be it. You'll come back strong for that. So it's an excellent session for England. 3 wickets, 95 runs for India. Tea time on day 4. India needing 136 runs to win this game. R. Ashwin at number 9. So I think from a game point of view, I think it's 50-50. I think it's evenly balanced. The pitch is giving you a bit. England have bowled excellent, really, really good from a pressure situation. But do you know what? I think India have played quite well as well. Apart from them 2 quick wickets, I think all in all it's been a fascinating session and what has been a brilliant day and a brilliant test match.
Yeah, I'm aware that it's just gone 20-9 in the UK, so if you're having a leisurely one this morning, a late cup of coffee or cup of tea in bed with a slice of toast and the newspaper, let me recap to where we were. So England resumed this morning at 316 for 6. That was a lead of 126. They were bowled out for 420. Ollie Pope, the last man out, for 196. The other man to go today, it was Rayan Ahmed, first to go. He was caught behind for the bowling of Bumrah for 28. Tom Hartley, bright and breezy, 34 from 52 before he was bowled by Ashwin. Mark Wood caught behind off the bowling of Jadeja for a 7-ball duck, and then, as I mentioned, Ollie Pope for 196, unselfishly not playing for the double 100, or if he was doing it in the way that England played, because he was down trying to play a scoop and lost his off stump. So he was bowled by Bumrah. Bumrah finishing with 4 for 41. Ollie Pope getting high fives for all of the Indian players as all the players left the field. So India set 231 to win. They got to 42 before the first wicket went down as Hartley got Pope caught under the helmet close to the wicket. 42 for 1. It was 42 for 2. 2 balls later, again Pope with another fabulous catch off of the bowling of Hartley close in. 2-ball duck for Shubman Gill, and then Rohit Sharma LBW to Hartley for 39 from 58 balls, 63 for 3. Akshar and Kel Rahul put on 32 for the 4th wicket, which means that India need 136 to win. They are 95 for 3.
I think all results are possible. India win, England win, and I think it could happen. If it's not in the next 35 overs, we've had plenty of daylight to have an extra half an hour at the end, which would mean an extra 8 overs that would be on offer. I think that's more than enough to conclude this enthralling cricket match. It's been unbelievably tense. It's been back and forward. England so far behind the 8 ball at halfway, and then a long way in front of it when India came out to bat.
Darren Gough, I know you're a Yorkshireman, so your money stays in your wallet for as long as possible, but let's say you were from elsewhere and you were encouraged to have a bet. Who would you be betting on at this stage?
I'd put a tenner on England and a tenner on India. But I'll tell you what, out of it, I think if there's a result today, England win. Absolutely. I think if they get 1 or 2 quick wickets here, I think they'll win tonight. I don't think there'll be a result if India win tonight. I think
134. I go the other way. I think if India win, it's tonight. If England win, it's tomorrow.
Right, I go the opposite. We always do.
Coffee. It's 136 to win from 35 overs.
That's a lot. How many sessions we had this game where there've been 136 runs scored? None.
Yeah, not a lot, but there is an extra half an hour at the end of it. And if India can put on a partnership where they only lose 1 wicket, we know that in cricket, in all cricket, when the game is more or less won and comfortable,
sprint for the finish.
30 your last 30 or 40 runs becomes comfortable. So if that doesn't happen and England can keep them down and grind them down, then I think we come back tomorrow for an England win, which hopefully we come back tomorrow. says that and looking at a man who gets to get up at 20 to 1 in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather it finish today. Come in for an hour tomorrow.
Can you do it from home in your pyjamas?
Well, Tom Hartley is the pick of the attack, and he's the man of the moment. He's got 3 for 31, and he's going to resume after the tea break. Here he is, first delivery. Forward comes the excellent Akshar Patel. He's a soothing balm. Apart from being left-handed, I think he's been asked to come in at number 5 because of his equitable temperament and just sort of calm things down. As I say, a soothing balm as Hartley continues. That's short down the leg side and a pull shot, and it was actually too far down the leg side for Akshar Patel to pull comfortably, and it's very nicely taken by Ben Foakes. This is about as conservative a field as we've seen from Ben Stokes. It's not. He's got some cover. I won't say it's conservative. Forward comes Akshar Patel, who pushes that one behind square on the leg side. But it's clever because there's a the captain himself is 3/4 of the way, maybe 2/3 of the way back to the boundary at long on. Then there's a deep mid wicket, deep square leg. So the big shot is being covered, and that's the longer boundary on the leg side. So here is Hartley once again, and that one is driven straight back. He's taken it. Gordon bowled. It's another wicket for Tom Hartley. Oh my goodness me! What a strike! Just a little bit of a half-hearted push from Akshar Patel. He wasn't sure whether to drive it full-blooded, just to chip it on the onside. Caught in two minds, pushed it straight back to the bowler. Good low return catch. Hartley has 4. India at 95 for 4.
Great catch, good bowling, held it back a touch. It all happened in a bit of slow motion. It felt as though Akshar Patel had bum bowled it straight back to Hartley. Hartley wasn't a massive celebration. Clenched fist, threw the ball back to the bowler. Akshar Patel stood motionless for a long time and looked as though he was asking, was it a bum ball? It was nowhere near a bum ball. Just clothed it straight back to Hartley. Good catch, good ball, good area. And England, what a good start they've had after this tea break. Now, game on.
We're in the money. Come on. I mean, look, Hartley probably got... Ben Stokes has probably assessed where he was at the first innings with the field settings and stuff like that, and I think he's got the field settings spot on to a young spinner. We all know when you've captained spinners, they need cover. You give them cover, it creates confidence. Stop them going for 4s, and they can build pressure, and that's what Hartley's done this innings. He's been outstanding, and when he has bowled a bad delivery, he's got the cover.
Yeah, he's had the cover on the boundary. It was, good field positions. You don't set fields for bad balls, but you don't want the confidence to be drained out of a bowler when natural, because he's on debut and nervous that he is going to drag the odd ball down.
Here is Hartley to the new batsman Shreyas Iyer. Comes forward and stabs his first delivery with slightly hard hands into the offside. And there's no run. You know what was really interesting, Goffey, just to go back to that point, maybe you can expand on it at the end of the over, but in the first innings, Ben Stokes did keep very attacking fields for Hartley, and he kept encouraging him. There were lots of arms around the shoulder. Here is Hartley again, bowls. Shreyas Iyer plays it away defensively, batting in a cap, and Hartley does his own fielding. But you couldn't help sort of feeling that, Stokes was on the attack. He was on the attack. He kept reassuring Hartley he was going for 10 and over, and you just sort of thought, as well as the arm around the shoulders, Ben, could you give him some cover on the offside?
I think that's what we're trying to say is, but the thing with Ben Stokes, it's all about taking 10 wickets, not worrying about the runs and taking wickets. But I think they've assessed where they're at. He's a young spinner, he's coming in for his debut, he's nervous, give him the cover, let him get into the game. When he gets into the game, the confidence rises, and then you get the performance. In this second innings, high pressure situation, he's got the cover out at deep mid wicket when he first came onto bowl to Jaswal, and there we go from there. And the confidence is built. He's got 4 wickets here. a totally different bowler to us in the first innings, and I think he's bowled it a little bit slower. So fair play to him.
Completely agree with that. I do think that he's been prepared to give it a bit more air.
Yeah, I think it's spot on, Darren, and I think he's bowled a better length, which I think has helped him. He's looked in more rhythm, and as much as this dressing room backs their players, as much as this dressing room has got, there's utmost confidence in each other, and Ben Stokes wants to keep fielders in. There's a human element to this, and the human element is Tom Hartley's on debut. So it's easy to back him, easy to say it. But you can't bowl it for him, and he's got to be feeling comfortable bowling it, and he has in the second innings.
Joe Root's bowling the second over after tea, and the first delivery is just a little bit outside the off stump, and it's pushed away defensively. You can hear that familiar sound of the Barmy Army trumpeter. The last time I gave him a name check, a wicket fell immediately. So let me just say, Simon Finch. Here's Root. Forward comes KL Rahul. Didn't work this time. 95 for 4, India. Shreyas Iyer yet to score.
It's a nice touch from Simon Finch to play rally round the West Indies.
Yeah.
Just for Jared to pick it up on the microphone for all you Australian fans out there. Just rubbing it in. West Indies, what a victory that was. That is.
Here's Joe Root, slightly too short. Bowled every single over around the wicket to the right-handers, has Joe Root. And this time, because it was just slightly too short, KL Rahul was able to nudge it round the corner for a single and move on to 22, and India 96 for 4.
I'd like him to come over wicket just for a couple of balls. Let's just see if anything happens, you know what I mean? Mix it up, change the angle.
I wonder why he hasn't, Goffey.
Just turn too much, you reckon, Darren? Thinking there is a lot of turn there, from around the wicket, more chance of getting an LBW.
He has been turning it, but has not been sort of ragging it sideways. But he's straight. Point is, he's straightening it enough, isn't he? He's bowling straight and he's straightening it. LBW's into the game. That one turns down the leg side though. Very neatly taken by Ben Foakes.
What did Murali do over the wicket most of the time? Yeah, didn't like bowling around the wicket. Bowled over the wicket.
But he had a doosra.
The one that went the other way. That was the issue.
Yeah, but the point is, you can still have a look for a couple of balls.
There's a backward short leg or a leg gully, as well as a slip for the straight honour. And this time back and across goes Shreyas Iyer. Yet to score, KL Rahul 22, 96 for 4. Tom Hartley with a fourth wicket after the tea break, soon after the tea break. Super low return catch as Root is up to the crease once again, and nice little shape on that delivery. It's an indication that there's a lot of revolutions on it, but it's slightly too full. Tucked away by Shreyas Iyer, who's off the mark with a single out to Rian Ahmed at deep square leg. And after 31 overs, India 97 for 4, needing 231 to win.
The beauty about giving protection to Joe Root and Ben from Ben Stokes, as well as Tom Hartley, is making India work hard for every run that they get. So every run that India get now. In the first innings, England were very, very guilty of bowling one bad ball and over, two bad balls and over, getting punished, getting put away for 4. Now with having protection out there, this total just getting edged down in singles as opposed to in boundaries, is even more confidence for England.
Oh, that turn and bounce from Hartley there. Super delivery. Shreyas Iyer pushing at it, batting in his cap, and he walks down the pitch and gives it a suspicious prod and a little bit of a sweep, suggesting that one hit a pebble. And you'd have to do a lot of sweeping, Shreyas, if you weren't to stop the ball from behaving like that. Another one, same thing, turn and bounce over the shoulder of the bat. Wow, 2 terrific deliveries to Shreyas Iyer. 97 for 4 the score remains for India. Actually, the first one bounced. The reason that he missed the second one is it actually kept low, scuttled through. Here is Hartley once again, and back and across, just with enough length to play that one off the pitch. Punches it with a straight bat out to Rian Ahmed, and they go through for another single, 98 for 4. This really is a reversal of what India are accustomed to doing. They're on the receiving end, and it's been a very special performance from Tom Hartley. I can't remember, Goffey, whether it was you or whether it was you, Harmy, who said during Hartley's first spell when he was going at 10 and over, whether it might be confidence damaging to a career affecting point of perspective. That one has gone straight through KL Rahul, and it's beaten Ben Foakes as well. I suspect that kept very, very low, and byes signalled as it trickles into the boundary triangles, fetched by Mark Wood. But there's turn and there is misbehaviour now for the spinner.
Oh, that is turn. That's pitched outside leg stump. Tom Hartley's bowling, obviously from a wider angle, throwing it down towards leg stumps, pitched outside leg stump, and that's missed off stump by a decent wear, but it's rolled along the floor. It's gone straight through Ben Foakes' legs. No blame from Foakes' point of view. He's nowhere near that. That's flown straight along the floor.
Here is Hartley once again, and forward comes KL Rahul. That one allowed to go through to Ben Foakes. Do you remember, I mean, Hartley was really struggling. He was going for 10 and over, and we were concerned about just how damaged his confidence might be, and Ben Stokes kept encouraging him. There lots of arms around the shoulder and keep telling him to keep going. Here is Hartley, and that one is driven out towards extra cover, nicely fielded by Duckett, no run. And we were sort of speculating as to how damaged his confidence would be, and here we are 2.5 days later, and he's got four for 32 in 12.
4 big wickets. It was a long way away from them first 5 overs that he bowled, and it was the 2 overs for 25. Does he keep him on? Does he let him stew on the boundary and get his head down? Ben Stokes kept him on, kept encouraging him, and I think for me the difference in this second innings now is, I think because he's had a good bowl on Indian pitches, he understands what it takes to bowl in the areas that to bowl. He bowled 25 overs in that first innings, and I think now his lengths are better. I think his speed's better. I think Ben Stokes' captaincy has been better towards him by putting men out and protection. He still bowled a couple of bad balls.
Down the leg side, turn and bounce from Joe Root, and he's ripped that right across the right-handed Shreyas Iyer, and Foakes couldn't get a glove on it because he bowls at a good pace, does Joe Root. When it turns that much down the leg side, it's a tough job for any keeper.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Ben Foakes starts standing outside leg stump as opposed to standing outside the off stump, because it is turning that much, it is going down leg side, and he's just getting a little flick on it. But just to finish off with Tom Hartley, I think this innings, when he has bowled that odd bad ball, it hasn't been punished for 4. It's gone to a man on the boundary, and that man's been on the boundary as opposed to being in the ring.
Root in again, little straighter and fuller, and Shreyas Iyer pushes it straight back to the bowler. There's no run. Those 4 byes have taken India up to 106 for 4, with Shreyas Iyer on 2, KL Rahul on 22. Akshar Patel promoted up the order to number 5. He's gone now for 17. Top score so far, captain Rohit Sharma did 39. Here is Root once again. That's just a touch short. Not a long hop by any means, but enough to be forced off the back foot by KL Rahul by Shreyas Iyer into the offside. For a single, he moves on to 3 from 11 balls. India are 107 for 4. Their target is 131 in 154 overs, so that doesn't matter. We've got the rest of today, in which there are 31.5 overs remaining, and then a full day on day 5. Question is, will we require any of day 5? I think the odds are, if the light permits and the floodlights are sufficient, the odds are on the game finishing at the end of day 4. Root up to the crease, into his bowling stride actually, and then has to pull out because KL Rahul holds up a hand to apologise, but he did just back away. Something caught his eye, distracted his attention behind the bowler's arm.
Could be Andrew McKenna sitting right behind the bowler's arm, cool as a cucumber, big shades on, enjoying life, taking 5 minutes off his commentary stints, trying to get as much sun as he possibly can to them pasty legs of his.
Slipping a leg slip.
Oh, big appeal for leg before. Wicked goes the finger. Joe Root's got another one. It'll be reviewed, no doubt about that. It was reviewed straight away. I thought KL Rahul would do that. But bounce could be interesting because that one took off. We've seen uneven bounce increasing as we go through day 4. That one just seemed to hit him quite high, but it pitched it pitched in line, it straightened, it was given out, and he reviewed it immediately.
Immediately, it didn't look right for me. For some reason, I just didn't see it look right. And I think it was Joe's second appeal which got the attention of Paul Rifle to then make the decision to go up. Is it a bit high? Has it done enough? He's very, very deep in his crease. Very deep in his crease. He's got both feet square on in his crease. This is a massive wicket for England. This is a huge decision coming up in the context of this game.
Has he edged it? Has he edged it?
No bat, and he is splitting the line. If you think of the line you stand from the crease to the stumps, he has got 2 feet square on in that. Has it pitched in line? Yes. Yes. That's it. He's out. KL Rahul's gone. What a wicket that is for England. Huge wicket for Joe Root. He's deserved that. He's put pressure on the Indian batters, and now Darren Gough, I think you might be right. England might win this tonight.
It's great, isn't it? What a great test match. Great viewing, great comeback from England. You probably shouldn't ever write in this England team off. They have total belief in what they're doing. There's no thinking about defeat and losing in 3 days. They've come back into this game, and the last day and a half they've been outstanding with bat and now with ball. They are in total control. India are panicking. No Virat Kohli in their side. The king, the legend Rahul's gone. It brings Jadeja to the crease, and one of them, Shreyas or Jadeja, has to go on for me now and get 50 or 60 not out to give him a chance. It's a huge wicket for Joe Root and England. India 107 for 5. Hope you're enjoying listening here on TalkSport 2.
Goughy, they tried the grind during that partnership. They tried to get him in ones. They tried to wear England down. They tried to absorb the pressure. Does one of these two need to try plan A, go back to plan A, try and whack a few boundaries, reverse the pressure?
I think this partnership, the pressure on this it'll be a brave man to come in and start playing shots from this position. I think the one who has to do it, if he gets the opportunity in next, is Ashwin. Ashwin has to come in and play a few shots. But I think this partnership is huge. They need to get it down to 80.
Here's Joe Root bowling to the new man Jadeja. Right arm off spin to left-hander. Just the one slip in place. First ball pushed away defensively on the onside. India are 107 for 5. It's been a very, very long time since they experienced this kind of pressure in a test match on home soil. And England have turned round a game they seemed to be losing after the first innings. Deficit of 190. Last ball of the over. Root is in. Jadeja is forward. He pushes it out towards the offside, and there is no run. 107 for 5. Time for me to make way for Harsha Bhogle, just in time, because I'm about to lose my voice.
Well, we've got the all-rounder bowling. Joe Root, he's got to be put into the all-rounder bracket, especially when he tours India. He's been outstanding again. The two spinners, Hartley this second innings, but Joe Root during the whole match has been excellent, and India are panicking. 107 for 5. Would you have believed it after 3 days, after 2.5 days, for England to come back into this game? And now you would say they are favourites to win it.
Yeah, definitely, Darren. I think they are favourites to win it from here. Be interesting to see what the odds were when England were 190 behind after first innings. What a turnaround! What a performance! Ollie Pope, unbelievable performance with the bat. 2 great catches, but Tom Hartley alongside Joe Root has put India under pressure, and the pressure is taking its toll now. Massive wicket of KL Rahul. Ben Stokes looks absolutely elated. The reaction of the team here. Seeing pictures on the screen in front of me, the faces, celebrations, they know they're not quite there.
Here's Tom Hartley then. And Shreyas Iyer will take a single, just dabbing it gently into the open space on the onside. The sound levels are rising. This has been such a great day for Test cricket. Who would have thought that a young man in his second Test would bowl Australia out at the fortress of Gabba that was breached only once in 2021, and that a young man not even one Test match old would be 4 for 33. How good is that for our game? India 108 for 5, needing a 123. The kind of runs that just happened in the first session today, and now seems so distant. A single is cheered, but a single is less than 1% of the runs you need. Now here's Hartley. He's got a left-hander in front of him in Ravindra Jadeja. The ball just keeps a little low, and Jadeja off the turn is looking to play it on the onside. It dabs out a short fine leg. Suddenly it looks like there's about 16 England fielders on the ground.
Asha, from an Indian perspective, would you like one of these to go at it, try and change the momentum? It's a big thing in cricket. Do something different?
Don't think they have a choice. Keeps low, the next one, and it's a good take by Ben Foakes. It's always a bit worrisome when in the last 15 minutes your best scoring opportunity has been a ball keeping low and beating the keeper. Just somehow the stranglehold has got to move. It's like in wrestling, you're pinning your opponent down on the mat. How can you take it away? As Jadeja goes forward, bat pad locked together, goes forward, defends. All of a sudden India thinking, should I sweep? Should I not sweep? Are you thinking of outcomes that might not be favourable? It's all in the mind.
I just wonder if Shreyas Iyer is thinking of sweeps because he took his hat off, he's got his helmet on. So I just wonder, because of two spinners, he's been batting a lot in the floppy cap.
Hartley bowls again, and Jadeja goes forward, defends, lets the ball turn off the face of the bat out to short fine leg. What's the field? I always love looking at the fields when Ben Stokes is captain. It's not that he surrounded the batter with fielders. He's just got a slip and a short leg. Should there be a sweep, there's a short 45. If he flicks it in the air, there's a short mid-wicket. Backward point cover, and then 2 out on the onside. Deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and deep backward square. 2 on the boundary. Jadeja looks to play the sweep. This ball is playing tricks now. Just scoots through, and it's a good take by Foakes. Just a run came off it. 123 to win. It's 108 for 5.
He's trying to make India work so hard for their runs, not give them easy boundaries like England possibly did in the first innings, with a combination of fielders up and every now and again a short ball or a over pitch ball. And I just wonder if there is a little bit of a mentality switch here from Shreyas Iyer. I wonder if he's going to start sweeping the ball, because he's took his hat off, he's put his helmet on. No Mark Wood into the equation. It's definitely Joe Root, definitely Tom Hartley. So I just wonder if Shreyas Iyer's thinking more from a head protection point of view, and he's going for the sweep.
He goes round the wicket, slip and a leg slip. Doesn't go. If you'd been told you're going into the heartland of spin, the cards you hold in your hand are a 3 and a 7, and you want to win a game of rummy. That is exactly what England are doing here. They've got Joe Root, great cricketer with bat in hand. And they've got Tom Hartley, hasn't played a test match yet. Jack Leach, you don't know about. Rehan Ahmed in his second test match. It's not the hand you want. Root goes round the wicket, and Shreyas Iyer will flick it out on the onside. Just get a single out to the deep mid-wicket.
I think at the halfway stage, I think if you were playing poker, you were coming against a pair of aces. 190 runs behind. It just shows the character of this team, that from any given situation they can feel as though they can win, but it's all well and good saying and showing the enthusiasm and having that belief you can win. You've actually got to go and do it, and this is what's made it so more special for this team.
Now Root to the left-handed Jadeja. Down the leg side, he'll play a little nudge down to 45. There's a fielder there, he can't get a run for the left-hander. There's no leg slip, there's a slip and a short cover. Another man at cover, then 3 on the offside. Backward point point and a mid-off that's just dropping back. Mid-wicket's on the boundary. Mid-on is a bit deep. There's Root bowls and Jadeja goes forward. Maybe a little bit of edge on that one. It goes out to slip. There's action with every ball. Just thinking of young Tom Hartley on the first evening. He's given the new ball. His first 3 overs vanished for 35. Root in, bowls to Jadeja. Ball scoots through, goes off the back foot, plays it out to back foot point. I remember watching a game. For some reason I was watching it. There was a young left-arm spinner called Simon Kerrigan.
Yes, at the Oval.
Bowled 8 overs and never bowled again. And never bowled again for England. and I thought, would that happen to Hartley? But the captain kept faith in him. Maybe a little more faith than the bowler had in himself. Jadeja lets that next one go through. Were any of you playing that game?
And I think, no, I was long time retired. Goffey was long time, even more time retired than I was.
Even more is a good line.
Even more, yes. But I think that's what strength of Ben Stokes.
Jadeja goes forward, defends. It's the end of over number 35. That scoreboard is a bit marooned. India need 122. There's no wind in the sails at the moment.
And I think because of that, Harsha, you look at that first innings and that first part. He bowled 2 overs for 25. I think he had bowled 5 overs for 54. And he bowled 25 overs in the innings. And I think because of that, I don't think Ben Stokes gave him the sort of protection that he probably needed. And that's a learning thing from Ben's point of view to Tom Hartley, and Tom Hartley into international cricket. But I think them 25 overs were valuable to get him in the game and get him into a rhythm. Where he's come into this, his rhythm's been a lot better. He's had more protection, and this is the reward.
Here's Hartley again. He bowls, and India sneak a single from in front of point. That's good play by Shreyas Iyer. Just soft hands, play that out in front of him. But sometimes, if somebody believes in you more than you believe in yourself, and you can just turn the corner.
That's what you get with this team and this dressing room and this captain. They give you the utmost belief that you do feel 10 foot tall, but there's still the human element of it, Harsha. You've still got to, you can tell the bowler and you can pat him on the back and build him up and pump his tyres up as much as you want. You can't actually let the ball go for him, and I think because of that 25 overs in the first innings, it's really helped Tom Hartley in this.
Now into Jadeja, who goes really low on that and plays it out in front of short leg. We all relate to what happens in our own careers, don't we? I didn't play the game at this level, but I remember starting out in television, and one of the first reviews said everything that could be wrong about him was wrong. But I had a producer who said, there's something in you, I'll keep backing you, one program, another program. And I still remember with great fondness, Jadeja goes off the back foot and plays it past short leg down to deeper man at backward square. Another single ticks over. And my television career owed to a producer who had greater belief in me than I had in myself. And I was watching Hartley yesterday, and I was thinking, I think the captain has more faith in Hartley than Hartley has in himself.
And that's international cricket when you first come in, and that's the special group that this is. I don't think it's just the captain. I think it's a lot of the senior players in this group. I think the environment is set.
Hartley now into Shreyas Iyer, who's playing on the back foot against the turn, but the slowness of the pitch allows him to do that. Plays it very square, picks up another single. 3 singles in this over so far. If you're playing it in tens, then another 10 runs sneak by. It's 119 to get now.
And I think you hit the nail on the head there, that the team and the environment had a lot more faith in Hartley than what Hartley had in himself. And I'm sure he went to bed at that first night wondering and questioning whether he belonged in Test match cricket, but this team kept backing him, and this is where they're getting their reward, both parties.
Next ball from round the wicket to Jadeja. He just lets it roll off the bat with the turn down to short fine. 1-1-2 for 5. What a game we've got. There's still some batting to come. Kona Bharat, Ravichandran Ashwin. They need a partnership of 70 here, nothing less. Hartley bowls and Jadeja goes forward, bat together. It's more pad than bat. Hartley appeals. There's a bit of support, but I don't think they're looking at a review at this moment. As striding in is Ben Stokes, but the timer is ticking away. Now he says it's turning away. That's what he's asking. It's
long way down. There's a long way to go between impact and the stumps. I think we've seen in the middle session when Tom Hartley bowled a ball just outside off stump, and it spun back, and when it spun back, it was missing leg stump, and England went for the review and couldn't believe that it missed.
Right, Jared Kimber.
Harsha Bhogle.
1-1-2 for 5.
Name
1-1-9 to get. Yeah, not yet at the halfway point. Did you think this test match would be as alive as it is?
Yeah, I was shocked at the odds for England this morning. I thought that they were massively in this game. Even now, India is still favourite with a lot of bookmakers.
Root bowls and off with the turn. It's glided away for a single by Shreyas Iyer. Of all India's batters against left-arm spin, all India's right-hand batters against left-arm spin, Shreyas Iyer has the best numbers. We're looking at the replay of that previous appeal. It was turning too much, and it was a good call not to go in for the review. So I really do think if India have got to go to Visakhapatnam 1 up, this partnership's got to put on 70-75, maybe more. Root bowls to Jadeja, who's pushing down the ground, then sneak a single in front of mid-on and get it as Wood, I think, Stokes it was, couldn't quite gather cleanly, but the single was on. You following the odds, Jared?
Well, it's always interesting because Cricketviz have India at about a 30% chance of winning now, but the money's still certainly coming in for India, so the fans think it's almost a 50-50 game. But yeah, there's some counterplays that we'll see here too, like fast bowling against Shreyas Iyer.
Always excitement around the corner, and welcome listeners from Talk Sport who've joined us for a magnificent, gripping session of Test match cricket. Overs not a factor. There is only one conclusion to this game. Just watching the replay of the last one, a puff of dust gets kicked up, and it's stopped at short fine to prevent the leg bye. There's only one end to this game. In a 50-over game, there's two ends possible. Root goes round the wicket, and it's driven out on the offside. Stokes will feel from his position at wide mid-off. A single is achieved. You get a gripping white ball game, say a 50-over game. You can hang in there and get through the 50 overs. Now the overs don't count. Time doesn't count. As I said yesterday, the next rainfall is a few months away. It's all about runs and wickets. The very purity of the game we all grew up enjoying. Only one end possible. Either you score the runs or you lose your wickets. Here's Root again from round the wicket. Left-handed Jadeja in front of him. It's a ball that hastens through. Jadeja taps it on the onside, searches for a single. Root discovers more energy, darts across to short mid-wicket and keeps scoring down to nothing.
I'm sure the pace of the modern day Test cricket is such that we don't really get too many draws as it is. So obviously another result here and a result-oriented series will keep the interest really high.
What I can tell you is some people had booked their tickets for last night. Root goes round the wicket and Jadeja goes forward and defends, then change the tickets to this evening. End of the over, 3 off it, 115 for 5 from 37. Halfway point, 116 now needed. Then change their tickets to tonight, and have just changed their tickets to tomorrow morning. And I think tonight, not from a batting perspective, but from a bowling perspective, could be on with 27 overs left.
I have mine booked for tonight.
Jared doesn't need to book tickets, does he? Nah,
I'm okay.
You don't need to.
I mean, I will have to change my alarm, of which I was planning to have a sleep in, but we'll see how we go. But it's that I think it was the 5th ball that over, Harsha. Just another one that kept low. Jadeja did well to get just the bottom part of the bat on it, but we're seeing, I would say we're seeing the ball keeping low just a little bit more now. So just tightening the screws on India further, right? And Shreyas Iyer is a beautiful player of spin, but he's also going to have to score and put pressure back on England.
How do you take the ball off his hands now? And he beats Shreyas Iyer, who plays inside the line of the ball but doesn't follow it. India have got to find a way of breaking the length. England did that with reverse sweeps. The reverse sweep, I think, is, well, it's not a player, but it's the occasion of the game, maybe the activity of the game, the reverse sweep. I think when you look back at this game, if England do end up winning it, it'll be the reverse sweep that was the turning point.
Absolutely. India had no response to that reverse sweep. And of course, they don't play the reverse sweep too well. That was the 8th reverse sweep that Rohit Sharma played in his entire career.
I'm always amazed by where people come up with numbers like these.
Jared told me.
The
obviously.
8th reverse sweep of his career, and the 6th that came off the lower half of the bat. Man, Jared, you must let us into your secret. Where do you get these numbers from? It's a full toss. That next one from Hartley. And it's pulled away onto the onside, finds the wide open spaces, and a much-needed boundary for India. Shreyas Iyer goes up to 13.
Pressure release ball there for Shreyas. Full toss, and he had to make it count. Got it past the fielder at mid-on very easily. There's one in the deep, Rehan Ahmed, but that was a long chase for him.
I'll tell you what,
Easy runs for India.
that was rank as well. That wasn't just a low full toss. And Shreyas Iyer was so shocked, he almost didn't get it away. Usually you would just slog that across the line, but he was like, whoa.
Rohit Sharma missed one from Joe Root in the second over, I think, and he was absolutely livid. How could he miss a full toss?
There's no way Rehan was going to get there. There's so much open space out there from round the wicket. Here's Hartley. And Shreyas Iyer goes forward, defends. He's on 13. Jadeja is 2. India now need 112. Hartley, how much is he going to bowl? He's into his 15th over, 4 for 40. Root has bowled 13. What's the story with Leach? He's only bowled 5. Rehan has bowled 1. As the game gets closer and closer, Hartley bowls, and Shreyas Iyer off the back foot looking to pull against the turn, out to mid-on. And he can't get a run. As the game gets closer, you can't afford an expensive over. Is he going to gamble at some point with Rehan again? 119 for 5 after 38, 112 needed.
What a turnaround this has been for Tom Hartley. He was taken for 63 runs in his first 9 overs. Darren Gough and Steve Harmison, part of our team here, they were surprised that that spell had gone on and on and on, even attributing it to the stubbornness of Ben Stokes. But it's that stubbornness, Jared, that has perhaps changed that momentum, that confidence around for Tom Hartley. Absolutely a different bowler in this innings.
Yeah, probably the pitch conditions favour what he does a little bit more now as well. We just saw him bowl a full toss. I'd say he's bowled a lot fewer balls, and he's not under pressure now because he's bowling from a position of strength.
Joe Root to start the new over. It's been hit to mid-on, and Ben Stokes has thrown, hits the stumps at the non-striker's end as they take the single.
I think
this
that
is going to get reviewed. 119 for 5 at the moment. Massive moment for the skipper.
Jadeja might have hurt himself there diving for the crease, but his body language is also not very, very confident.
So that might be the least of his worries at the moment.
Yeah.
Right, so we're waiting for the replay. Here we go. Yes! It's out!
Oh my God, what a moment that is. What a moment that is.
Run out for 2 from 20 deliveries. Ben Stokes, the skipper, so often has done it with bat and ball as a bowler. He does it in the field. There's an element of Andrew Flintoff about Ben Stokes in so many ways, and Ben Stokes with a brilliant piece of fielding a la Andrew Flintoff all those years ago affects the run out. This one though, arguably even better than Freddie's, because he's diving and flicking the ball rather than being planted and stationary and throwing it. He's flicking it and hits the stumps. Jadeja, such a dangerous batter, dismissed for 2, 119 for 6. India need 112 to win here on TalkSport 2.
Ben Stokes, you put him in a clutch situation and he always produces magic. As Andrew explained, he wasn't in the perfect position to throw the ball. It was just a flick, and gets that vital wicket off Ravindra Jadeja, who scored such important runs in the first innings, and he had a job to do in the second one as well. But he's gone back now, and mind I say this, Shreyas Iyer is receiving treatment on his back. He's had problems with his back. He came back last year from injury and then had a back spasm.
Right, so yeah, he was lying on the floor there, so the medics were out with him while Shikhar Bharat makes his way out, but Shreyas was lying on the floor with a couple of the medical team just tending to him.
Wow. God, I hope you're enjoying this. You don't get many Sunday mornings like this to the pound, I tell you.
Well, first of all, the English fans must have enjoyed Australia losing as well, and this is a double whammy. It's a super Sunday for English cricket fans, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not going to keep mentioning it for Jared's sake, but you know, it may make the odd appearance in the commentary that Australia lost to West Indies' third team. Anyway, right, let's back to this. Joe Root around the wicket, goes in and bowls. Oh, it's a brilliant delivery. Barrett is back and across, both feet pointing back down the pitch, beats him on the outside edge, and there is no run. We're on TalkSport 2. We're also on TalkSport from time to time as well. You can watch us in the commentary box on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Subscribe to that. You can send us some messages. Joe Root is in, turned on the onside. It's a bit of a yes-no. They go back, they don't take the single. Duckett with the fielding on that occasion. Stay with us, you're going to need us. This is going to be a brilliant series over the next few weeks. So if you've got the TalkSport app, get that downloaded. You can swipe left and right between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, your DAB radio, the YouTube channel, whatever you need. Brilliant piece of work from folks on this occasion. Shreyas coming forward, didn't leave the crease, I don't think. Folks takes off the bails anyway, just to be safe.
Brilliant. This is just brilliant Test cricket all round. Absolutely phenomenal this first Test has been. And if we can continue it in the same vein over the next 5 weeks, is it? Oh my God, this could be, like we said before this Test match started, Andrew, 2-2 going to Dharamsala.
Oh, please. And this is the beauty of 5-match series. It's the first time India have played a 5-match series at home since 2016, when England were the visitors then as well. So it is a special occasion, and the teams are serving it up. Root goes in, it's kicked away by Shreyas Iyer. Because he's kicked it away with no intent of playing a shot, they can't take the leg by. So it's another delivery, goes away. India are past the halfway mark, but they're 6 wickets down. 119 on the board, 112 to win. There are still 25 overs of today's play after the next delivery, so there's loads of time either way. Joe Root in once again. Shreyas covers up, just plays it down at his feet, and it ends the over here on TalkSport 2. India 119 for 6.
Andrew, we've been wondering since morning if this game is finishing today. Let me tell you, England can win it today. India can't. India can lose it today. If they have to win it, they have to come back tomorrow, and we'll have to come back tomorrow, and our listeners will have to tune in tomorrow. But either way, it's going to be absolutely cracking.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Shreyas plays. I've just been sitting outside on the balcony with Steve Harmison, and he's just got a feeling that in the next few minutes, Shreyas is just going to launch a counter-attack, which might bring the India victory today back into the equation. So I'm just throwing that out there, folks. I'm just throwing that out there.
Well, forgetting about the time thing, or the match ending today, that seems a very, very viable option, because India are under the pump, really under the pump now. They need some sort of a counter-attack to get back into shape. And while Shrikar Bharat, I mean, he's not the best of run scorers for India, he doesn't have a half century yet. Well, it's what, his 10th or 11th innings in Test cricket now? So Shreyas knows that he has to do the bulk of scoring himself here.
Barrett to face his first delivery. In goes Hartley, left arm around the wickets. It's Barrett playing to mid-wicket. There's no run.
And he's a fantastic player of spin, is Shreyas Iyer. It's just that he can be a little over-attacking at times. So if he can find that balance, yes, maybe.
Left arm around the wicket. In goes Hartley. Beautiful delivery. Barrett is playing the line of middle and leg middle, and it turns and bounces past the outside edge. Folks is going to take the bails off every single time at the moment, just to make sure, and he does exactly that, but there is no appeal on this occasion. So much going on in this game. Joe Root waiting at slip as Hartley goes in with another beauty. Again, Barrett is playing middle and leg there, so he is leaving the outside of off stump a little bit exposed,
which can be very, very dangerous, because we've seen the left arm spinners just getting that turn around the off stump, that little area. There's a patch there. Both Leach and Hartley have exploited it today.
In goes Hartley. It's another beautiful delivery. Now that time Barrett is playing the line of middle and off. He's further across, and it's still
went past the outside edge of his bat. Hartley looking really, really dangerous here. Just going to go back to that run out in a moment, because I've just seen something else on a different replay we've just seen for the first time. Hartley goes in and bowls. Barrett goes on the reverse, takes him on the pad. He looks a long way outside of off stump there, and England bail out on the appeal. Yeah, Jadeja was the man run out, but we mentioned that Shreyas Iyer was down having some treatment. As he completed the run, which he didn't complete, Jadeja grabbed the back of the hamstring. Now, that might be significant going forward in this series. We've got 5 tests, 2 back-to-back, 2 more then back-to-back, and then the 5th. You know, the 5-match series are attritional. Sides are going to pick up injuries. It is just the way of 5-day test match cricket. So these are the kind of things that really are significant.
Well, that would add to India's problems, no doubt. Although, I know who would they bring in as a bowler, but who is he? Who are they going to replace as a batter for Jadeja?
In goes Hartley once again, beating the outside edge of Barrett. Barrett looks like at the end of the over, 119 for 6 from 40. Some of the players use what they call training bats, which are basically bats which are half width, because it therefore makes them sort of have to watch it all the more closely to hit it. It almost looks like he's playing with a half bat at the moment, a training bat, because every time he's playing the shot, it's the bit of the bat that's missing that would have made contact with the ball.
Well, he's obviously playing inside the line, but I'm just worried if he's covering his off stump enough. And that's the main worry, because if not, if one straightens out or doesn't turn as much, then that off stump comes into play. And that reverse sweep he tried to play, he was not even down completely, never in control of that shot.
It didn't look right, did it? Compared to some of the efforts of the England, but they look far more.
None of them have looked right for India. I mean, Rohit Sharma tried playing one. He almost got half a bat on it. Yashasvi Jaiswal tried. He didn't get any bat on it.
And didn't get close to it either, really.
And I don't know what Shikhar Bharat was trying, because that was not a reverse sweep.
Right, Jack Leach back into bowl once again. This will be his 6th over. 0 for 15 so far. Remember that we had the confirmation today that he has a hematoma in his thigh. Basically, that's a bruise. Basically a bruise is burst blood vessels. So he's not moving the best. He was sort of hobbled a little bit out to bat. He was only there a couple of balls in the end, actually, as it turned out. But he is able to bowl, and he will be bowling left arm around the wicket from our end to the right-handed Shreyas Iyer. Slip in place. 2 men out on the boundaries, 1 on either side square, and Jack Leach goes in. He's aiming towards leg stump, takes Shreyas on the pad, no run.
I'll tell you why this is a very, very good bowling change, because we've seen how Shikhar Bharat is having troubles countering the spin of Tom Hartley, whether he's covering that off stump enough. And we've seen Leach get that turn away from the off stump.
Leach finds the edge and the catch is taken by rooted slip as Shreyas goes. 7 down India. England 3 wickets away from one of the most incredible victories in Test match cricket. 190 runs down on first innings. They make 420 second time round to set India 231 to win. And Shreyas Iyer, the last of the recognised batters, is caught at slip, edging Jack Leach and Joe Root, a man who's had such a role in this Test match, makes no mistake. India need 112 more. It's 3 wickets for England. India 119 for 7 here on TalkSport 2.
It is precisely why Leach was brought into the attack. He's been getting that ball to move away from the off stump, move away from the right-hander. In the whatever little spell he's bowled today, just 5.2 overs. But Shreyas Iyer never has the biggest of strides. They've been struggling against Tom Hartley's spin as well. So bring in Leach and create that opportunity. And that opportunity was created. Shreyas Iyer not too forward, but trying to drive the ball, not going anywhere except the slip. Big moment for England. 119 for 7 now. 3 away from what is going to be an absolutely fantastic win for England.
Well, I said Shreyas was the last of the recognised batsmen. That is to do a little bit of injustice to Ashwin, who can bat and is a good batter, but he's not a recognised batter.
Well, he does have 5 Test hundreds, so yeah, I mean, bit of an injustice.
Yes.
But look, I mean, in this kind of situation, you need more than just a batter. I think you were absolutely on the mark. The last recognised batter has gone back for India. And you look at Bharat, who's not done too much run scoring for India in Test cricket. Ashwin, who's not been in the best of forms, really.
Well, all of a sudden, Ashwin's got company. Not only Root at slip, it's Pope at silly point. Duckett at short extra cover on the drive. Hartley at short mid-wicket on the drive as Leach goes in. It's another turning ball past the outside edge. Leach appeals. Paul Rifle, the umpire, has nothing to do with that. India remain 7 down. You just take your breath, you just grab a breath at the moment, don't you? Because you just don't know when the next moment is coming in this incredible game. Leach in, bowls around the wicket, just wide of Ollie Pope at silly point. Ashwin got, so it was travelling pretty quickly off of the face of the bat, and Pope was diving right-handed towards the playing surface, but he wasn't able to get on it. He took a worldie earlier, so anything's possible for Ollie Pope at the moment. He's having one of the games of his life, but that one goes to safety. Leach, 3 steps in and bowls. Once again, that one keeps low. Ashwin inside edges it just past his stumps. He will get off strike with a single 120 for 7.
He's a tall batter, doesn't get down too much. Doesn't have that big stride foot movement either. And Jack Leach has been absolutely brilliant since coming back. And like I'd mentioned earlier, I mean, this is the right move because of the way the left-arm spinners are troubling India's lower-order right-handed batters.
Ben Stokes is bringing in the deep mid-wicket to regulation mid-wicket for Barrett. He's still yet to get off the mark. This will be his 7th ball. Leach goes in, brings the keeper forward, and he plays out on the offside. End of an over that takes a wicket for England, and they get ever closer. India were 95 for 3. Then the 4th went down on 95. The 5th on 107. The 6th on 119. The 7th on the 119, the same score, and the middle order have been removed by England on this blisteringly hot Hyderabad afternoon in the sunshine. The supporters are merrily getting baked at about gas mark 8 all around the stadium, and the England supporters are certainly enjoying it. To be fair, the Indian supporters are too. They're still cheering and whatever, but you sense a little bit of a change of atmosphere in the place.
Yeah, you just open X, formerly Twitter, right now, and you'll see how the mood has changed. What Indian cricket fans are really saying. They're really frustrated and angry at this performance. Let me tell you, I was just thinking about yesterday's play session.
As Hartley starts a new over from the far end, just quietly defended by Ashwin, no run.
On either side of lunch, England came out with that strategy to reverse sweep everything in sight. India did not have a counter to that.
Hartley is about to come in, but won't bowl because Ashwin just backs away for the moment. Now settles in once again, and Ashwin bowls, and that's Hartley bowls to Ashwin, and it goes past the outside edge, and there is no run.
And if you compare the Indian innings, when the English spinners have been on top, the Indian batters haven't had a countering release shot available to them.
Next ball is just defended and will go through to Ben Foakes, no run.
And to my mind, that is where this game has really changed. When the time came, the English batters had a response, a well thought out plan. India do not have that plan.
Around the wickets is Hartley. Oh, Foakes really wants this one from behind the stumps. And Ollie Pope is giving it the thumbs up, saying you must review that, and Ben Stokes will review it. Has Ashwin got a feather on this one? It was a big swish, and there's high fives all round in the England camp. They believe this one is out. Let's have a listen to Murray Erasmus.
Court, original decision not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with spin vision?
It's a big, big sweep. Now, it takes a good old chunk of the pitch, but that's largely irrelevant. Does he get a top edge playing this shot? I can't see that it would brush anything else.
No.
England are convinced, though, aren't they? Just the body language. Now we get this the ultra edge. Let's listen to Maria Erasmus.
Nothing on the ultra edge.
He's going to rock and roll it, but there's nothing on the waveform whatsoever.
Clearly missed that.
And
Back to Chris. Chris, stay with your decision. You can signal now.
so England lose that review. There wasn't anything on that. So both sides now down to one review left each.
That's the first thing Ollie Pope's got wrong since yesterday.
Absolutely. Ollie Pope was adamant that was out. Hartley to bowl again. Brings Ashwin forward. Ollie Pope does very well at silly point there to field it. Knocks it down. And there is no run. 111 for India to win this game. 3 wickets for England. It's 3:30 in the afternoon in Hyderabad. Just coming up 10 o'clock in the morning, Sunday morning in the UK. Hope you're enjoying this as you get yourself up and ready for a new sporting day. New delivery from Hartley. Off the back foot is Ashwin pushing out on the offside. A few oohs and ahs from the England fielders as it was close-ish to Ollie Pope, but not close enough to be a catch. And it's the end of the over here on TalkSport 2. India 120 for 7 as Tom Hartley bowls that maiden over 4 for 40 he has so far from 17.
Andrew, you've just got the brilliant catchphrase of this test match. If you talk about the English turnaround, Ollie Hartley. Absolutely. Ollie Pope with that almost double 100, and Tom Hartley with that turnaround from the first innings. Ollie Hartley have done the magic for England. It's the turnaround story for them. Of course, they're still 3 wickets away. It seems more like a formality now with 111 runs needed here.
Well, there are 22 overs remaining of the day, and of course, if England are close to victory, they can claim an extra half hour, which would get them 8 more. So there are potentially 30 overs left available for England today.
It's 3:30 local time, so we're not... Overs remaining today, 22.
Plus the extra half hour.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah. Be close, it'd be dicey. The light might be interesting. We have finished pretty much all of the days with the floodlights on just in case. It never got a case that we actually needed them, but it's been close. Right, Jack Leach to start a new over to Barrett, who's still yet to get off the mark. Leach around the wicket, running away from us. Barrett squeezing it up, no real pace in it towards mid-off. Leach will cut it off in his follow-through, and there is no run. Just the slip for Barrett, no man under the helmet, but there are drive men at extra cover and very straight mid-wicket. Leach around the wicket. Barrett has nothing to do with that and allows it through to Folkes. No run.
KS Barrett doesn't have a half century for India yet, so he'll have to play out of his skin.
Well, it's matches like this that legends are made. Leach goes in, bat and pad close together, just squeezed down towards short third. No run.
He's coming off some good form, though. He was playing against the England Lions and he scored 119. More importantly, he batted nearly 5 hours for India to draw the game. Well, there's not going to be a draw here, but
250 to 1, said William Hill earlier on, so I think we can rule that one out.
Or the KL Rahul century, as we were talking off air.
Yeah. Jack Leach around the wicket. Oh, Barrett backs away on that occasion, tries to flat bat drive it through the covers. Duckett will field, and there will be no run. 4 balls of the over to go. It feels like Barrett is getting a bit twitchy here. 11 balls yet to get off the mark, and just backing away there. Just was the first feel and first shot that he wasn't just prepared to block it. Leach, left arm around, it's full again in towards the toes of Barrett. He will be off the mark with a turn through square leg, and they will take a single. 121 for 7, 110 needed to win this game here on TalkSport 2.
And just to add a bit about Ashwin as well, I mean, he is quite capable. I mean, yes, you wouldn't count him as a full-blooded batter, but obviously 5 Test hundreds to his name, clutch of half centuries as well, and that heroic knock, if I can say so, or heroic innings in Sydney. Took a lot of body blows, drew that match for India.
Absolutely. Leach to finish the over, goes in shorter, turns, there's a bit of a yes-no throw at the non-striker's end, and Barrett has got himself back. That's a real indicative one of a mindset that's just starting to get slightly scrambled. A bit of a yes-no. They get back. The over's complete. 121 for 7 here on TalkSport 2. Darren Goff's rejoined us. Goffy, what a test match this is. It's an incredible effort from England to be 190 behind on first innings and be 3 wickets away from a victory is remarkable.
It is indeed, and it shows the importance of winning the toss of the coin at the start. We didn't get enough in that first innings, but the way England have played since has been absolutely outstanding. What a terrific test match. Some quality batting, some quality bowling and fielding, by the way, as the game's gone on. And England should be proud of themselves, the way they've come back into this game against the #1 ranked team in the world.
Tom Hartley in once again. Stretching, leaning forward is Shrikar Bharat, pushing that defensively towards captain Ben Stokes at mid-off in the shadows, being cast by the Shivlal Yadav Pavilion stand. Here is Hartley once again. Forward comes Bharat, opening the face of the bat, allowing it to spin and slide off the face. Wide of Joe Root at slip, who trudges after it. That's one more. All I would say is that Shrikar Bharat may well be capable of batting for a long time, but I think India will need boundaries. They're not going to win this game in singles. They're not going to nudge and graft their way to victory, I don't think. I think they're going to need boundaries. I think they're going to need somehow to find a bit of counter-attack from somewhere, from someone. Outside the off stump, a little bit short, tries to cut it. Ashwin, he's a good hitter, simple technique which he understands intricately. Didn't time that one, bottom edge down into the ground. But with 109 runs still needed and only 3 wickets, I think India somehow are going to have to try and reverse the pressure. It sounds like a big ask. Forward comes Ashwin again, nudges it away on the onside, picked up by Ben Foakes.
Yeah, I think you're right, man. I think somebody's going to have to take a punt. Somebody's going to have to put a counter punch towards this England team, who look right on top of a flat, deflated, not only Indian team, but a stadium deflated as well.
Here is Hartley once again. He's looking for a 5th wicket. Forward comes R. Ashwin, pushing it out to Rian Ahmed at deep mid-wicket. 122 for 7 India. Their target is 231. They're 109 runs short. They're 7 wickets down. Hartley has 4 of them. 4 for 41. Coming towards the end of his 18th over, has been outstanding. Hartley in again, a little bit short. Outside the off stump, cut, missed time. Bottom edge to Duckett at cover. And a dot ball. Ashwin remains 1 off 14. Shrikar Bharat, the keeper, 2 off 14. India 122 for 7. You can puncture the tension. It's like a balloon, Darren Goff.
They're going nowhere,
feel like
aren't they?
the whole thing's going to burst.
Yeah, you're right, mate. They're going nowhere, and England have put serious pressure on India. They don't know where to go, and like I said, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more from them this innings. It took one person, didn't it? One player to come in and try and change the momentum. England are on top. They're full of confidence. Everyone, you can see the way they're running between the wickets. The bowlers are on fire. There's no pressure being put on them. And 122 for 7. All TalkSport 2 listeners must be thinking this is an unbelievable performance from England.
Here's Jack Leach in for a new over. Tiny bit of width and just too short. Forced away off the back foot just for a single. Target comes down to 108 for victory.
Ben Stokes will just give the signal to Mark Wood to get warmed up. I think giving Tom Hartley a break from the Yadav end, the end where the players come out of, and possibly going to go with a little bit of pace on the ball from one end with Jack Leach bowling at the other end. But you're right, Goffey, India are dying in a hole here, and there's got to be a counter punch. Somebody's got to take a punt. Somebody's going to have to go from the Indian point of view if they want to get back.
Forward comes Ashwin to the next one from Jack Leach, which is Fuller, and it's again pushed out towards mid-wicket. They can't sort of nudge their way to the close and try and regroup and hope for a restart on the fifth morning, a reset. There's too much cricket left today. It's just under 20 overs left. Here is Leach once again, tosses that one up, gives some air. They're getting bolder, they're getting braver, England spinners now. They're beginning to taunt these two. That may be the wrong word, but they're beginning to tease them. They're beginning to invite a few attacking shots, and it'll take the courage of their convictions. Ashwin, you would think, is the man who has to play a couple of shots and try and counter-punch. Here's Leach once again. A bit of width outside the off-stump, chopped away. Rian Ahmed quite deep at cover. Fields, 123 for 7.
And in the air, it's in the air. Ashwin, he's hit it in the air, didn't quite carry to Rian Ahmed. If I'd gone to cover, and we would have carried to Ben Duckett, but it didn't carry to Rian Ahmed. And Ashwin, is he starting to relax? Is he starting to think I can play a shot?
Leach, quicker one. Forward comes Ashwin, pushing defensively to cover again, extra cover. Duckett, Fields, but they're dying in a hole's a great phrase. I mean, it's an unfortunate one, which was born out of trench warfare in the First World War. But I mean, it's an unfortunate metaphor. But that's, you know, in a sporting term, India are going nowhere. Dot balls are getting them nowhere. Here is Leach again. It's pushed away again out towards the offside, and there's no run. He's playing defensively. He knows that that's not going to work for India. He knows that. He's played a lot of cricket, has Ashwin, a decade and a half of Test cricket. He knows that India aren't going to win it like this. 123 for 7. They need 108 more. Goffey.
I'll tell you what, all the England bowlers, different stage of the game, the confidence they've got from England getting that huge second innings total, and Ollie Pope 196 has lifted the whole team. And yeah, Army's got a point there, but they might have actually benefited from actually a day in the field and bowling in Indian conditions. Leach, even with a bad leg, has looked a lot better in this innings. Joe Root's been fantastic the whole game, by the way, and Hartley, a different man in the second innings. Looks like getting a wicket every over.
You're getting used to the lines and the lengths areas you've got to bowl in Indian conditions. I think that was what happened in the first innings, and now they do. You're right, they look different bowlers, but I think Ben Stokes as a captain is captained a little bit differently. Hartley, Rian Ahmed and Jack Leach, Joe Root. I think there's been more in-out fields to give that protection, which is going to happen from a inexperienced spinner bowling attack from the odd bad ball. The odd bad ball in that first innings went for 4 every single time, and that's why it got out of hand from an England point of view with the Indian batters. In this second innings, that bad ball hasn't gone for 4, so it's created pressure. It's only a single. The boundary count isn't as high as what it was, and for me, that gives confidence to a bowler, and Tom Hartley's benefited from that confidence because his rhythm, his lines, his lengths have been absolutely spot on.
Really interesting field, in-out field for Joe Root as he plays into Sugar Barak, the keeper, who pushes it square of the wicket on the offside. Johnny Bairstow trudges around for a backward point to pick up and field, and it's another single. Love the field from Joe Root, love it. Leg slip, orthodox slip, and then, as I say, in-out field. So if they do decide to counter-attack and try and hit the way out of this hole that they're in at the moment, there's a long on and a man at deep mid-wicket cow corner. Also a man for the sweep at deep backward square. 2 men saving 1 on the leg side, as well as the leg slip and the slip. There's a captain is at mid-off. Ben Stokes looks like he's directing traffic in Piccadilly Circus at the moment. He's only got 9 men to manoeuvre, but he's changing them. He's bringing long on. Jack Crawley up from the boundary into the circle. He's moving Rian Ahmed from deep mid-wicket, a little bit squarer for R. Ashwin. He's anticipating Ashwin's counter-attack. I'm sure of that. Ashwin knows he's got to play a shot or 2 here. Root in again, bowls. Ashwin doesn't play a shot, blocks it behind square on the offside.
I think what you've got to remember as well is 107 runs with 3 wickets in hand is a lot of runs. So protecting that boundary and making sure, when in the grand scheme of things, it's LBW bowled, little fine nick behind or a bat pad.
Here's Root again to Ashwin, right up in the block hole, pushed up towards mid-off. The other thing that India know is that 50 from this partnership is a minimum.
Oh, absolutely. I would say more than that. I would say 65-70 because of what's to come.
Bumrah and Siraj, exactly. Here is Root again. Ashwin steers it away behind square in the offside. Johnny Bairstow allows that one to roll gently to him.
So because you've got them 3 or 4 dismissals around the bat in play, because the wicket is getting more deterioration, having that men on the boundary, if they do go for the big shot, it's only costing them a single, and it just prolongs the game. It makes the game go deeper and deeper and deeper, and making it a lot harder for India while the wicket is deteriorating. The pressure's still on from a scoreboard point of view, and England aren't, even if they do bowl a bad ball.
Root in again. Ashwin pushes it out towards Bairstow at cover, and again he's at backward point, so there was just enough time for the batsman to scuttle through for a quick single. And this is the first time I can recall in Ben Stokes' captaincy career where he has genuinely appeared happy with the situation. He's not forcing the pace. He pushes and forces the pace and makes things happen. Right now, he knows that he's got India exactly where he wants
Absolutely, 100%. And I think that's why there's men on the boundary and saying, right, you're going to have to get these in ones.
Here's Root again. Bolt. Reverse sweep from Stricker Barrett. That's a sign that he knows that he's got to do something. He's a pusher and a nudger. He's a classic wicketkeeper batsman in the old school style, but he knows he's got to play some shots, and he unfurled the reverse sweep there. It looked, to be fair, like a man that doesn't play the shot very often. Jared Kimball will probably be able to tell us how many times. Well, maybe not, because he doesn't have much of an international record, how often he plays the reverse sweep. Anyway, Goffer, you can puncture the tension with a... You just feel like one wicket and the balloon will burst.
Oh, absolutely. I know I said it, and you guys thought there was going to be a result tonight either way, and I just think I couldn't see India scoring the runs with the field the captain set in scoring the runs tonight, even with 35, 36 overs to go. Result tonight is an England win, because I just can't see how they're going to score the runs quick enough, because the field they've set, and they're going for the dismissals Army's just talked about. Bowled, nick, stumped even, you know what I mean, short leg.
Jack Leach continues, got to slip in. Everyone else saving one or on the boundary. Forward comes Ashwin, blocking that. There's no run. England have gone for that's what I call the strangle field here. They're saying to the batsman, you're not going to get through, you're going to have to go over.
Yeah, I get what Goffey's saying, but I think at the time there were only 3 wickets down.
Well, 3 down at tea.
3 down at tea. So at that point, Ben Stokes has all their men out. If they get 40 or 50 runs without losing a wicket, he's then got to gamble and bring the field in.
There's now a silly point in as well as a slip. Leach gives it some air. It drifts in towards the pads of Ashwin, turns it away for another single. Tom Hartley fields. What a comeback Hartley has had. My goodness me. We were talking, he bowled 9 overs for 63 at the end of the first day of India's innings, and there was talk of, well, let's just hope he's not too badly damaged and bruised emotionally and confidence-wise.
It's amazing what this dressing room gives you, amazing the confidence that this dressing room gives you. It's not just the captain, it's the coach, it's the teammates. It's a resilient dressing room.
Leach gives it some air once again. He's got the courage of a 104-run target still required. That one just tickled away behind square on the leg side. Another single. I mean, all credit to Ashwin and Stricker Barrett. If they do decide that singles are the way to go, then they're backing themselves to bat. It's going to take till lunch tomorrow if they get them in singles. And perhaps they do. They know that there's only 2 bowlers to come. Short and wide outside the off stump, cut away. That bursts the pressure for a while. That's 4. Through point, length on this slow pitch is critical. It's almost just a foot or two slightly too short, and it sits up and asks to be hit.
Yeah, that's just asked to be hit. Just shorter in length, more comfortable off the back foot is our Ashwin, and he pierced the field lovely there. Timed. He didn't try and hit it too hard. He knew where the gap was. Tried to get it into the gap, and it's a welcome boundary for the Indian team.
Ashwin up to 7 now. Leach into him once more. Drifts that one in flight. A little bit of turn, slightly too full for the turn to take effect, and Ashwin pushes it back defensively. Exactly 100 required now for India. 7 down. 3 wickets in hand, needing 100. They're 131 for 7. Here is Leach again, and that's just a low full toss and clipped out to Hartley at mid-wicket. Don't think it'll be too long before Tom Hartley is reintroduced into the attack with amazing figures of 4 for 41 from 18 overs.
But it's like anything, Goffey. Any sport you play, you're going along nicely, and it's how you come out the other side of it from a counter-punch point of view. And if India feel as though getting ones, the odd boundary here, and absorbing the pressure and trying to put England into making their next decision, then it makes the game all that more intriguing. Because if you look at it now, India are still miles behind the 8 ball. But man, as you're saying, this partnership has to be 50, 60. If it does become that, then it makes Ben Stokes make a decision. So how many times you've seen, Darren, in sport, that when you think the team is all of a sudden down and out, the team that needs to cross the line just takes that little bit longer or panics before they do get eventually over it.
Yeah, everything about this game has been fantastic, and it's gone either way. It looked like a certain Indian win, didn't it, after 2 days? But the way England came back and basically have been on top nearly every single session for the last day and a bit, and they're in a position now where they are 100% favourites to win the game. They need 3 wickets. I think the difference in captains has been massive. I think it's been a huge difference. The way Ben Stokes has marshalled his troops in the second innings has been outstanding. I think he let the game drift, Rohit Sharma, for England to make over 400 in that third innings. He didn't manage his bowlers as well as he should have. He didn't have the fielders in the right place. He didn't do something about the reverse sweeps and sweeping that England batters were doing. And it's led to this situation now where England should go on and win the game.
Couldn't agree more with you, Goffey, and I honestly think that Rohit Sharma lost his team 2 days ago. I think that they lost confidence in him, and I think that the skipper was looking like a man isolated. The bowlers were clearly asking for a field change. They were asking for some support, and Rohit continually sort of made a calm down gesture with his hands, saying just leave it, like like I said at the time. He looked like a man who said the pitch will do it for us.
Absolutely, and I think when you look at this batting lineup as well, as talented as it is, some very good young players in it. When you're missing Virat Kohli to shepherd them home, or you're missing a Rahane or a Pujara, experienced players with good records, these are very talented youngsters that India have got, but this is pressure. This is a pressure situation against an England team that's got experienced players in it. Yes, on the spin department we're quite inexperienced, but it's got some very experienced players in it who over the last 18 months have played some quite ridiculous cricket.
It's a drinks break, that's why there's no action at the moment. So let me give you an update on what's happened. I feel like I need several minutes. It's been, we thought the first 3 days were busy. Today has been quite extraordinary. England resumed on 316 for 6, and with a lead of 127, and they added 104 before they were finally dismissed for 420 with a sublime 196 from Ollie Pope. Quite brilliant. He wouldn't have been able to score them though without the company of Rian Ahmed, who made 28 in a partnership of 64, and Tom Hartley for the second innings in a row, showing that he's got genuine ability with the bat, and may well be able to bat higher than number 9 in time, but he made 34 from 52 balls. Critical innings, and 420 left India with 231 to score. Jasprit Bumrah took 4 for 41. He was the outstanding bowler. India, with a target of 231 in 154 overs nominally, then lost their first 4 wickets to Tom Hartley's left arm spin. Rohit Sharma, the key one there, trapped LBW. He reviewed it, but he went for 39, and 2 brilliant close-in catches, one at short leg, one at silly point from Ollie Pope, saw Jaiswal, the opener, dismissed for 15, and Shubman Gill, a second ball duck, caught at silly point by Ollie Pope with the full face of the bat. A truly remarkable piece of fielding. Joe Root got rid of KL Rahul for 22, and now India are 131 for 7, needing 231 for victory, 100 more to win. The drinks break is finally coming to a close, and there's a sense of foreboding in the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium here in Hyderabad. There's a buzz and a murmur and a sense, I think, of confusion and almost disbelief that India are in this predicament.
Yeah, look a bit shell-shocked, doesn't they? You know, rabbits in headlights, some of the dismissals that's come. And looking at, I think that drinks break's probably come just at the right time for both sides.
Down the leg side, a new over begins from Joe Root, and I think it was off the pad of Srikhar Bharat, fielded by Ollie Pope, who's now helmeted at, well, leg slip, I suppose.
I think the drinks break came at a good time for England, so they can regroup, reaffirm the message, keep going. And I think India as well, to work out what game plan they're going to have in the last hour.
Root around the wicket, big appeal for leg before wicket. He's very convinced, he's impassioned. I have to say that he wasn't quite matched in his enthusiasm by those behind the stumps, but I'm not sure that Joe Root would be best advised to ask for the review here. There's only one left.
Yeah, Joe likes it. I think Ben Foakes likes it as well. I'm not sure.
He liked it, he didn't love it.
Yeah, he didn't love it. Ben Stokes didn't love it for definite, and I think that was the casting vote.
Ooh, I tell you what.
Wow.
Whoa.
I tell you what. Yeah.
Where did it pitch?
That's the reason why he's bowling around the wicket. I think that's an absolute beauty of a delivery from around the wicket. They burnt three reviews in 14 overs on the first morning.
Here is Root once again, and it's pushed out on the offside. I didn't mean where did it pitch, I meant where did it hit him. But it hit him in line, didn't it?
I think it hit him in line. I think Ben Stokes has just seen it on the big screen as well. That's out.
That's bouncing over. Going over?
It's not going over. It's not, the ball's not gone over the stumps all game. Come on. Surely not.
Either way, I'd be happy he didn't review it. Goffey's chuckling. I tell you, going over. Here is Root. Went down. The wicket comes Bharat, and he has played a shot. He's trying to burst attention. He knows that he's got to do something, and he's heaved it, not timed it, out towards deep mid-wicket. And they will get two, and I don't think England will. Is that Jimmy Anderson on the field?
Jimmy Anderson's on the field, yes. I'm not sure if Jack Leach has gone off again. I think Leach has gone off. Possibly get some more treatment, but yeah, Jimmy Anderson's on the field. But I think Bharat's going to have to. They're going to have to think about the way they're going. I don't think they can win this game in singles. I think they have to put a counter punch back onto England and make Ben Stokes think a little bit more than at the minute just having 2 or 3 catches round about men on the boundary and saying, right, I'm going to make it hard for you to score and score more frequently and consistently.
Here's Root once again, floats one up with that. I don't know if it's reverse swept by Srikhar Bharat, but that looked like a change of action. Did Joe Root just try and slip in a little out?
It might have been a little leg spinner.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it might have been a little leg spinner. It was a lot slower. You've seen him coming, so he's held it back.
He does bowl a leg break.
Yeah, he does.
Jimmy Anderson is on for Jack Leach. You're quite right. 134 for 7 now. The target is down to 97. Still a big target. 7 wickets down. Slip and short leg in. Last ball of Joe Root's over. Round the wicket he comes. Bowls to Ashwin. Pushed out on the onside. He's appealing, but that sounded very woody to me. I think that hit the bat, and Joe Root stands hands on hips at the end of the over. They're contemplating a review. I don't think that would be a wise use of the review. 134 for 7. It suddenly occurred to me how many older substitute fielders England may have had in recent times, and Jimmy Anderson 41. But I do remember a time when Bob Taylor was watching a game. He was actually hosting a tour party and who was injured? Andrew McKenna will remember. He's taking over commentary. Anyway, Bob Taylor was called out of a hospitality suite at the age of 45 to come and keep wicket. It was in it's been late 80s. Anyway, more from Harmy, then it'll be Macca.
Yeah, I think Paul Collingwood's done it as one of the coaches. So Collie would have been well into his 40s when he came on as a sub. But yeah, Jimmy is a not wanted substitute. I mean that in the respect that Jimmy Anderson doesn't want to be a substitute. Jimmy Anderson wants to play, and I'd be amazed if Jimmy Anderson's not playing in the next Test match. Joe Root's delivery there, just going down leg side. And folks is acknowledging to Root, saying, I think it's gone down leg side, so let's not burn another review. We've only got one left, and in that famous game at Headingley in 2019, you always want to make sure that you use your reviews wisely, because you never know when you're going to need it and at what wicket it will come. But Mark Wood's going to take over from Jack Leach. He's still off the field. Jimmy Anderson is on the field. I think this is a good move from Ben Stokes. Crank Mark Wood up, see if he can get it in and around that 140 mark, especially against R. Ashwin. Steers leg side of the ball. Will he expose his stumps? If I was standing mid-off or mid-on now, I'd be encouraging Mark Wood to go at the timbers.
Well, it'll be Barrett on strike for the first ball. Here goes Mark Wood, running away from us, and he goes in. It's sort of top of stump height, played defensively by Barrett, and there is no run. Shadows starting to lengthen on the players as the sun starts to go down. It's just about to tick over to 4 o'clock local time in Hyderabad, 10:30 in the morning this Sunday here on TalkSport 2. Hope you're enjoying this. What a turnaround. England closing in on one of the most incredible Test match victories from where they were.
If you're not enjoying it, go and watch the Kabaddi on another,
You need to be finding something else. You're quite right. Mark Wood goes in. He falls over as he delivers. Barrett will turn it to square leg, and they will take a single. Ashwin comes on to strike, 135 for 7. Goffey's still with us.
I am. I just still can't believe that at 41 years old, Jimmy Anderson's coming on as a reserve fielder. That's just a testament and how fit he is and how desperate he is to get on the field. I think we will see him in the next match. It's whether we see Wood with him. I think he'll come in for the leg spinner. I really do. And then it's just a decision whether they play Ollie Robinson or Gus Atkinson instead of Woody, if they decide to give Woody a break. But they have got, a 10-day break after the second Test match?
After the second Test match, yeah.
A 10-day break.
Well, I will say, Goffey, is during this game, Jimmy Anderson's been out bowling, once, twice a day. I've not seen Ollie Robinson or Gus Atkinson bowl one ball out in the middle, and we've been here before the players. So Anderson's bowled quite regularly.
Mark Wood on his way once again. Ashwin solidly in behind that, opening the blade, guides it to deep points, and will take a single. It's down to 95 needed to win. Yeah, so the third Test doesn't start in Rajkot till the 15th. It's Vizag next on February the 2nd, Rajkot on the 15th. So England are actually going back to Abu Dhabi for a couple of days, where they had that base and training camp beforehand. So then it's Rajkot and Ranchi back to back. I understand they'll then have a little mini break before going on to Dharamshala, possibly going down towards Goa to recharge their batteries for what could be an incredible series decider. Mark Wood in once again. He's playing to mid-on is Barrett on this occasion, and there is no run. You wouldn't mind a little trip to Goa, would you, Goffey? They were quite nice.
To be honest, mate, it sounds a great trip to be on. 2 Test matches, nip off to Abu Dhabi, bit of golf and relaxation, back into India for a couple, then down to Goa for a holiday, and then back for the final Test match. All that tops it off is a series win. TalkSport are happy, England are happy. We could do it, England winning, guys. You might be there for the 3rd and 4th Test.
You not fancy coming over, Darren?
There's some good deals at the minute on BA.
Mark Wood turns, makes his way in once again. It's Barrett playing from the crease, pushing to the covers, and there's no run. 136 for 7, 95 needed for India.
Joking aside, it's been brilliant to be out here to experience and watch this live, and how it's played out. It's been breathtaking. Both sides. Whoever wins this game, it looks like it's England at this minute in time, but both teams take a huge amount of credit. They've really enhanced Test match cricket, because there's a lot of talk about it dying. Test match out in the Gabba and the West Indies and what that's happened there. And we'll get as much applause when this one finishes as well.
Mark Wood goes in once again. This time Barrett solidly in behind that once again. He's got 9 from 28 deliveries now, has Barrett. Ravi Ashwin has been there 30 deliveries for his 8 runs after 49 overs of their second innings. India 1-3-6 for 7 sets the small matter of 231 to win. They need 95 more. Steve Harmison and Darren Gough, 2 England legends, alongside myself, Andrew McKenna, in the commentary box here on TalkSport 2. We're also on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. You've been flocking to that, so very good morning to you if you're watching on that. If you're a subscriber on that, by the way, then you can send us messages and questions, as you can via the social media, at cricket_TS, at TalkSport2. And of course, it's not just the match days, there's a daily podcast to keep you updated with everything. We'll bring you all of the stories as well, so make sure you're subscribing to the Following On podcast to get all of the news. I've got a slight delay because Ashwin looks like he's putting on a new thigh pad.
Yeah, he took his thigh pad off, and then I think if there was 2 spinners on, I think he might have left them off. I know Jadeja batted without sort of thigh guard and inner thigh guard on yesterday when the 2 spinners were on, but when Mark Wood came back on, sent for the protection. And
well, the umpires have just given him a bit of a hurry up, saying, "Come on, lads, let's get a move on." We've still got 15 overs.
It looked as though the strap came away from so it was a genuine malfunction of the equipment, and he's now back. It's on, and he's now ready to go.
Playing for rain, guys. I think it's going to rain tomorrow, day 5.
Do you reckon they got that 250 to 1 up from William Hill at the draw at tea time? New over starts from Joe Root, bringing Ashwin forward, and he plays defensively up the pitch, and there's no run. You can hear the chirp on the stump microphones. England getting into the Indian batters. Pope's at backward short leg as Root goes in. It's turned through square leg. Yes, no moment. Duckett will do the fielding. Ashwin looking for a single that's not there, gets sent back by his mate. Still 95 needed. And no risk at this stage. That's surely got to be India's mentality. Ashwin came a good 4 or 5 steps down the pitch before Barrett said, "What are you doing? No, don't do that." Root comes in once again, defensive from Ashwin. Again, he's taking 3 or 4 steps down, just in case Barrett wants to come, but Barrett's got no inclination to do that whatsoever, Goffey.
I was just thinking back, trying to think back at turning points of this game. Remember, seems like ages ago, doesn't it? Axar Patel dropping Ollie Pope.
Cool, not half. Yep. Plenty of those throughout this game. This game has really ebbed and flowed. Joe Root goes in once again. Ashwin covers up. No run. Steve Harmison's moved out from the seat of my right. Kevin Peterson has moved in, who you're still plugged into this game, aren't you? It's a brilliant, brilliant game of Test match cricket. Root around the wicket from the far end once again. Again, quietly defended by Ashwin. 5 balls gone in the over.
It's a brilliant game. It's a game that's come alive in the last 4 sessions. I didn't think we'd get this far in this game. We're desperate for it to happen. Being a Sunday, being a day when lots of people are watching and listening to this broadcast, that lots of people watching and listening to the famous victory in Brisbane.
Yeah, absolutely. Root around the wicket, it's short. Ashwin's able to go onto the back foot, plays it to deep cover. Johnny Bairstow will pull that one in about 10 metres inside the boundary, and they'll take a couple. Now 93 needed for India here on TalkSport 2. It's 3 wickets for England. I was just trying to think of maybe we've got some football fans listening who maybe aren't huge cricket fans, to try and explain, to come from 190 runs down on first innings. It's the equivalent of being about 3-0 down and being able to overturn that and get yourself into a lead. Is that sort of a fair analogy, Kev?
I'd actually, the way that the game flowed, I'd say it's more. And I'd also say it's 2 big teams playing against each other in a Champions League final, where you've got 3 goes, or you've got, well, you'd say you've got 3 goes to play each other. I'd say a Real Madrid versus a Chelsea Football Club.
I knew he'd go Chelsea. Mark Wood is in, and Barrett comes up defensively, and there's no run.
Two of the biggest clubs in Europe. And Chelsea are 4-0 down in the second half. And they are fighting their way back. And I think they are now level with 10 minutes to go.
Who's going to get the winner?
Exactly.
That's the question,
Exactly.
isn't it?
Where's Didier Drogba? Droggers.
Is it going in with a wonder strike from 20 yards? Will it be off someone's backside? Where's the winning moment in this game coming from? Is it Mark Wood? In he goes. It's Bat and Pad close together. It sounded Pad first. They're going to take a leg by to square leg. There was a big appeal from Mark Wood, but he's given it up on it pretty quickly. England only have one review remaining, and it feels in real time that is not close enough to risk burning that last review on. So they take the single. It's 92 needed for India.
Yeah, another fascinating play here is that they've only got one review each. And with it being the last hour on day 4, are one of these teams willing to risk losing that review with so much at stake? We saw Ben Stokes in the previous over said no. Mark Wood has now in this over said no.
Mark Wood goes in once again. Short ball. Ashwin gets underneath that one. It goes over his left shoulder through to Ben Foakes. It's given us one of the bouncers for the over. 141.5 kilometres an hour from Mark Wood this late in the day, in this heat. Yes, he's only in his 6th over, but it's taken a huge effort on a pretty tired pitch to get it up to that height. Mark Wood is just going to empty the tank for England every time he plays. He gives it the absolute beans. On his way once again. Right arm over, solid in defence is Ashwin. He's played well. That's 38 balls. He's been at the crease now for 10 runs. Occupation of the crease is important for India. They've got to find a way of getting 92 runs before England get 3 more wickets.
Macca, just you were talking about the upsets before. So if England do win this, it will be the 10th biggest first inning deficits that have been overcome in cricket. And if you're old enough, I'm sure some of you will have heard of Headingley in 1981. That was 227 runs. This one will be 190. So we're talking pretty rare air.
Okay, Mark Wood in once again. Ashwin punches to mid-off where Ben Stokes will field, and there's no run. What we're saying is this is not regular. This is not ordinary. This is extraordinary, the very definition of the word.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's grueling, and it's hard to actually describe that it can be this way after so much time that has been played in the game. But it's ebbed, it's flowed, it's been good for England, it's been poor for England, it's been good for India, it's been poor for India. Right now, scores are level.
Mark Wood goes in, finds the outside half of Ashwin's bat. It will go to point, and they will take a single. India need 91 to win at the end of the over. They're 140 for 7. This is Talk Sport 2. More thoughts from Kevin Peterson, and Harsha Bogle's coming in to pick up the commentary.
Jared, do you want something?
Well, I was just going to say, this is the point when it got a lot easier for England to score, when the ball got soft and and it was a little bit slower. And you can already see Ashwin's just playing the ball a little bit better. So the reverse swing is happening. But we saw, KP, a couple of leg spinners and carom balls from Joe Root. He's experimenting and searching for a wicket, which is not what England were doing 10 overs ago.
No, the batting definitely became a lot easier. We're now in the 52nd over, and it was a lot easier when England were batting. And those partnerships late in the day with Ollie Pope, we saw that. And he batted with Foakes for such a long time. He batted with Hartley for such a long time. So this is definitely not a situation that England need to rest on their laurels on for sure. They got to try and make it happen here. One thing India didn't do, and one thing that disappointed a lot of Indian fans, was the fact that heads dropped and they didn't make things happen. And I don't think that's going to be the case with England here. There's a lot of movement, a heck of a lot of movement. Backward point, cover, mid-off. And Hartley's back. Hartley's got 4 for 41 in his 18. He's searching for his fifer.
Yeah, he got the first 4. And the first ball is tossed up nicely, gently. Ashwin goes forward, defends. It's taken time, but India have put on 21 here. Need another 91 to win. There's 12 overs after this one. Scheduled close of play 17 minutes from now. You can add on half an hour. So 47 minutes. Hartley shortens his length and Ashwin is trusting it. The bounce goes back and pushes down the ground. But should you have lost 8, maybe 9 wickets, the umpires, should light permit, could add on half an hour. Rehan Ahmed's warming up. Just the 1 over for 13. Back at Hartley and Ashwin goes forward. He's got a long stride. He's a tall person and dabs that out on the offside.
5 test match hundreds for Ravichandran Ashwin. And out of the batters that we have seen, he's defended as well as any of them. I'd say he's probably defended way better than a couple of them because he hasn't just been committed on the front foot. He's been prepared to rock back and knock it into the offside. Spinners, they like facing their counterparts.
And they hate getting out to them.
Absolutely hate it.
Right, Talk Sport listeners have joined us too. There's something dramatic happening here in Hyderabad. As Ashwin goes off the back foot, looks to cut. Good bounce from the tall Hartley. And Ashwin misses it, folks. Gathers there wasn't an edge. At one point yesterday, minus 30 for 5 England. Stokes is gone. Who would have thought that India hanging on by the skin of their teeth here with 91 needed. Just Bumrah and Siraj to follow. Hartley again goes round the wicket. Ashwin back foot pushes out in front of point. He can't get around. There's 2 fielders converging onto it.
And that's the delivery I'm talking about. It's a good length delivery. A lot of the Indian batters were forward to that. Shubman Gill was way far forward to that. He just hit it straight to Ollie Pope at silly mid off. Here, Ravichandran Ashwin, he just stands back and guides it into the offside.
11 of 45. KS Bharat is 9 of 30. Goes off the back foot to one that dropped short and punches it through the gap between the 2 fielders at point. Cover point and backward point. Gets a single to the deeper field. Keeps striking. Goes on to 12. Bharat is 9. And after 52 overs, it's 141 for 7. There's an interesting stat that television put up about the degrees of turn in India's wins and the degrees of turn in India's losses. When the average turn was 3.7 degrees, India won their 41 games. In games that India lost, the degree of turn was 4.3. So it would suggest, and the evidence is still fairly empirical, you're just taking 2 sets of observations and putting them together, that the greater the turn, the more susceptible India are.
Sure, more susceptible I suppose everybody is. Less it turns, the less of an issue it is. I'll tell you, I just hope that the umpires try and get this game finished this evening, because there's nothing worse than coming back in the morning on a Monday morning and trying to finish this game. The viewership will be at its peak.
Wood bowls and it's drifting down the leg side. Ashwin arches his back, lets it go through.
And when you are trying to keep Test match cricket alive, put the lights on. This is a fabulous stadium. These lights are incredible. We call that many IPL games here, and these games go till late at night. Late at night.
Sometimes people say that even when the lights are on, there are pockets of darkness with the red ball. You can play with the white ball, but there are pockets of darkness and you can't sight the red ball. That's what I've been told. And that is why sometimes they go off even when the lights are available.
Yeah, but I just think in this situation on a Sunday with so many people listening and so many people watching, Harsha, the brave move and the best move.
Ashwin dabs that one to point. All the fielders are very deep and he'll take a single. 89 now needed.
I think they just got to try and close this game out. They have to try and close this game out.
I can see Jared on our screen. His mind is still whirring about 3.7 and 4.3, I can tell you.
I find that really interesting. But when Australia beat India was it at Delhi, Harsha, wasn't it?
In Pune.
In Pune. When they beat
are you talking the more recent one?
Yeah, the recent one.
Last year was at Indore.
Yeah. I just thought that it was too random and it allowed Australia to get into the game for no reason.
Here's Wood again, bowls, and Bharat is looking to punch off the back foot, finds the fielder in front of the wicket. The theory being propounded is it equalizes kills. I don't know how valid that is.
Yeah, well, I mean, you looked at the younger Australian spinners, and you can say the same for Tom Hartley here, is it brings them into the game, whereas the other skills that you need, the sort of the skills that Ashwin and Akshar have, are not as important at times. So I can understand that. I just think it means it's a little bit more random, and so you have but this is a good wicket, to be fair. This is nothing like the indoor wicket.
No, neither like the Pune wicket where Steve Smith got those two gorgeous hundreds.
Steve O'Keefe game, yeah.
And Steve O'Keefe got 12 wickets. Back with Mark Wood. 1 run from the over so far. Charges in, digs it in short, and once again Ben Foakes collects by his shoelaces.
Yeah, the crowd is up. The English fans, I think you can hear them. They are singing as loud as they have done throughout the Test match. And then there's a big boo from the Indian fans. There's a huge collection of English fans, and they've all gone and sat together. I think they're expecting great things in the next 45 minutes of play.
Well, welcome to all of them. I hope my hometowns provided good enough hospitality to all the English fans. I lived down the road from here when I was growing up, so I hope you've had a good time in Hyderabad. Here's Wood again, still steaming in, and gets the ball to slant into the batter. Bharat plays it quietly out to mid-on, and he can't get a run. Not a single slip. You'd imagine, Jared, KP, with England on the verge of winning this Test match, there'd be a lot of people around the bat, there'd be a lot of catchers. There are none.
No,
there's a shot mid-wicket, and there's a man in front of square.
It's very much a reverse swing field now as well, isn't it? That one just tailing back in a little bit. But you saw the push that Ashwin had. There was just sort of no one around the bat, was it? As long as you can get some bat on it, there seems to be a single every now and again. You don't have to play a rash shot at the moment, which probably suits Ashwin as much as anyone.
Here's Wood from over the wicket, wide of the stumps. Looking to play on the rise is Kona Bharat. Doesn't time the ball well out to mid-on, and he can't get a run. How much longer with Mark Wood now? He's bowled 7 overs, none for 14, but spin is creating more trouble for India. It's 142 for 7 here on Talksport.
I'd probably give him another one. I'd give him one more, and I'd ask him to bowl quite a few outswingers in that next over. Jasprit Bumrah was a much better bowler this morning when he bowled a ball that swung away from the right-handed batter. He created a couple of opportunities, and then he got Rayan Ahmed. The ball was going away. If you're a bit too one-dimensional and you just bowl the in-swinger, then the batter can set themselves for it. But if you go away, and he's thinking, when is the in-swinger coming? He can maybe go at the outswinger that Rayan Ahmed did.
Having said that, KP, there's a lot of bowlers who can use reverse swing to slant it into the right-hander. A much smaller number will get it to reverse away from the right-hander. I don't know if Mark Wood possesses that ball. Here's Hartley. And once again, Ashwin just goes forward, jumps back, pushes on the offside.
Yeah, very good. It's a great technique. A very, very good technique. Joe Root is clapping away at first slip. He's encouraging his bowler, he's encouraging his teammates. We're getting the most gorgeous drone views of the stadium.
Oh, pitch short, very short from Hartley. Ashwin is eyeing the wide open spaces at mid-wicket. Almost put too much into it and missed the ball completely.
Yeah, it was one of those short deliveries that Hartley bowls. Come on, young man, get it back up there. Get it back up there, get it in pace.
Are you listening, Tom? He is. Tosses it up and Ashwin goes forward. Crouches, he's got a solid defence and pushes on the offside.
A tall guy as well, Ashwin, so he has a big stride, so your lengths have to be perfect. And get out there and smother the ball, and then if it's just marginally short, he has real good feet, Ravichandran Ashwin.
Hartley just drifts onto the leg side. Ashwin looks for the paddle sweep, misses that too. It's taken by Foakes. He can't get a run. There's a slip backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep backward square. Hartley bowls and Ashwin is looking to flick on the onside. He'll get a single down to deep square. You look at this field at the moment and you think that England are just trying to control the game and India are surging ahead. There's no fielders around the bat. It doesn't look like the score's 143 for 7 and India need 88.
No, I just think that there's tension from both teams, Harsh. I think England are looking at this partnership and knowing that they can bat. Oh, Nick to Root, but it bounces in front of Root.
And the over comes to an end. 54 gone, 143 for 7. India need another 88. Jared.
It's a little bit like the Edgbaston test, KP, in the Ashes when England were ahead and Cummins and Lyon were out there and they just sort of put the fielders back hoping a mistake would happen rather than keeping the pressure on, whereas England's at their absolute best when they're kind of trying to manufacture a wicket, I think, rather than allowing the game to flow.
That's exactly what they're doing. They try and manufacture something from nothing. But having a look at what's happening now, I do think that Ben Stokes and Joe Root and Ollie Pope, the vice-captain, I think they have come together and they are starting to identify that it's a big partner, it's a big wicket this, because batting has actually looked very, very easy in the last 20 minutes or so. There hasn't been anything that has gone past the bat. We did see about, say, 25 minutes ago when Shreyas Iyer and KL Rahul and a couple of them were batting, balls going past the bat. But now the ball's soft and batting doesn't look too difficult. India batting far too slowly, though, for my mind. They're just waiting to get knocked over. And that's been the way that they've batted in the first innings, and then it's certainly the way that they've batted here in this second innings too. All of their wickets have come from just defending shots, block shots.
The shadows of the stand are now covering about a fifth of the pitch. The batter is in the shade, the bowler's in sunshine. And there was a time, some time ago in our game, when the moment the shadow came onto the playing surface, that was it for the day. They called off play. Rehan Ahmed doesn't bowl. He comes, is into his run-up, but doesn't deliver.
How long ago was that?
I remember a test match being called off at a very crucial moment. That was about 1980. I was young kid listening in on the radio. Rehan Ahmed bowls, it's short, and Ashwin just sort of taps it out to mid-wicket.
Let's just go back to the game here, because I think this here is an opportunity for India to get the upper hand. I think that Rehan Ahmed, if he does deliver, he's just bowled a long hop first up and Ashwin's blocked it or sort of just tapped it to mid-wicket. I think if India get the opportunity to hit a ball to the boundary, they have to. They've got to get some sort of momentum going with them.
It's a run now that you start to say, let's play in tens. Ashwin goes forward, pushes out, big gap in front of him on the offside. It's just a gentle nudge, but it's enough for a single that takes Ashwin to 15. Bharat is 9, 144 for 7.
Yeah, the rotational strike I'm comfortable with. I'm just saying that if there is a long hop like that first delivery, you've got to try and put it away. You have to put some sort of pressure on the England bowlers. Both sets of teams, you'll have a very nervous dugout. We're seeing pictures now of some of the Barmy Army biting their nails. It's nervy from England's side, nervy from India's side. It's amazing. The closer you get to the finish line, those nerves just go through the roof.
Bharat goes forward and defends to a ball that's fuller from Rehan Ahmed. It's 87 runs away with 3 wickets in hand. If you're biting your nails now, what do you do if it comes down to 20? Do you start to reach out for your toenails? Do you start to bite off your fingers off?
All gone.
Rehan Ahmed bowled. There's good bounce on that one, but Kona Bharat with his right foot planted well inside the crease pulls out of any possible attempt at playing the ball, and it's a good take by Ben Foakes, almost chest high from Foakes. That ball is really taken off.
Yeah, that's motored. That was almost a top spinner from a leg spin bowler, and it's been brilliantly taken by Foakes. The keepers have had wonderful games. Both sets of keepers have been very, very good.
Just wonder if the noise of the crowd is coming through RFX microphone to you. Rehan Ahmed bowls and Bharat goes forward and defends, just a single of that over. 144 for 7, India 86 behind. Need 87 to win, but the atmosphere absolutely excellent here in Hyderabad. 4 minutes for scheduled close of play, can play another half an hour. But Jared, you're sitting there. Are you getting the effects of the crowd, because they are having such a good time?
Yeah, no, this has been a really well attended Test match. You must be happy as a hometown boy. But I think the first morning we were a bit worried we didn't see too many people in, and then they came in the afternoon. They've been coming ever since. It's a really, really good crowd.
Over 4 days, they've gone past 100,000 people.
That's the sort of numbers you expect in Australia and England, isn't it?
And I think that's fabulous.
I think that might be more than the Gabba test had, actually. I think it might just have beat the Gabba. Well, Australia, that's 2 losses for Australia.
Yes, it is. Except that Australia's peculiar. If there's a contest, the Aussies will come in. If they fancy there isn't a contest, they'll stay away. And this time they thought there won't be a contest against West Indies. And it turned out to be quite the contrary results. Stephen Armisen joins us. Kevin Peterson's left us. Just a slip now. Still for Hartley. Bowls drifting down leg, trying to turn it in from round the legs. Ashwin's much too good for that. Just taps it down. This partnership's now been in 15 overs, Harmanson.
15 overs, yes, and the Indian crowd have just sort of warmed up to the fact that there might be something special on from India as well, and a rear guard action.
Off the back foot, it's just pushed out on the onside.
Been very quiet for quite some time, but it's now India, and now there's a lot more noise from the local crowd. Ashwin and Bharat has managed to just hold England at bay for the last hour.
Hartley in once again, and that's pushed by Ashwin up towards mid-on. I do a good Harsha Bhogle impression, don't I?
Yes, very good Harsha Bhogle impression. Mr. Manthorpe, you do.
He's just realised that he's in the television commentary box, and it's a little bit of a journey, including a lift ride. Here's Hartley again. Forward comes Ashwin playing defensively. Actually, it was Scott Taylor, our producer, who noticed that Harsha was on, and we didn't want him to be late.
I'm not sure Kev would have kept the lift for him, would you? In the last 24 hours, I think there's some traction, there's some making up to be. I've fallen out with Kevin Peterson many times, but that might be taking some getting up to be.
Harsha might have to take the stairs.
Maybe taking the stairs. Kevin might have blocked the lift.
Forward comes Ashwin, steers that behind square on the offside to Johnny Bairstow at backward point, and there's no run. What I enjoy about England's approach here is that, yes, it's, if you were to be ultra critical, and I think totally unfairly critical, you could say that we said about 40 minutes ago that it's the first time I've ever seen Ben Stokes happy with where he got the opposition at, and you know, and he wasn't being inactive, and he was moving the field, but he was happy to build pressure. It's the first time I've seen that without really trying to force something to happen. A wicket hasn't fallen in that time, and credit to Ashwin and to Bharat for blocking largely. They have scored some runs. Ashwin 15 off 62. Here's Rian Ahmed, the bowl short and wide. Not a great delivery, but no runs. Cut to Zach Crawley at cover point.
Yeah, but how many times have we talked about situation player when Ben Stokes is in the middle when he's batting? He knows the game, he understands the game, he understands the situation of the game, and I think he's played it brilliantly accordingly. Not gone chased it.
Rian Ahmed in once again outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Was it left alone, or was he beaten?
That's close. That is close. I want to see this one again, Manners. Top spinner.
Oh my goodness!
How was that missed?
He has left it. His bat is tucked in behind his pad.
Oh my word! That's gone over the top of off stump. You're just waiting for the bails to light up.
Rian Ahmed in once again. That is short and wide and cut for 4. Genuine drag down long hop from Rian Ahmed. I think it's possibly affected adrenaline wise by the previous delivery, because when that was left alone outside the off stump, he thought he's left my top spinner, my straight on it, and he must have thought that was crashing into off stump.
Yeah, he did, and he's just waited for the short ball as Bharat, and he's put it away. Good concentration skills of Bharat. He's 13 off 41. He's had to stay patient.
Here is Rian Ahmed in once again. Forward comes Bharat. He's 13 off 41. Ashwin 15 off 62. Plays that defensively to backward point. Johnny Bairstow fields again. 148 for 7. 83 runs required for victory by India. 3 wickets by England. The test match has been, I would say it's been on the simmer from the first morning. Here's Rian Ahmed again, and that is chopped away inadvertently, I think. Was that a top edge? It's gone over the head of Joe Root. It slipped down towards the boundary, hit into the Toblerones for 4. I think that was a top edge.
I think he's left this, turned his back on it, and it's hit he's turning away from it, and it's hit the back of his bat. It looked as though he's trying to leave it, taking his hands, getting his hands as far away from the ball as he possibly can. It's bounced. Oh no, yeah, well, he is trying to leave it.
Yeah, late decision.
And at the end, at the end, he's just instinctively gone towards it with the top edge of the bat, and it's gone over the top of slip.
I mean, that's what you see to fast bowling. I can't think of too many times I've ever seen someone play a spinner and get a back of a length ball like that, spit up and get it over slips like that. It's remarkable. It's West Indies in the 90s.
A short, long hop, pulled out towards mid-wicket. There's cover out there, Tom Hartley. It's the tidying up. Just be a single. You talk about a batsman being in two minds. He was in about three minds there in the end, and completely inadvertent top edge over the slip's head, and the over comes to an end. Ashwin 15, Shikhar Bharat now has 18, and India are 153 for 7. Remember, they were 119 for 7, so these two have they're inching India towards the target. Still a long way to go. Partnership worth 34 off 100 balls. Goffey?
How long before we have a name for that shot?
I can't.
Bharat
It's too late
Blaster.
in the day. The what?
The Bharat Blaster.
I'd just like to see him play it again. I'd like to see him try and play it again. Tom Hartley being the bowler of the innings for England. 4 for 43 from 21 overs. He's in once again. Shikhar Bharat comes forward and pushes that one gently back to the bowler. I don't know. I mean, if everyone has to reset again for a short period of time on the 5th morning, I don't know who that would favour.
England. Goffey, do you reckon? England?
Yeah, England. I mean, I was with you. I mean, they have to get down this pair to about 30, 25 to win.
Silly point and a slip as Tom Hartley is in once again. He's looking for a 5th wicket. Shikhar Bharat pushes that one out. He sets up for a single. Ooh, there was trouble there if Ollie Pope had managed to somehow turn and swivel and hit the stumps. Barrett set off for a non-existent single. He's pushed it just past Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope is at Silly Point, or just in front of Silly Point. Silly extra cover.
Well, if he wasn't carrying his pads and helmet in a box, he might have got there quicker.
Yeah, but would you like to field there without that, Darren?
No chance. What would I want to go there for?
Here's Hartley in again, pushed away by Barrett. Did you field? You did. I think we've had this conversation before.
I think
once.
I did it once for a guy called Gareth Batty's brother, Jeremy Batty. I lasted one ball against the Sri Lankan touring side. I went, see ya, I'm out of there.
Hartley in again, edged, and falls short of Joe Root, diving to his right at first slip. It could have been off the pad, actually. Don't know whether that was a bat.
Yeah, it was bat. I think it was a little bit similar to the one that Rian Ahmed, but this was on the front foot. He's looking as though he's looked to leave it and then instinctively thrown his bat at it.
He's playing
play
it
a forward
now.
defence. Yeah, he's played a forward defence at it, and then he's tried to leave it by pulling his bat away.
Hartley into Bharat once again. It's pushed once more behind square on the offside. Johnny Bairstow is able to cut it off, and Bharat's looking very skittish at the moment. He again set off for a non-existent single there.
I don't think it's Barrett that's skittish. I think R. Ashwin's thinking, I ain't getting run out twice in a test match. No chance.
Is it Ashwin sending him back then? Here is Hartley once more, and may have been a low full toss, driven out towards deep mid-wicket. I say may have been, because he's got his back to us as the ball arrives. It's either a half volley or a low full toss. Rian Ahmed collects it at deep mid-wicket, and they do run through for 2. Bharat now is up to 20, and he's taking it upon himself to be as proactive as he dare in a testing situation. Still 76 runs needed for victory. India 155 for 7. Setting sun. Go on, Goff.
So I'm just going to say, Goff, I love that. Yeah, get gone Goff by me, mates. Come on, Goff.
Stop it.
76 to win India on TalkSport 2. I mean, what a day. What a day. What a 4 days. We all thought it was going to be finished in 3 days. We're now possibly going to be going into day 5. It's been just a brilliant test match. And it still could go either way, favouring England at this moment in time. But you just never know. Cricket is a wonderful game.
It's like anything else. It's sometimes it's easy to get to the line, but it's harder. The hardest thing, Darren, is to get over the line. And I think that, many times you think, right, we've got it sorted now, and then all of a sudden, to get the last wicket or the last 2 wickets, tail ender hangs around, he bowls some absolute jaffers, he plays and misses, gets you frustrated, and the game gets a lot closer. And that's what India have got to hope here, that they can just keep inching away to this 76 deficit.
Rian Ahmed continues another over of leg spin, and it's punched out off the back foot by Ashwin to Zach Crawley, sweeping on the cover boundary. One more, 156 for 7. When they came together at 119 for 7, they were in ultra defensive mode, just trying to stabilise the innings. And I did say at the time they're not going to be able to get there. They needed 109 at that stage, and I said they're not going to get there. I didn't think they would get there in singles, but perhaps they can. They're getting a bit closer anyway. Rian Ahmed in once again, pushed defensively by Shikhar Bharat. No run, 156 for 7. Ben Stokes is making sure everybody's on their toes and clapping, applauding. Not doing so much tinkering with the field at the moment. He's quite happy with the way things are. Slog straight down the ground, over mid-on actually. I think he was shaping for a slog sweep. In the end, he's just heaved it over the head of Jack Leach at mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. That came out of the blue.
Yeah, it did. It looks as though he's going a lot squarer, but it's a little bit straighter. Don't think it was as short as what Barrett was hoping for, so he's just had to adjust. He's managed to get it over the top. I'll watch it again. No, I think that's exactly where he's looking to hit it. It was a good shot by Barrett. Pressure on Rian Ahmed again. Noise level inside the stadium just cranks up a little bit.
71 needed now as Rian Ahmed is in again, and that's pushed away defensively. I think he'll be satisfied with the boundary in this over. Shikhar Bharat, they've been few and far between these during this partnership, which is gradually inching India back into serious contention. They've added 41 for the 8th wicket as Bharat reaches forward to this one from Rian Ahmed, and picked up by Ben Duckett at extra cover. 160 for 7. The reminder that England added 104 in the morning session to be dismissed for 420 on the stroke of lunch, with 196 for Ollie Pope. Rian Ahmed in once again, pushed up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off, and I chuckle as he reverse flicks it backhanded towards the stumps, because it's exactly with that manoeuvre that he ran out Ravindra Jadeja to reduce India to 119 for 6. Jared Kimber?
This pitch, I was talking with KP before about how much easier it is when the ball is older in this particular game, and it's because of how slow the pitch is. So from overs 1 to 50, the bowling average has been 32.5. From overs 50 to 80, it's been 53. So there's a big difference here when, even when some wickets have been falling down. We've seen the tail with Ben Stokes, we've seen the tail with Ollie Pope, and we're now seeing not so much the tail with these two, but certainly 2 non-specialist batters doing well again.
Nominally, we have 5 overs remaining to be bowled today. Unless the law has changed, Jared would know, unless the ICC or the MCC, I should say, have subtly changed the laws of the game, to my knowledge, the extra half hour can be claimed if, in the opinion of the umpires, a result is likely. Has that changed, Jared? Is that...
I think they still have to ask, don't they?
Yeah. No, they have to ask, but it's the umpire's discretion.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's normally 8 down, isn't it? I think it'll be
as a rule.
As a rule, it's 8 down, I would say.
Well, I shouldn't say as a rule, as a guideline.
Yeah.
Because it's not. I mean, if conditions are wild and the wickets are falling and they're 7 down, and the umpire, in the opinion of the umpires, a result is likely, then they can give it 7 down, the extra half hour. Joe Root is continuing, and forward comes Shikhar Bharat, pushing that one up towards mid-off. Very well fielded by the England captain. Oh, don't limp. Just as he got up, he had a bit of a limp. Not sure it's not.
The ball, didn't he?
Oh, is that it? Sorry. Not serious.
Stopped it with his hand, then landed with the ball.
Oh, and that does hurt. Oh, yeah, that's very uncomfortable. Ashwin forward to Joe Root. Bowled every single one of his overs in this match, 29 in the first innings, and he's into his 18th in the second innings. Every one of them has been around the wicket to the right-handers. So there's a short leg and a slip-in. Root once more into R. Ashwin. On the back foot, pushes it away to the sweeper. Tom Hartley on the cover boundary. I think now they'll be happy with dot balls and singles, unless there's a really obvious hit ball that they get. But I think they'll be happy to nurse their way to the close of play now. Come back tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think so. I think two can stick for the next 4.5 overs. I think both teams will go off relatively happy, dust themselves off, recover well, and come back for what will be an enthralling first of all, probably the only hour of the game tomorrow, and be an unbelievable test match.
Here's Root once again, and Bharat gives himself a little bit of room on the basis that it was slightly short from Joe Root. Not a short ball, certainly not a drag, slightly short. He gave himself a bit of room and punched it out to the sweeper, Tom Hartley. What a comeback from Hartley. Talking about England's comeback, he's gone for 10 and over in the first innings, and has picked up 2 consolation wickets. Now he's going for 2 and over, and he's got 4 for.
Yeah, the pitch has obviously helped him that little bit more, but I think the teammates and the dressing room and the environment and the captain.
Here's Root once again. Forward comes Ashwin, blocking that.
And also the human element of feeling nervous when you're making your debut. You come in to make your debut, and you can talk about being backed as much as you want. You can talk your teammates and your captain making you feel 10 foot tall, but the human element of I am on debut, I'm nervous, playing on a pitch which I should perform on against India, that's difficult.
Root again to Ashwin. Pushes it out towards mid-wicket where a tumbling Ben Duckett fields, but they do scramble through for another single. Lots and lots of singles and dot balls between these two. They've done a tremendous job and deserve the highest accolades, but they know that their work is not half done yet. Their partnership is 45 and there are still 67 runs needed, and they don't want Jasprit Bumrah or Mohammad Siraj, Darren Gough, to be too involved in the run scoring.
That's what I mean, and in England that's what you're going to always believe, but you get one of these, one wicket, and then you've got Bumrah and Siraj in on this sort of pitch. We've seen throughout the game that when someone first comes to the crease, it is really, really difficult with the difference in pace and the amount of turn and bounce. But these two playing really, really well. Watchful, played the spin as well.
Bumrah and Siraj lasted 3 balls between them in the first innings, which is, you look at the England team at this minute in time, and you can see Ben Stokes not pushing the panic button just yet, even though there's been a fine partnership, 45 of 118 balls. Everybody on this England side, Ben Stokes especially, knows that one could bring 3 very, very quickly. So making it hard for these two to access the boundaries and just make them work. Unbelievably difficult to get every single run. Jack Leach back into the attack.
Yes, he is indeed, and he goes right through his bowling action without letting the ball go. He didn't pull out in the action. He went right through it, even with a follow through, but just didn't let go of the ball. There's a slip and a silly point in as Leach bowls short wide, turns very sharply, and indeed is called a wide by Paul Rifle. Fair enough too.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it was interesting when he went through his action there. R. Ashwin, who's at the non-strikers end, hadn't left the crease, didn't move.
Here's Leach once again, and tosses that one up outside the off stump. Ashwin pushes it past to Ollie Pope to silly point to Duckett at cover, and they again go through for another single. Ashwin does that more than most, maybe more than anybody in international cricket. So Leach was just repaying the compliment.
Yeah, he did it in the first did it this morning, didn't he? To one of the tail enders. I'm sure he did.
He did. He does it at least once in innings, in my experience. Here's Leach again, forward outside the off stump, and Ashwin leaves alone. There's a kind of entente cordiale developing between the two teams at the moment. There's sort of a truce. It's almost like they're going, okay, all right, we'll finish this tomorrow. pushed out square of the wicket on the offside. I'm not saying that either side wants to. India know they can't finish it tonight with a victory, not with 2 bowlers to come. These two, they can't change gear. They can't afford to. They can't afford the risk. England, on the other hand, short and wide from Leach, and it's cut, and that will go for 4. No, it won't actually. Rian Ahmed's a little quicker than I thought across the ground, and maybe it wasn't timed as well as it initially looked like, but it'll be a couple more. Ashwin up to 19 off 70 balls.
Great chase from Rian Ahmed. He is a little jack in the box. He's fielded unbelievably in this test match. He really has. I love his attitude, Rian Ahmed. Yes, he might not have bowled as well as he would like in this 4th innings, but his attitude towards the game, he's always got a smile on his face. He's always running himself around in the field, giving everything for his team.
Here's Leach once again. It's another short one. He's looked a bit tired, Jack Leach. This one will definitely go for 4. Short, wide and slap cut by R. Ashwin, who's into the 20s. 23 from 71 balls. Now, England don't want to let it slip. You suddenly concede 30 runs in the last 7 or 8 overs, and that changed the complexion of everything. They need 59 to win now, India.
Yeah, just dragged it down, didn't he, Jack Leach? Dragged it down, and it started wide, it spun wide, and it sat up, and it said, hit me. And Ashwin didn't disappoint. He hit it beautifully for 4.
Leach in gives that one a lot more air. He wasn't going to drag another one down, and in fact it's full enough to be pushed out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Rian Ahmed again does the fielding. Now it's just become a tiny bit scruffy for England in the last 3 overs. Scruffy might be a bit harsh, but yes, Jared.
You talking about me or? Anyway, extra time at the end of the day is different. I think Harsha was thinking about coming into lunch and tea, where you do have to be 9 wickets down. So either of the captains here can ask for an extra half an hour and the umpire then has to make a decision whether they think it will bring about a definite result. So if India asks for an extra half an hour, I think the umpires would say no, because you're not going to get a result in half an hour. With England, it's possible. Doesn't look like either team's going to ask. You can actually go beyond that half an hour as well if there's then a small amount of runs that need to be chased, if both teams are happy to stay out there. So they could do all that, but I would say both teams want to come off at the end of this.
It's still umpire's discretion. That's the
you can ask, and then the umpire says, no, you're not bowling that well.
Oh, you're not. Yeah. What if Ashwin says, no, we'd like the extra half hour and we promise we'll really get on with it?
And the umpire's like, I've seen you bat, mate. Settle down.
You know what would be very interesting? If Ashwin... let's turn it into a hypothetical situation rather than an actual one, but it would be really interesting if there were 2 batsmen in this situation who thought the bowlers are really tired. We probably can't win it tonight, but we'll ask for the extra half hour because we'll score some runs and they're knackered.
Yeah, but that doesn't make the game finish, so the umpires will say, no, you can't get a finish. So it'll be interesting to see in the next 3 overs that if, say, India get 15 runs, that goes down to 43 off 8 overs. Do India feel as though they can win it?
Here's Tom Hartley is back into the attack. Ben Stokes really rotating his bowlers now. I mean, it's a genuine question. Honestly,
they won't give you the extra half an hour to give you to sort of fast forward the game. They give you the extra half an hour to finish the game. I don't think at this point India can finish the game from a winning point of view.
Here is Tom Hartley, and that's steered away behind square on the offside. Just a thought also is that Paul Rifle and Chris Gaffney, I think generally have had a very good test matches between. But would they, if Ashwin said we'd like the extra half hour, would they want to say no? Here comes Hartley to Ashwin, opens the face of the bat, runs it through, past slip, Joe Root. Johnny Bairstow has to chase from backward point. They're coming back for 2 more.
I think at this point they have to say no, because there's very. I think that at the minute there's no chance. The scoring rate, India 175 for 7 of 61.20, scoring at a rate of 2.85. So realistically, no. But if they can get it down to 40 with 1 big over going in and show the intent there, then it makes an umpire make a decision, gives the decision more thought towards the umpire. But at this, as it stands at this minute in time, I don't think there's any chance India being able to claim the half an hour. England, well, if they get a wicket, I think you can guarantee they'll claim the half an hour.
Here is Tom Hartley in once again. Forward comes Ashwin. He has batted rather well in his rudimentary style. He knows his game inside out, and he knows he reminds me of Ashley Giles as a batsman. Knows his strengths and limitations and doesn't try to exceed either, plays to his strengths, and he's got a very simple style which has earned him 5 Test hundreds, and he's batting very nicely at the moment. 26 off 75 balls. Hartley in again. Forward comes Ashwin, just blocks it, pushing out towards extra cover.
He's got some determination as a cricketer, is why he's still playing. What is he, 38-year-old? He is a competitor, is R. Ashwin. Get him into a battle, get him into a contest, backs against the wall, and you see the best of R. Ashwin. You're seeing that now.
Here's Hartley once again to Ashwin, and tucked away off his pads, just behind square on the leg side. Only man who can get there is Ben Foakes, and he does. He slide tackles it, but again they scurried through for a quick single.
But that's a brilliant, that's the brilliance of R. Ashwin there, because Ollie Pope's gone from catching on the leg side to second slip, because Tom Hartley's bowling the ball in and around off stump. R. Ashwin there has got right across, angled the bat towards the leg side, knowing there's no fielder there, and scampered down the other end.
Hartley in to complete the over. Bowled him! He's bowled him!
Shikhar Bharat can't believe it. He's groping for that one. He couldn't get to the pitch of it. It spun enough to beat the outside edge and clipped the off stump. And just when England were beginning to wonder whether this 8th wicket partnership was going to prove fatal, it's Tom Hartley who completes a 5-wicket haul. 5 for 48, breaks the partnership on the stroke of the end of the day's play. It's 176 for 8.
What a beauty from Tom Hartley. Pitch leg stump, hit off stump, 5 for 48 on your Test debut in India. Possibly a match-winning 5-wicket haul. What a ball that was. It really was. Shikhar Bharat's been unbelievable in defence. Played a fantastic knock for 59 balls. Resolute alongside R. Ashwin, and it took something special to beat him. What a beauty of a delivery that was from Tom Hartley.
The dream delivery, absolutely got his hand above his head, showing the crowd the ball. Fantastic battle from Shikhar Bharat, 28 from 59, but the delivery, I would go as far as saying it pitched just outside leg stump. He leant forward to try and get a full length forward defence and block it, but it turned past the bat and clipped off stump. An absolutely dream delivery from Tom Hartley, and he would have been dreaming about making his debut for England just 2 months ago, dreaming about getting that first Test wicket just a few days ago, and now he's got his first 5-for on day 4 of a Test match in India for England, on the verge of victory. England need 2 wickets to win. India, send for Bumrah. 6 wickets with a ball. Can he get any runs with a bat?
Coffee, describe the fast bowling equivalent of that delivery. What's your dream ball?
If I could go, my individual dream ball that I ever bowled in my career was the hat-trick ball in Australia. But any Jimmy Anderson delivery, what swings from outside leg and clips off, and he bowled plenty of them in his 700.
I think you're right, Goffey. I honestly think that pitched outside leg stump and hit the top of off. I mean, that's what a young Tom Hartley. He'd be dreaming about that, wouldn't he? I mean, that's what left-arm spinners dream about.
Of course you do. If you're a fast bowler and you're running in, and you're an outswing bowler, you're dreaming of that one that sets off on leg stump and swings in its off stump, you know? You dream of stuff like that. Pitching outside leg and hitting off. Amazing delivery. Can only happen in India, like.
Yes, Joe Root is back into the attack from our commentary end.
I think any delivery you bowl that you get a batter playing down the line of the ball, full forward defensive, and you beat him all ends up, I think that's a dream delivery, and I think that's what Shikhar Bharat was doing there. He was trying to defend that
Root in! Oh, and it falls just short of Zach Crawley at slip. Was it a bottom edge? Is that why I didn't carry it? It was just quite difficult to see the fading light, the shadows, the evening sunset. It's a scene of some beauty, but quite difficult to view it. All the shadows across the ground. Zach Crawley diving to his right, actually made a good stop in the end. It wasn't a great ball from Joe Root, but you take a wicket however you get it these days. Now at this situation,
it was good adjustment from Joe Root because Ashwin was looking as though he was going to go for the sweep. I think Joe's seen him early and pushed it a little bit wider.
Here's Root once again, and that's pushed away by Ashwin out defensively on the onside. Very interesting field now, because Ben Stokes is actually having a bob each way. He's saying to Ashwin, you can have a single. He's dropped 5 men onto the boundary, and he's also got a slip and a short mid-wicket. Here's Root then, bowls once again to Ashwin, who lunges forward. Actually, he's having more of a punt on giving Ashwin the single and having a go at Jasprit Bumrah here. He's kept the slip in, but he is saying to Ashwin, go on, there's a single to most parts of the ground, apart from mid-wicket, where Ben Duckett is saving 1. We've had 4 balls in the over now, and Stokes is pondering. He's like a chess grandmaster, moving his pieces around the board.
Yeah, he's weird. He wants to bring men in, saving 1, but having them in the right position from a catching position if Ashwin goes the aggressive route.
Root in again to Ashwin, punches it off the back foot up towards Stokes himself, who picks up at mid-off, shies at the striker's end, taken by Ben Foakes. 1 ball left for Jasprit Bumrah to survive in the over, and then 1 over remaining of the day's official quota. Will England ask for the extra half hour with 54 runs needed to win, 2 wickets left?
It's Ben Stokes.
Oh, sorry. Silly question.
Surely he's got to go for it. I think I'd be more surprised if he doesn't ask for the extra half an hour. Have we got enough light? I think we have for an extra half an hour, 8 overs. And even though the lights are on, I still think there's enough natural light for half an hour, half an hour's more play.
I tell you what, if we get the extra 8 overs in, they'll last a lot longer than half an hour. Joe Root is in once again to complete the over. Well done, Jasprit Bumrah. That's your job. Just keep it out. Let Ashwin try and win the game for India. 177 for 8. Goffey, your thoughts? Will England ask for the extra half hour?
I think I would if I was Ben Stokes. I think he's got his bowlers in a rhythm. I think Joe Root's just putting it round about. He's not giving away anything. You've got Hartley, who's just got his maiden 5-wicket all on debut. Keep him going. Keep him going. I mean, that's what I would do. The ball's turning. It's doing enough. One mistake, isn't it? It's one mistake from one of these Indian batters and it's all over.
I think Chris Gaffney's just had a word. Paul Rifle's gone down sort of 3/4 of the way of the middle of the wicket. It looked as though he's pressing the button, so he's talking on his on the headset. And Chris Gaffney was having a conversation with Ben Stokes, and I just wonder if that conversation was asking about the half an hour that potentially could be taken to force a result in the match.
Yeah, I suspect that Chris Gaffney is speaking to Maria Rasmus, the third umpire. Have a word with the match referee. Is there anything untoward that we don't know about? Forward comes Ashwin to Tom Hartley, plays that away defensively on the onside. I mean, it's just common sense. I just think that Ben Stokes, Gaffney may well have said to Stokes, "Are you going to ask for the half an hour? I need to let the match referee know. Everyone needs to know that we're going into the extra half hour." Down the wicket, stumped him. He's stumped. Hartley has 6. Ashwin's gone down the wicket and had a heave. It's turned past the edge. Ben Foakes, lightning work with the gloves. Bales light up. India are 9 down. England on the verge of an astonishing victory.
I think Ashwin's just been told there's an extra half an hour coming, so he's trying to get the runs in that time. He's run down the wicket, no control whatsoever. Ashwin's batted for 84 balls. In 83 of them, he's been in total control of everything he's done. This time, he's nowhere near it. He's been run out rather than stumped. A long way down the wicket. Ben Foakes makes no mistake, and Tom Hartley's got 6 for Talking about an extra half an hour, 4 balls left in the day's play. This could be done before they even have to ask the umpire. What a day this has been for the England cricket team, on the verge of an unbelievable victory in the first Test match out here in India.
Yeah, he played well there, didn't he, Ravi Ashwin? But unfortunately for him, he knew he was running out of partners, and he made the mistake of running down on a turning pitch. Didn't quite get, well, he got nowhere near it. It ended up being a proper heave-ho that you'd see on any Sunday afternoon in pub cricket league. But 177 for 9, Hartley, he'll be such a proud man. His parents, everybody who's been associated with him on his debut. Bowled poorly the first innings, couldn't quite get into any rhythm. Ben Stokes showed that faith in him. He played well with the bat in both innings, and 6 for 48 of 23.2 overs. For England, in India, on the verge of a victory. What a performance. What a performance. But Ollie Pope, take a bow. 196. I keep going back to it, but 196 in the third innings in India.
In third innings, 190 runs behind to come out and score 436. 420, sorry, at nearly 4 runs and over for large parts of it. I think it tells you everything about this team, the mentality of this group, the resilience to come from, and the character to come from a deficit of 190 runs behind, to stand here on the verge, 1 wicket to go, 54 runs they've got in the bank. It beggars belief, to be honest.
How soon will it end? Here's Tom Hartley up to the crease now, bowls, and it's whipped away quite nicely by Jasprit Bumrah, by Mohammad Siraj. He's a genuine number 11, but he's clipped that one away quite nicely behind square on the leg side, and he's off the mark immediately with 2. It's 179 for 9. Can I ask TalkSport's Newcastle football correspondent whether I'm exaggerating by saying that England were the equivalent of 4-0 down after 2 innings?
4-0 down after 20 minutes. 4-0 down after 20 minutes.
Here is Hartley again, and Siraj struck on the pad, bounces out back to backward point where Johnny Bairstow fields. It's 179 for 9.
Arguably with a man sent off. 190. There's a stat just come up. India have never lost a Test match. Lost a Test match when the first innings 100 runs plus in front.
Hartley to Siraj, turns it away out in the onside and takes a single off the 4th ball of the over. This is the last scheduled over of the day, but there is no question now that the extra half an hour will be taken, and there's very little question to my mind that the extra half hour, all of it, all 8 overs of it, will be needed. Maybe it would be astonishing if Mohammad Siraj and Jasprit Bumrah did bat through to the close. Here is Hartley, drive, thick outside edge, past Joe Root at slip. Bairstow's in pursuit of it. They will come back for 2 fortuitous runs for Jasprit Bumrah, thick outside edge. 2 gets him off the mark, the end of the over. 64 overs gone. India 182 for 9. They need 49 runs for victory from the number 10 and the number 11. England are on the verge of a very, very famous victory, Darren Gough.
Absolutely. I can't believe we sat here on day 4, right towards the end of play, after the situation in the game on day 2, for England to come back. They just keep breaking records, don't they, and creating history. It's brilliant. And like I say, on debut, if you're a spinner, you want to make your debut in India, don't you? So he got the dream gig, but he has delivered in the second innings. 6 wickets, absolutely amazing.
You're right, Darren, but the pressure to get wickets is huge. So do you want to make your debut in India? You get the surface, you get spinning conditions, put under pressure, but you're under pressure to perform. And I think that possibly was where Tom Hartley was in the first innings. And because of the way this dressing room is and the way the environment is, and made him feel good about himself after that disappointing first day, he's come out and relaxed. His skill set was what it's been for Lancashire and what got him picked for England in the first place. And he's delivered. And it's not so much backing his teammates up, but it's backing himself up. Should be proud, immensely proud of himself for coming back from what happened to him in the first innings.
Rian Ahmed's back into the attack, bringing the changes, Ben Stokes. This one is pitched up to Mohammad Siraj. Blocks it. He's on 3. I think Ben Stokes, I'm guessing here, but I wouldn't be surprised if his thinking is they won't be able to resist having a swing at Rian Ahmed. Here is Rian Ahmed. Down the wicket he comes, swings it out towards backward point, fielded by Ben Duckett. It was in the air for a while. Duckett wondered momentarily whether it could carry to him, or whether Duckett wasn't sure about whether to attack it, dive forward. He didn't think it would carry. Quick mental calculations, he had to let it bounce, but that was a wild heave-ho. Ben Stokes was right so far. He thought they wouldn't be able to resist Rian Ahmed.
It's also, I think, a little confidence booster if Rian Ahmed can pick up the last wicket.
Down the wicket he comes, swings once more, and again he could be run out. It's down the wicket, Mohammad Siraj. But Ben Stokes is absolutely right. He will not be able to resist having a heave at Rian Ahmed, and Mohammad Siraj looks like he could be dismissed at any ball at the moment.
Does he not realise it? But it is turning, trying to run down and swing off his feet. You've just seen Ashwin do the same. If you're going to stand there, get deep in your crease and try and pull and cut, that's the only way you're going to score on this sort of pitch when it's turning. Trying to get to the pitch is almost impossible.
Rian Ahmed in outside the off stump here. Ben Foakes takes his well-beaten Mohammad Siraj. Foakes has whipped the bails off, and polite inquiry. They're going to refer it to Maria Erasmus, a third umpire, but Chris Gaffney's just going through the process. I don't think he thinks that Siraj's back foot's left the crease at all. 182 for 9. India need 49 to win. Ooh, it could be slightly... No, is he safe?
Yeah, he's safe.
For the big screen.
It was not quite as safe as I thought he was, though.
No, it was in the air for a split second, but managed to get it back down just behind the line. Come on, Rian Ahmed, just throw it up in the air, just that little bit more.
Here's Rian Ahmed bowls again. He bowls the googly, and it's too good. It's for Mohammad Siraj, but it's spinning too much, and I think he was heading down the leg side. Hits the batsman on the pad. Leg buys, deflects all the way down to the very fine leg boundary. So 4 leg buys for India's last pair. We're into the official last... we're into the extra half an hour. On the scoreboard it says overs remaining minus 0.5.
Big spin, big massive googly from Rian Ahmed. It's turned huge.
Here's Rian Ahmed in once again, another googly, and it's whipped away. It's slightly too short. Siraj chips it off his pads, as a number 11 tends to do, without a great deal of elegance, but it's efficient enough. Hartley does the fielding. What a day it's been for him. The sun is setting in the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium. The shadows are getting longer, and the sun sets on the city of Hyderabad. It's setting on India in this first test match. They will be devastated when they lose this, if they lose this.
When they lose it, if they lose it. How well was it Siraj played that one? Because that was going to hit middle stump halfway up. Been a great effort.
They might take it serious now. I think they thought they were going to course through this series on Indian conditions, but I think when India look back, and they probably will look and say they probably let England get too many that first innings, 2-4-6, although England still think were 40 under par, and then giving away their wickets in India's first innings batting, give away so many of those wickets, and it's come back to haunt them.
Yeah, 5 caught on the boundary. Goffey in the 5 out of the top 7 caught on the boundary.
Absolutely, they'll come back to haunt them. So this is a serious battle here. The way England are playing, the confidence under Stokes and McCullum, they're going to have to do something special to beat them.
Tom Hartley has an opportunity for a 7-fer. He's coming on to bowl the second over of the last 8. Sweep shot down the leg side. He misses it as Jasprit Bumrah. He's on 2. Mohammad Siraj has 5. India are 188 for 9, still needing 43 runs to victory. As extraordinary as a victory this will be for England, it would be even more extraordinary if India managed to conjure up 43 runs from these 2 tail-enders. Hartley in, bowls to Bumrah, comes forward and plays it defensively. behind square on the offside, Ollie Pope feels. He must feel good about not having the helmet on. He's had it on for most of the game. If he hasn't been batting, he's been at short leg or silly point, and he's played a critical role in the field, as well as his brilliant innings with the bat. Forward comes Bumrah to the next one from Tom Hartley. There are ironic cheers from the crowd now every time these two keep one out.
Shaping up, isn't he, Bumrah, for that big heave-ho into the leg side. Just clearing his front leg.
Ben Stokes is still tinkering, still thinking. That period of patience, I think, has paid rich dividends. India were under pressure. He knew that he needed to keep them under pressure. He anticipated that there would be a fight back of sorts, but he didn't rush it. He didn't push for the wicket. And it's proved to be very, very astute and wise captaincy. Here's Hartley. Bowls, forward comes Bumrah once again, pushing it up out towards extra cover. You've been in this situation that Jasprit Bumrah is. Is he even thinking about the match to Chennai? I mean, it's hopeless. What goes through your mind?
Not so much hopeless. I think you've just got to somehow find a way of scoring runs, whether it's inside edge, outside edge to start with.
Hartley in short, tries to pull it anyway, does Jasprit Bumrah, and Ben Foakes, he misses it. Ben Foakes takes it behind the stumps and then whips the bails off. He thinks, Ben Foakes is just wondering here, he's not confident, he's wondering whether Bumrah was swinging at it so hard he lost balance and maybe his back foot just lifted.
I think that's what Ollie Pope was signalling there. He was one of the closest ones side on.
Bumrah jumps up into the air and he's he was in the air, both feet were in the air. And Ben Foakes has he's just landed in time, hasn't he?
I think he's landed in time for the lights to come on. I'm just not sure if he's landed in time when the bails were broken. The bails are broken there.
Thank you. Decision from the big screen.
Oh.
Well, Maria Rasmus isn't gonna. He's not gonna give that out. But how bizarre! He swung so hard at it, it was in the air. Hartley in now again, and this one is heading down the leg side and tickled along the way by Jasprit Bumrah for another single. So what you're saying is that Siraj and Bumrah are thinking we actually could nudge our way to victory.
Yeah, just nudge your way to victory. Just try and stay in a positive manner of going towards the ball in defence. And if you get an inside edge or an outside edge, it runs into the gap, and the longer you're there, the more chance you're going to get the bowler to panic, bowl a ball that's going to be short and wide, and you can maybe get a cut away or you can get a pull away and just build confidence that way. And I think what's happened so far is both Mohammad Siraj and Bumrah have come down the wicket to Rian Ahmed, as opposed to let's just try and get a couple of singles and let's get the eyes and hands and get being used to being out there and build me confidence from a batting point of view.
Rian Ahmed in. Oh, that's a beautiful leg spinner, and it's much too good for Jasprit Bumrah, who not only has a push at it, but it was a bit late on it. Well beaten.
And if they bowl me an absolute beauty, there's nothing much I can do. I'm at number 11.
Here's Rian Ahmed once again, right up into the block hole, driven down the ground. It's a lovely shot. Johnny Bairstow's in the deep at long on, and he will dive and cut it off, but they'll scuttle back for 2. Jasprit Bumrah joins Mohammad Siraj on 5, and India's requirement comes down to 40 to win from the last wicket. They are 191 for 9. 2 men behind square on the offside as well as a slip, so 3. Rian Ahmed in once again, and a very imaginative, creative, attempted late cut shot from Jasprit Bumrah, but it kept a bit low.
Jasprit Bumrah's initial thoughts was, I'm going to heave this to the leg side, and realised it's not going to bounce.
Rian Ahmed in once again outside the off stump, turns further away, left alone by Jasprit Bumrah. We're into the last 8 overs of the day, extra 8 overs. The extra half hour has been claimed here in Hyderabad. Forward comes Rian Ahmed and beats Bumrah. Once again outside the off stump. Ben Foakes again whips the bails off, but doesn't appeal on this occasion and tries to repair the furniture himself.
Tell you what,
just from Rian. Go on.
Just got to lob it up, haven't they? Lob it up, googly. Really lob it up above the eye line. There's no way he's going to stop himself trying to swing off his feet. I'm telling you, from experience.
Instead of which he fires a leg spinner through to finish the over, and it's outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Are you intimating that a younger Darren Gough wouldn't have been able to be disciplined enough to block in this situation?
Well, I wouldn't have had any other option. I wasn't really a run down the wicket to spinners, especially leg spinners. I was more of a sweep slog. That was my one shot. So, or the fine sweep as well. So I wouldn't have been confident in running down the wicket, especially if the leg spinner was bowling. But I just think Bumrah, from my experience of watching him and playing, he likes to hit boundaries. He's a boundary hitter batter, and same as Siraj.
Tom Hartley bowls another over from the pavilion end, and a swing, and it is a big swing out towards deep square leg. Real Ahmed tries to get around from deep mid wicket, and he can't. 4 runs to Mohammad Siraj. Made good connection there. They're not going to get him in ones. It makes sense. Have a hoik, and that's a good hoik.
Yeah, that was a good one. Full-blooded. There's a big gap. Ben Stokes has given the big gap around the sort of agricultural slog sweep, cow corner. Is he going to move him? No, he isn't.
He's in the air for a long time.
He's in the air, yeah.
Here's Hartley, bowls. Oh, Siraj there, beaten outside the off stump. Folks is determined to pull off a stumping. Yes, whip the bails off again. Appeals once again. Paul Rifle will send it upstairs once again, but I don't think it was any trouble for Mohammad Siraj. He remains on 9, Bumrah 5, 195 for 9, 36 needed.
He looked off balance, but the shot before the slog sweep, Ben Stokes has given him a big gap at cow corner, and I'm not sure Rehan Ahmed picked it up when Mohammad Siraj hit it. No, is he in the air?
Maria Erasmus has asked the producer to rewind, which means he wants to have another look at it. I don't think so, Harmy. I'm not. Yeah, it might be, but you can't give it out. Oh, hello, we've got the stump cam. The reverse stump cam.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It moves. No, I think he's just all right, but his foot does move. It's whether it goes up in the air or it goes scratches along the.
He's made his mind up.
Yeah.
Maria Erasmus, the third umpire, has made his mind up. No option there. I mean, you'd be guessing if you wanted to give that out, and so not out is the result. 195 for 9. Here's Hartley in down the wicket. Comes Siraj playing a dangerous game. I don't know about that, Mohammad Siraj. I reckon you'd be better off staying in your crease.
Staying in your crease and giving yourself a solid base to swing yourself off your feet.
Oh, these are the calm before the storm of victory for England, they hope. Down the wicket he comes again, on the charge. He's 2 yards out of his crease, and he gets the thinnest of bottom corners on the bat. Just saves him again from a massive stumping. Goughy.
Lob it up there. Get some air on it. He's good. He's not going to stop himself, Siraj. And it's a no ball.
There's something beautiful about watching tailenders bat in there. Genuine number 11s are brilliant to watch bat. As much as Ollie Pope's stylish, brilliant to watch bat tailenders.
Hartley in again, bowls to back of a length, and it's tucked away by Mohammad Siraj into the onside. There could be a run out here. Oh, there's a complete mix-up, misunderstanding. They didn't know whether to come back for the second or not. There was a stop-start stutter, but they have got home.
I'm not so sure Jasprit Bumrah tapped in. He just seemed to turn and look and then set off. So whether both feet were in at the other end when they went for 2. Good placement for Mohammad Siraj. He's turning. There he did. He got his actual feet were behind the line.
198 for 9, 33 needed. Hartley in again, bowls to Siraj, who clips it away very sweetly and efficiently out towards long on. Ben Stokes bowls it literally underarm, like a crown green bowler rather than the bowler that he is or was and will be again. All the way along the ground to Tom Hartley. whose figures are 6 for 62, coming towards the end of his 26th over. What a day it's been for Tom Hartley after crucial runs in the first session. Here he is once again up to the crease now. Bowles, big appeal for leg before wicket, jumping up and down, arms animated. Tom Hartley, not out, Tom, says the umpire, Chris Gaffney. And India still need 32 to win. We're into the last half an hour. We had 3 overs of the last 8. 3 overs left.
3 overs left.
But you can, Jared Kimber, what were you saying earlier about you can have the extra half hour, the extra 8 overs, but then you can have another one?
Yeah.
Only if they think there's that minimum. If you need 2 to win or 3 to win,
I think it's at the end if both captains agree just to go on because it's a small total. So I don't know how many runs it is, Harmy, but yeah, it's probably only if both teams want to stick out there. At this stage, it kind of looks like both teams want to stick out there. So I don't know, but it could be fun. Let's see how far we can stretch it, Manners.
Goffey? Just quickly, guys, on this but if you're going to have a go, I think now's the time to go because it looks like they're bringing Woody back on. So use the pace of the ball and try and score off the pace. It might be a little bit easier than the spin. But saying that, you could easily get knocked over because Woody can bowl at 90 miles an hour. But I think this is where you've got to go.
What field have you got, Goffey? What field? What do you want Woody to bowl here?
Well, you just want him to bowl at the stumps, and I think his pace, as quick as he can, no looseness, bowl as quick as he can, and full, not Yorkers, but just full balls. They're going to try and score off him. You need one slip in place. You can afford to have a man out on the offside and the leg side because you don't mind bowling at either one of them. Try and stop the fours and just bowl at the stumps. They miss, you hit.
Boulder LBW. They've got no slip. There's no slip, Goffey.
Well, probably should have a slip if he had a good slower ball as well, but he's going to be looking to bowling, he's going to be looking for that. He might even go with the odd short ball as well if there's a man back.
Here is Mark Wood then back into the attack and goes between bat and pad here, very close to the off stump, held head in hands from Mark Wood as it's taken by Ben Folkes. Goffey, there's a man at deep backward square, no cow corner, and a man sweeping on the cover boundary, and there is a long leg and I'd say fly slip. Fine third man.
Yeah, it's the right field on here, but I think it's a good choice this. But like I said, for India now, I think they're going to try and score off the pace of Wood, and that's not going to be easy because like I said, he can bowl at 90 miles an hour.
Mark Wood up to the crease now, bowls and strikes Mohammad Siraj on the pad, and they scuttle through for a leg by, and well, there was a shy at the stumps at the striker's end, and that is again going to be referred by umpire Chris Gaffney upstairs.
Seeing Mark Wood grow up, he was a talented footballer and he just kicked it from 10 yards at the stumps and he's hit middle stump. I don't think this is going to be a run out.
Oh, it's not far away.
It's not far away, but I agree with Goffey. As a tail ender in this situation, Mark Wood, if you can bowl 6 balls that are going to hit the stumps, one of them will hit. Number 10, number 11, genuine number 11 for a reason. If you can get 6 balls on the stumps, you've got a great chance of picking up the winning wicket.
That was a brilliant left-footed hack from Mark Wood. Here he is up to the crease, bowls once again, driven back down the wicket. He deflects it quite deliberately. That was magnificent work. First of all, with his feet, the previous delivery, a left-footed kick from 10 yards hit the target, and on this occasion it was driven straight back to him, and he had the presence of mind to actually deflect that onto the stumps, and it hit the stumps. But
good shot from Jasprit Bumrah. And Siraj was going nowhere at the non-striker's end, didn't even back up.
Good time to bowl though, isn't it, Army? If you're a fast bowler, 10 and 11 in, you know you can win the game for your country.
Winning wicket.
Here's Wood up to the crease now, bowls again, short, pulled, not timed, they're taking a single. Ben Stokes does the fielding at mid-on and applauds Mark Wood's effort there. 201 for 9, the target comes down to 30, India, with only 1 wicket remaining.
It's been a brilliant test match, said it so many times. Spare a thought of Tom Hartley. He's got 6 for 62 at this moment in time. He might get the 7th wicket. He might get 7 for mid-60s and won't get man of the match on debut.
There'll be a cop-out. It'll be joint. Here's Wood, once again up to the crease, bowls, hits on the pad outside the line of off-stump, appeals for leg before wicket. Siraj survives, they scuttle through for another leg by. They're getting them in ones again. One more leg by, he's bowling at 142 kilometres an hour, Mark Wood. Siraj 12, Bumrah 6, 202 for 9. If Hartley takes 7, are you saying that that's not as good as Ollie Pope's 196?
I'm a bowler. 7. It's hard to say because 7 you'd think in the fourth innings wins you the game, but Ollie Pope's 196 has won the game.
Pope walks it.
Here's Wood, forward comes Bumrah, playing defensively up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Bumrah 6, Siraj 12, India 202 for 9. I'm fascinated by that, Goffey. Pope walks it above a 7-fer.
Yes, he absolutely walks it. The situation in the game, 190 lead India. Pope's come to the crease. Everybody were worried, but he wasn't going to get any runs, so he's a nervous starter, right? He's gone and smashed it to all parts and give England a number that they've ended up with a 231 needed in the last innings. We all know the importance of when you start a game in India, win the toss, bat first. You've got a better chance if you're bowling last of winning. But 231 is a very, very difficult total to knock off to win a game in India in the last innings.
Crowd in raucous voice. I must tell you that our commentary box, as spacious and as comfortable as it is not geared up for day-night Test cricket, and there's very little lighting inside it. I'm beginning to struggle to read my own notes. It's getting very dark. Yes, Jared Kimber.
It's a shame they can't get Jasprit Bumrah on strike here, Manus, because he's actually within range. He has scored 35 runs in an over. Well, he didn't score them all. Some of them were extras, but I'm just saying he does have the world record, and so he could say to the umpires at any point here, I could probably get this in 6 balls.
It's against Stuart Broad. Yes, that was surreal. I mean, it was amusing and entertaining in retrospect watching that assault from Broad. Just thought, I'll bounce him out, I'll still bounce him out. He's top edging sixes. And
Broad's got history against India as well, hasn't he, going round the park now and again. He's got a good record against them as well, but he went for 36, didn't he? Yuvraj Singh.
He did. Here's Tom Hartley, bowls and beats Mohammad Siraj outside the off stump there. Just quite simple. Pushed forward, down the line, spun past the outside edge into the gloves of Ben Foakes.
Yeah, I think you're saying to Hartley, make them work hard for their, not so much the runs, make them hit the ball. Take some pace off it, throw it above the eye line.
Here's Hartley, down the wicket he comes, stumped! Hartley has 7! Tom Hartley's got 7 wickets and England have won the Test match by 28 runs. Oh my goodness me, in the last half an hour, the extra half an hour, Hartley takes his 7th wicket. India are bowled out for 202, their target was 231. And a classic Test match comes to an end with England winning by 28 runs and Tom Hartley on debut taking 7 for 62. England 420 in their second innings. A brilliant 196 from Ollie Pope. But it's Tom Hartley who's bowled them to victory. And England have won the first Test match in Hyderabad at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium by 28 runs.
What a performance from this England cricket team. They just get better and better. Every time people say you can't do that, they can. Brilliant performance from Tom Hartley. Brilliant performance from Ollie Pope. Team England have been absolutely magnificent. They applaud the crowd because they've been fantastic as well. What a performance here. This really sets this series up. Nobody give England a prayer coming out here. Spin bowlers against Jadeja, Ashwin and Axar Patel. The batting unit that India possessed. Ben Stokes, I'm not having any of it. A team is far better than individuals, and a team has just won over the course of these 4 days. Hartley, Pope, Stokes, the lot of them, absolutely brilliant. They deserve the standing ovation. They're getting off now. What an unbelievable result we've had out here in Hyderabad. Hyderabad have been magnificent towards the English fans, the crowd's being, the pitch has been great. Oh, now, wow, Goffey.
Great spectacle of a test match. Absolutely immensely proud of the England team to come back after 2 days out of the game, to come and deliver with such a big lead. India had of 190 on first innings, but the way they came back with total belief, concentration, high skill levels, Pope individually getting that 190, a fantastic innings, but then to come out today and bowl, and the composure and Ben Stokes' captaincy in getting the field right for his young bowlers, and they've delivered for him. Absolutely fantastic performance. A bit of work to do for India. Rohit Sharma's got to improve on his captaincy. I thought he had a poor game. They've missed Virat Kohli. They've got to find the answers. They need to, when they get into those winning positions, to make sure they really dig in. They gave away too many of their wickets in the second innings, and gave England a sniff, and they didn't half take it. They should be immensely proud, Brendan McCullum and all the coaching staff, of that performance. Well done, England. 1-0 up in a test series.
Well, the players are shaking hands now. Brendan McCullum's come down from the England change room, and as custom dictates, all the squad members have lined up to shake hands and congratulate each other on an extraordinary and memorable contest to open this 5-match test series at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium here in Hyderabad. Indian coach Rahul Dravid is I'm appreciative of a remarkable performance by England. Mohammad Siraj was the last man to go down the wicket, having a heave. Ben Foakes was determined to get that stumping. It's his 7th or 8th attempt, but this time an easy one. Siraj was a yard and a half out of his crease. India bowled out for 202, and England have come back from a first innings deficit of 190. It's the largest deficit overcome by a touring team in India to win a test match. It'll go down as one of the great comebacks of all time in the history of test cricket. When you're down by 190 wickets, we know that history tells us the importance of a first innings lead in India, of first innings runs, and when England conceded a deficit of 190, it looked like the test match might be over inside 3 days. Darren Gough, let's not forget that when England lost their 5th wicket, they were still 27 runs behind. They ended up setting a target of 231.
Well, we change our thoughts, don't we, all the time? We can joke about it now, but we thought if they can just give themselves a sniff, and somehow against all odds, set India 120, it gives us a small chance of winning in that last innings in Indian conditions. Then it was, can we get to 170? 170 would be a good target. Then can we put a 2 in it, get to 200? But 231 was the target. They got near, but 202 all out. England magnificent, Stokes magnificent captaincy, and well done Tom Hartley on debut. Like I said, poor first innings with a ball, but batted well both innings, and 7 wickets. Wow, 7 for 62 on debut. He'll never forget that.